What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Saturday show. We took a few weeks off, but it's good to be back. I'm joined by my normal co-host, Jackson Muniz. Jackson, how's it going, man?
Oh, well, man. Always happy to be here with you. Ready to talk some racing.
That's right. Both of us have a little bit of a different background. You're down in my neck of the woods. I'm up kind of in your neck of the woods. I'm up in LA today. You're down in San Diego. So we switched spots, but it seems like the weather's pretty much the same. It's a little overcast today.
Yeah, should be a nice day out. Should be a nice day out there for Santa Anita. They have a pretty good card, and I'm sure we're going to be getting to that pretty soon.
No doubt. They have first post at 1 p.m. We're going to be covering Santa Anita for the first 7 races. We're going to cover the remainder of the card at Belmont and Aqueduct, and we're also going to be covering Monmouth Park. First race that's going to be coming up is going to be down or up, I guess, at Belmont at the Big A. Let me throw the race up as we're a few minutes away from post time, but we can throw the simulcast feed up. We got 5 minutes to post for race number 6. Nope, race number 5. I can't count or read numbers, I guess. So that's a good start to the day. Race number 5, we're going 6.5 furlongs, $32,000 claimer. I know. Yeah, no, we're starting off strong. This does start a middle pick 5. Jackson, how'd you see it as we are on a fast listed main track?
This first race was tough. I thought it was really tough. I went through this whole field, and they all kind of have the same style. They want to be pretty close to the lead, but there's not really a horse that's like, going to try to run them off their feet and, sub 22 fractions type of deal. But they all want to be close. They all kind of run similar figures. So this was a tough race, I thought.
I thought it was tough as well. I ended up going with the number 3 as my top pick, but I'm with you. All these horses have a very similar running style. But luckily, we're not going to be alone in going through the races up at New York. We're going to have some people join us. They're familiar faces if you subscribe to our YouTube channel. NYRABets' own Kaylee Shapiro, Matthew DeSantis. What's going on, guys? Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us. Appreciate it. It's a great day up here at the Big A. The sun has just come out. The internet may or may not be working on one of our laptops, but, never fail. We always have a backup plan. So, yeah, we're having a good time up here.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice day outside. Weather's beautiful.
I know.
Certainly feels good for the sun to be out up in New York, and pretty good racing today, too.
I know. That turf is getting firmer by the second for the later part of the pick 5.
Oh, yeah. Still three turf races remained on today, races 7, 8, and the stakes race, the Paradise Creek race number 10. Matthew, Kaylee, I was just telling Jackson, we're coming up on race number 5, the 6.5 furlong, $32,000 claimer for 4-year-olds and upwards. How did you guys see the race? Did you guys have top picks or maybe a way that you guys want to approach this from a betting perspective? Great betting board.
It is. Yeah,
I think so too. With the way my opinion changed a bit, I really liked Gunnet originally. Now that I'm looking at the tote board, I'm probably going to take a stab at the number 8 Street Swag, who's drawn to the outside, cutting back in distance and has really good speed. Obviously drew really well here. So 5-1, 9-2 right now. I think that's a pretty good bet.
Yeah, 5-1. First time in the barn for Brad Cox, who is 41% with a 267 ROI. So to be getting 9-2, looks like projected to go off around 7-2 should still be pretty good value. Jackson, I'll throw it out to you. How would you approach this race from a betting perspective?
I really wanted to pick the 1, Seas Get Degrees, because his races 2 and 3 back were just better than what this field has been running lately. And then last time, got a really passive ride at odds on, didn't run a step. And I kind of wanted to give him another chance in here, but he is so dead on the board. He was 3-1 morning line. He's 12-1 right now. That is significant. It just feels like someone knows something that this horse is just not probably going to run his best race today. I'm going to probably pivot a little bit. I'm with Kaylee, I think, on the 8. Street Swag on that one. Just seems like he's going to get a good trip. I mean, all these horses kind of have the same style, so I think he's going to get the right trip from out there.
I think that. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm with you, Jackson. I mean, Seas Get Degrees is a horse I've always really liked, going back to his time in the Tom Morley barn, and and it is interesting that just completely dead on the board, and. David Aragona, who's our morning line maker, is rarely ever that wrong about something. And so, he's usually pretty dead on with those morning lines. And so to see a horse go from 3-1 to currently 12-1, DRF, I know projecting 8-1 right now, but still that's, not taking much money. And is, it was claimed out of the last race by Linda Rice. And is in the Fernando Abreu barn, who's hitting at a 27% rate. So it's not like he's going to a cold barn or something like that. This is a barn that's pretty good off the claim and pretty good. But you're right. I mean, it feels like somebody knows something where it's like, this horse just doesn't have it today. And listen, if you can get 5-1 on a Brad Cox horse up here during this type of the meet, you're crazy not to bet that. I mean, it's just, those are connections you just don't usually get that good of a price on in these types of races. So hard to get around the 8 at the 5-1, now going down to 9-2 price.
Right. Yeah, I agree. The value is there. You mentioned it. Brad Cox and Manny Franco always team up. Very strong connections out there. First time in the barn off of Wayne Potts. So Kaylee, as we approach the gate here, what would your bet be for race number 5?
I just bet the 8.
Perfect.
Yeah, really good value, I think.
Nice.
Yeah,
Sounds like you too, Jackson.
Yeah, I bet him to win. This is just such a tough race. From what I like in this spot, I don't want to mess around with any verticals in here, just because I really won't be surprised if anyone wins this race. I'm gonna try to keep it simple. Just go with the 8, and if the 8 runs well, I'll hopefully cash.
I like it. We're loaded into the gate. I'll get volume on so we can hear Chris Griffin give us the call of race number 5.
Going in, Divine Leader, Street Swag to the outside. Street Swag. Manny Franco goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the inside here from Seas Get Degrees. Just had to steady there with Hatch as well. But in between horses, He's My Honey Badger. It's a scramble on for the front. They all want a piece of the front end. Here at the rail, that's Burnin' Hunk of Love. It's traveling in tandem with Divine Leader. They're now back in behind them in 3rd and 4th. So the leader, meanwhile, emerges as Gunnet, and Gunnet puts a neck in front of He's My Honey Badger. Burnin' Hunk of Love wants to be on the front end. 22.34 for that opening quarter mile, still very tightly bunched. Here comes a run from Spun in 1, is now engaged to the outside, is taken 2nd. Trying to rally in behind them is Street Swag. Under a drive is Divine Leader. Towards the back, Hatch with Seas Get Degrees. They're chasing Gunnet and Irad Ortiz Jr. They're still a neck in front. Spun in 1 is ready to challenge towards the outside. Still looking to have some run towards the inside. That's Burnin' Hunk of Love. And Dylan Davis looking for a seam. Might take the rail, but the leader is Gunnet. It's Gunnet who will cross over. Here comes the run from Spun in 1. Burnin' Hunk of Love is trying to split rivals. Not much of a hole there. It's Gunnet who's in front, approaching a final furlong. He's My Honey Badger has come back for more. Gunnet is trying to fend off all rivals. Spun in 1, keeps holding on. Here comes He's My Honey Badger, far outside Street Swag. Meanwhile, Gunnet won it. Gunnet wins it over.
Well, just like that, Irad Ortiz 7-2 on Gunnet, or 5-2 maybe on Gunnet. Take the 5th race at Belmont at the Big A. Now at least we get a chance to check in with both of you guys out in New York. How's your day going? What's the racing been like? What's new with you guys this week?
Nothing much. I mean, we've been doing a lot of preparation for Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Really excited for that. Obviously, we recorded an early look at the Met Mile today, and we were pretty excited beforehand, but got even more excited as we were talking about it. So, yeah, just really planning for the Belmont this week and enjoying all the great racing going on.
Yeah, no, it's same here. I mean, obviously doing a lot of content for Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, having a lot of fun with that, and enjoying a nice day today. It's been a lot of rain on the East Coast. It has not felt very spring-like. It finally feels like spring. So good to see some vibrant green turf racing today. And, got a little bit of a late pick 5 ticket that I got that I'm going to be playing later. So excited for that. I think the Paradise Creek's a really interesting race up here. And then getting ready for some great Memorial Day racing out in your neck of the woods out in California on Monday. So a lot of stuff to be busy with this time of year.
Definitely a great weekend. The 3-day weekend for Memorial Day really adds some extra fun into the weekend with 3 graded stakes out west at Santa Anita, the Grade 1 Gamely, the Grade 1 Shoemaker Mile, and the Grade 2 Gold Cup at the classic distance of 1.25 miles on the dirt. Looking forward to that. Myself, Jackson, and Kaylee previewed those 3 races along with the Paradise Creek. So I'm excited to talk about the stakes races. We get a little bit closer. Matthew, you teased your late pick 5 ticket, so obviously we'll want to dive into that as that sequence gets a little bit closer. You guys have been sending out some great tickets over on the NYRABets social platforms there, whether it was the pick 5 that you sent out Preakness Day or the pick 6 Kaylee sent out. Both were hitters. Yeah, so great.
Yeah,
great
so
day.
we get the good,
Yeah.
keep the good luck rolling.
Yeah.
I mean, first pick we gave out wasn't right, so hopefully things take a turn. But that was, I mean, that 8, you really thought that you would have broke a little bit sharper.
I would have
came
thought
so wide around the turn.
Well,
and
and then
just left with so much left to do. That horse is never that far back.
No, he's never that far back, and also, you know, you guys know this with these claimers. You get out up front, and a horse just kind of gets a little brave, it gets a little bit easier. And these aren't necessarily horses that always like to pass each other. I think that was the point Jackson was kind of making when we came on. They all have very similar running styles in terms of like being like very close, stalking the pace. And, you know, one of those horses just gets up to the lead, and it's like, all right, that's easy now. And you saw what happened. Like that 8, I thought that 8 was done on the turn because Manny was kind of starting to scrub at him and wasn't really responding at all. All of a sudden they get straightened out and he almost gets up for a photo for second. So it just, you know, sometimes these horses, you know, they'll give themselves a little too much to do. When he broke kind of in the back half of the field, I was like, okay, that's it's not going to be our best bet of the day. That's for sure. So we'll improve from there.
Yeah, only way we can go is up. I had mentioned I like the 3, so my horse did no better. But yeah, Jackson and you both touched on it. The similar running styles. Props to IRAD. Obviously, the jockeys see the racing forms too. He went right out to the front. He knew that, you know, in a race like this, maybe they don't like to pass each other. So that's why he's one of the best to do it. We have go ahead, Jackson.
Yeah, Ryan, just to finish up with that race, like that.
Yeah.
The tote board with that one horse is just such a textbook example of the market telling you everything you know about that race, because on paper the horse had a good shot. As Matthew mentioned, David does not miss morning lines like that. Maybe that's a once in a year type of thing. The fact that horse was so dead on the board and he ran like it. I mean, he was that told you everything you know about that horse's chances today. I think he was 7th or something. He was not close.
I think that's a great point, particularly in the claiming race. Sometimes in stakes races, you can see kind of some wacky fluctuations, obviously like Triple Crown races, big stakes races. Sometimes a horse just gets really overbet and all of a sudden everybody else starts floating up. But this was not a situation where you had a 1-5 or a 2-5 where suddenly everybody's floating up to unrealistic odds. It was a situation where, you know, betting was pretty normal and that horse was just dead on the board. And so, you know, it's one of those things it's fascinating to see when that happens, particularly in the claiming ranks, because it usually tells you they know a lot.
They really know a lot in racing, especially out on the East Coast in Kentucky. The they knew money is always spot on. Speaking of out on the East Coast, we have Monmouth race number 6 coming up in about 7 minutes. They're off the turf today, except for race number 9, which is the Cliffhanger Stakes. Which we will, of course, go over there in a little bit. But race number 6, we have a 4-horse field, mile and 70 yards, 62.5 claimers, or $6,250 claimers, I should say. No heavy favorites, but again, 4-horse field, probably expected to be a jockey's race. Jackson, I'll go to you first. How did you see this? Any thoughts? This race is pretty wide open.
This race reminds me a lot of what we just covered. There's 4 horses, but they all don't really have much release speed. They're all coming from 4 different circuits too. So I had a tough time trying to okay, maybe I can figure out who's been running the better races. But no, they're coming from 4 different circuits, so it's tough to compare those. This was another race I actually kind of wanted to get some clues from the tote board. So I'm trying to get these will pays to load because I think that'll tell you a lot. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I mean, even the will pays there's not much separation between the 1, 2, and 5. So this is the tough one. Give me another second. I'm gonna keep looking.
Okay, I'll give you
one of the things I will say is, I will say while there might not be a favorite in terms of the board, there's a heavy favorite sitting next to me in terms of somebody's preference in this race.
Yeah,
so I will let you just filibuster until Jackson's will pays refresh. So go for it.
I mean, this is like a personal pick, but he can also very much win here. I mean, just like we said, these are pretty evenly matched horses, and this horse, the number 3, all about the money. He's like a true war horse. Like, look up this horse's record. He's literally incredible. He's been in every single circuit. Pretty sure at one point he was on your your neck of the woods and on the West Coast as well.
Golden Gate.
This horse has been, Del Mar, Santa Anita. This horse has been literally everywhere. You never really know what you're going to get from him, but I like the cutback in distance off of that last race. I mean, he went 1 1/8 last time out. Yeah, he lost by 10 lengths, but he got a pretty good buyer that day, 70. That towers over so many horses in here. His best races are run at this distance, and he also has been to Monmouth Park and has run pretty well there as well. So I'm going to be betting the number 3. All about the money.
Go. The number 3 is Kaylee's top pick. Matthew, what did you see? I'll give Jackson a couple more minutes to figure things out for Will Pays on his end.
At the risk of getting punched by Kaylee, I'm probably not going to be picking all about the money, but
wise choice.
because I want to protect my bankroll. But it's interesting. You go, Gambling Czar is coming off a little bit of a layoff. I always have a tough time trusting that Laurel Park form sometimes. That Maryland form is nothing against the horses down there. It does not always travel very well. And so I'm always a little concerned about that. And honestly, the Parks form is not one that I always love either. And that horse has been getting thoroughly beat, the number 5 Valentine at the claiming 10. Now, again, we're going a mile, but this horse has been running 1:70 before and not making much of a difference. Getting a little bit of a class drop down there, and certainly has put together some decent efforts at that claiming 7,500, which is closer to this level. So that's promising to see. The biggest class drop is, I think, the current favorite, if I'm not mistaken, the number 2 Venezuelan Triumph, who's 8-5 and is in kind of current form right now, coming out of Tampa and coming up here to Monmouth. Can run on the turf, can run on the dirt a little bit. Like Jackson said, I think it's going to be a jockey's race in a lot of ways. And, Paco Lopez has a lot of issues that we can maybe litigate or maybe not, but Paco tends to be aggressive. And that's what I feel like is going to win this race is, I wish I could bet this race 25 yards after they start, because that'll tell you everything you need to know.
Absolutely agree. Jackson, how's it been looking at Will Pays? What are your thoughts now as we're 3 minutes to post for the 6th?
Yeah, even the Will Pays weren't too helpful. Not much separation between a lot of these. I'm probably going to try the 5 in here. I think he's the one that's most likely to get to the front end. And like I said, not a lot of these horses they're not very quick. And this one has at least proven that he can get to the front. Can he hang on? He doesn't usually hang on, but today might be the day against this group. So he's as good as anyone in this spot. I'll probably play him to win. I'm also going to play a double in the next race. It looks like the race came off the turf. The MTO got in, probably going to be a pretty big favorite in there. So how I will probably play is have, X amount of dollars on this 5 horse to win, and then come back and play it for probably half for that 5 into the 10 in the next race. That's a double. So definitely want to make sure I cash if this 5 horse wins, because that's my opinion in this race. And then that would be the little something extra if I'm right about both halves of this double.
I like it. That's a good way to press your opinions, and thanks for diving into the betting strategy there. Well, Matthew's on the 2, Kaylee's on the 3, Jackson's on the 5, so I'm going to go with the 1. I like Isaac Castillo.
Might as well.
It might as well. It's going to be a jockey's race. I like Isaac Castillo and the way he can be aggressive in a situation like this. Maybe going to be a little bit more forward from the rail. I know this horse doesn't have a ton of speed, but it's closed into some slow paces in the past, so maybe just kind of wakes up on a new surface off a brief freshening from the March 22nd effort at Laurel Park. So one of us, you would think, has got to be right in a race like this, where all 4 of us are on a different one. But hey, we've seen crazier things.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a non-starter. It could be declared a non-contest. Who knows? Because one of the horses gets loose, and who knows? Hopefully that doesn't happen. Although this 2's acting a little crazy, so I don't know. I need to keep
I
an
will
eye on
say
him.
this is the lowest level that the 3 has dropped to.
All right, we get it. We get it. You like all about the money. I get it. Okay, it's not, just.
This 2 is either acting crazy or doing those signature kind of Paco figure 8s that he does with his horses.
That's
in the
true.
Water. Maybe a little combo of the both of them, because the horse seems to not really want to do the whole figure 8, but maybe they have some different ideas. But either way, about a minute to post here. We're all on different horses. I'm on the 1, Matthew the 2, Kaylee the 3, Jackson the 5. I'll just do a win bet on the 1. I don't have any crazy strong opinions, but Jackson, that was a good shout to point out that next race in the off the turf event, the number 10 Violet Smile drew in off the also eligibles, ridden by Paco Lopez, trained by Derek Ryan, who is a popular trainer up in that area during the Monmouth season. So certainly one that merits a lot of respect as that race has come off of the turf.
Who looks really good on the track.
Yeah, we're watching it on the big screen.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
For what it's worth,
yeah.
Platform has the race ratings, so you can kind of get another idea about the class rating, what they've been facing. Because like I said, they're all coming from 4 different circuits. So the 2 and the 3 have been facing the toughest fields by about 7 or 8 points, which is pretty significant. So that's another just idea about this race, I guess I could say.
Yeah,
I do think that's one of the best. I love that tool that Timeform has, and that's one of my favorite. The race ratings is it's a valuable piece of information, particularly in a race like this. Sometimes even some listed stakes races, I think that can be really helpful. Where you're like, how good was this really? Versus other horses coming up from allowance company, horses sticking in this sort of thing. When you have horses coming from different circuits, different levels, I love looking at that. So I'm glad you shouted that out, Jackson, because it is a valuable piece of information, particularly at the start of a meet like Monmouth, where everybody's coming in from somewhere, and everybody's coming in from New York, they're coming in from the Mid-Atlantic, they're coming in from Florida, and so you just don't know.
Yeah, the Timeform ratings, good shout by you, Jackson. Certainly a really valuable tool to use as we go. Doing a little caliente shuffle before they enter the gate. After this race, Matthew, we'll have a little bit of time before the next race at Belmont at the Big A, but we have not been able to talk, and I have not been able to hear your opinions on the Preakness Stakes, so I would love to hear your thoughts on that, and we'll be sure to dive into that because obviously it's a pretty hot topic depending on who you ask. If there was any blame, or maybe it was just really good race riding. So we'll obviously talk about that at the conclusion of this race. But they're approaching the gate. Yeah, go ahead, Matthew.
No. I was just saying, absolutely no. We're getting close to approaching the gate here for Monmouth, and I guess it's looking like a nice day down there too. I will say, I don't know, have either of you guys ever been to Monmouth Park?
I have not. Jackson has.
Oh, Jackson, you have. Yeah, it's one of the prettiest tracks. I love Monmouth Park. I love Monmouth.
It is.
It was really cool. I played in the Pick Your Prize a couple years back. So I flew out to Newark, took the train there, went at the track all day, took the train back, and flew out. It was a very long 24 hours. It was a lot of fun. It was a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, the picnic area is one of the nicest areas that you can find, and I love it out there. So this is glad it's a nice day and the rain stopped, and hopefully we see a nice race here and can cash in on a little bit of a ticket.
No doubt. They're just about in the gate. I'll let our buddy Matt Dinnerman take us the rest of the way with the call for race number 6.
Matty Oliver rounding out the quartet here. Start of the late pick 5. This race off the turf, or it was on the dirt scheduled, I should say, just down to a field of 4. We're ready to go. And Lara sorting themselves out for a leader here. Valentine has a head in front of Venezuelan Triumph. All about the money between that pair. And down on the inside is Gambling Czar as they go into the first turn run. Venezuelan Triumph not going fast at all. He's going to carve out the fractions, at least in the first quarter mile. All about the money. Ducks to the inside, come and challenge. Now they speed things up. Venezuelan Triumph, the leader of length from All About the Money, who takes a hold second to the inside. Valentine is right outside of that runner. Gap of 3.5 or 4 to Gambling Czar. Nickeled along already by Isaac Castillo at the back of the field. The 4 runners head down the barn side. Venezuelan Triumph at 9-5 leads a length. Now it's 3/4 of a length, making a half length on Valentine, pressing the issue a bit harder now in second. All About the Money in a good position off the top 2 and third, a length and a half behind, space of 2.5 to Gambling Czar, who is 4th and last. Into the turn they go. Venezuelan Triumph, half length in front. Valentine right there, shown more rain as they go into the turn. 2 more to All About the Money. Has lost the length on the top pair. Will under some pressure now to the inside. And Gambling Czar is joining that rival, but is being asked to pick up the pace as well. Coming to the top of the stretch, the 2 favorites. Even money shot Valentine outside of Venezuelan Triumph at 9-5. And they come off the turn as Valentine takes over. Venezuelan Triumph retreats to second. All About the Money down on the inside, trying to re-rally. Grandstand side is Gambling Czar. Furlong to go. Valentine in front. Valentine 2 lengths clear. All About the Money. And Gambling Czar second and third chasing. But Valentine's going to do it. Valentine scores by
There
a
you
length
go.
of 3/4.
Well, all right. The 5 broke pretty sharp there and just got out to the lead. And again, it was a pretty similar race to what we just saw at Belmont at the Big A, where not a whole lot of passing went on there down the lane, but 5-1, 3-2 is how it went. Obviously, the 2 set the pace for the most part, but faded out a little bit late. Just got a little bit tired. But Jackson, good call on the number 5. I assume you played a win bet. You got even money, and then you went into a double into the number 10 in the next race as well. So good start for you out here.
Wasn't expecting even money there, but whatever.
That's you know the game better than
I'm not going to brag too much about an even money shot in a full horse field. So we'll get the next race.
There you go. All right. Well, we're looking forward to the next race. I'm personally looking forward to when we get out to Santa Anita and I get to hear you East Coast folks come to our neck of the woods and start handicapping for us. It's not something we often get to talk about with you guys, so I'm looking forward to it.
I think we have to start taking a drink every time someone says neck of the woods. I think we're at 4 already. We're at 25.
We might be.
Oh, all right. That is a
We
favorite
might be.
phrase of mine. So
I'll get
I think I've said it the other 3 times, to be fair. I've said it a lot.
Absolutely in the Fantastics.
Yeah. Well, Noah Maher is not with us quite yet. So when he gets here, the fantastic drinking game will begin because that's got to be his word of the day just every day. Matthew, I mentioned at the conclusion of that race at Monmouth, I wanted to get your thoughts on the Preakness Stakes. Obviously, journalism ran a monster race. Gosger ran second, as we all know. But there was, some bumping and some bumper cars going on there, top of the stretch. How did you see it? Because obviously, I think every single person on X and social media has had a different opinion of who is at fault.
Yeah, I think so. And I will say in real time, and Kaylee can attest to this because we were watching this together along with a couple of colleagues of ours. And I believe I was using some derogatory language towards the jockey of journalism and saying, this is why I don't trust you in big races on the dirt. I just, it just is one of those where, because I remember the drone shot, and I'll start on the back stretch. There's a drone shot. And at first, journalism reminded me of, and you'll appreciate this, Kaylee, it reminded me of Sovereignty in the Fountain of Youth down the backstretch. Because in the Fountain of Youth, Junior's scrubbing at Sovereignty. And you're thinking, well, maybe, first off the bench, maybe he's not going to fire. And all of a sudden around the turn, the horse ears prick up and here we go. But what did Junior do that day? We went wide the whole way. We just kept Sovereignty out of trouble. We kept him wide. We're going to win. We get River Thames at the wire despite the short stretch, the whole 9 yards. You see on the backstretch in that drone shot, Rispoli moves journalism out about 2 paths. And you think, okay, he's going to go overland. And he's getting after the horse clearly out of the bridle, as Rispoli said. At some point around the turn, he picks up the bridle, though, and just starts making a move. But by that point, Rispoli has decided, well, nope, we're going to go inside. And as he goes inside, I go, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. The rail's got to open up. It's got to open up. And Ortiz is on Clever again, and he knows he's backing up. And so he's sticking right to the rail. So he's not fanning out and bothering everybody else. So he's backing up. He's done. Jose Ortiz is one of the best at knowing what sort of horse he has under him. And so he knows he's done on Clever again. So he's easing up, but staying kind of as far out of the way as people can get when you're on the inside. And Flavian's got his line. And he had his line on Bob's horse, goal oriented. And there's a moment where Flavian moves out just a smidge. And Rispoli thinks I'm going to go in. And Flavian, no, you're not. And he kind of comes back in on him. And Rispoli really wants to try to get through that gap. And there isn't much of a gap there. Even with Flavian moving out just a smidge, there was not much of a gap. And when you make contact on a horse's rear end, what's going to happen is their front end's going to go back towards you. And that's exactly what happened. I view it as being entirely on Rispoli. And I think Pratt is, yes, he was aggressive, but he thought he had a horse. And Kaylee disagrees. She thinks it was mostly on.
No, I don't have any hard opinion on it.
Yeah.
I think that multiple things can be true at once.
Yeah. I think, but I thought Rispoli was probably a little bit more in the wrong in this particular case and it was a dangerous spot to go through. But listen, a couple of years ago in the Jim Dandy, we saw Irad do this with Forte, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. And that, try to bulldoze your way through a hole. I mean, we see Irad do that in a lot of like maiden claiming races too. I mean, it doesn't have to be a big race for Irad to do that. And so like, it's one of those things. So I guess up here in New York, we're used to seeing that a little bit, where it's a little bit more aggressive riding. And, and so I didn't have a problem with them not taking anybody down. It wasn't like it cost, I mean, yes, it cost Clever again, maybe some placement between like 6th and 8th, but like it wasn't going to impact from a betting standpoint. Yeah. Goal oriented, maybe, but not. He wasn't going to go past Sandman for 3rd. So, from a betting standpoint, it's hard to say it changed the outcome of the race at all. And the best horse won. But again, when you have the best horse, ride him like the best horse, which was Steve Asmussen's point when he went on Steve Bick's show, which is, why are you trying to ride this horse through the most difficult spot possible? Let him go wide. You don't have to, it's an 8-horse field. You don't have to go that far wide. You go wide, you win by 3 lengths. That's my opinion of it. And again, it goes back to that fountain of youth that I saw with Sovereignty and what Junior did, where he just kept the horse wide and the horse got up there. And, when you're at Preakness and Pimlico, you got the whole stretch. So he had plenty of time to track down Gosker on the front end, who ran a monster race. And I think that's something that kind of is unfortunately overlooked with all of the controversy and journalism. Gosker ran a massive race. And for people who think he was backing up, Sandman wasn't getting there. I'll tell you that. And so it's not like Gosker was backing up as much as journalism is just a freak of a horse. So I think, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to set up for a hell of a race in 2 weeks, though. I can't wait for that.
It is. The Belmont Stakes in a couple of weeks at Saratoga is going to be phenomenal. I want to see who else, shows up to the race. It looks like Rodriguez is going to show up. We can get into the pace dynamics of the Belmont Stakes here in a little bit as well. But I liked a lot of your points on the Preakness Stakes there. I think Rispoli probably made a bad decision to keep the best horse inside. Maybe he shared our viewpoint, Matthew, which is no North American jockey stays on the rail as they turn for home. True. So he expected it to open up. But Clever again was backing up. Jose did the right thing to stay on the rail. He didn't, put anybody else in danger. And Pratt is Pratt for a reason. He made sure to make it as hard as possible on journalism. And that's exactly what he should have done. I don't think he moved out and invited journalism in on purpose just to close the door. But he probably kept it tight for a reason. Very few jockeys are more aware of their surroundings than Flavian Pratt when he's riding in a race. So it's entirely possible that maybe it was just, a combination of things that led to that cluster that was the top of the stretch. But the best horse won. So at the end of the day, I'm with you. I don't think it cost anybody a placing. And if anything, we got to see a monster effort out of journalism. One that I know the Beyer speed figures maybe came back a little bit light, but I still think it takes a tremendous animal to be able to go and catch a horse that was loose on the lead by 5+ lengths, a quarter of the way down the stretch.
Well, the Beyer.
One thing I'll add. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Jackson.
Yeah, you can't use the figure does not matter for journalism in that race because he had so much trouble. I mean, just ignore it. You have to upgrade it. You have to decide how many points you want to upgrade it, but you're definitely upgrading it a few points at the minimum. So, I just want to put that out there. And I don't know. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's amazing that it comes on the 20th anniversary of Fleet Alex, which was the other kind of amazing Preakness effort that we saw, where Fleet Alex, and of course goal oriented, if I'm not mistaken, the dam was sired by a Fleet Alex of goal oriented. So kind of again, kind of a little ironic there that horse was involved in the drama of the race, and that was. I think, God, that was 2005. That was one of not my first memory. I've been watching racing for a long time, but that's one of my really first memorable moments and one of the great calls by Tom Dirk and Scrappy T blows the turn, and just, Scrappy T, damn you. And a Fleet Alex. And it was a very similar thing that you saw from a Fleet Alex and journalism, where they both encountered something that most horses would either shy away from, call it quits, not. And what does a Fleet Alex do? He draws off and wins by 8. He just takes off after he goes down to his knees and just blows by everyone in the field and just puts away everybody. And what does journalism do? He gets sandwiched in between horses, bumped around, and comes out and tracks down Gosker. And honestly, I didn't think he was going to get there until he got there. I mean, it was one of those moments where it's just incredible to see. So, we were treated to a great race. We're going to be treated to another great one, I think, in a couple of weeks up here at Saratoga.
Definitely. And I do want to get into the Belmont Stakes the Met Mile, all of things like that. But first, we got to take care of some business. We got 3 minutes to post for race number 6 at Belmont Park, or Belmont at the Big A, I should say. 7 furlong race on the dirt, maiden $75,000 claimers. Number 2 is the favorite. Timing difference for Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, Clarovich Stables, so very common connections. I'm against this favorite. I don't like a Chad Brown that's really in the maiden claiming ranks for more than the first time. Debuted for $100,000, last time out for $75,000. Still hasn't gotten the job done in 5 starts, and now is another short price in a field where I think you have a lot of upside on some other runners. So, Jackson, I'll go out to you. No, just kidding. I'm going to go to Kaylee. We haven't heard Kaylee's voice in a while. Kaylee, what are your thoughts on this one? I have a feeling I know the horse that you may have your eyes on, just judging by the trainer, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts on who you like in race number 6.
I think the 7 honestly looks better to me than Mott's horse does. The 7 has really good speed, drawn to the outside, cutting back in distance off that last effort, and you can see probably going to help the horse out a little bit. Ran some pretty strong figures, regressed in the second start, but also, I mean, I think, another shot, this horse could run back similarly to what we saw on debut. Probably going to play, I mean, the Chad horse does look tough. You get Flavian Pratt aboard. I don't really like the multiple times in the claiming ranks either, but I'm probably going to play maybe a try box with the 2, the 6, and the 7.
I like it. Matthew, how did you see the races? We're about a minute to post.
Yeah, I mean, what I'll say is I agree with you with the general perspective of Clarovich second time in the claiming ranks is a little bit of a question mark. I love playing his horses when they drop down the first time from maiden special weight to maiden claiming. Usually that's when they're very live and they usually win at a very high rate. And so the second time's a little bit of a question mark, though. When you get Flavian up, you're like, well, and so at some point it's even money, and that's just hard to swallow, I think, in this type of a race. I agree with Kaylee. The 7 certainly looks good. I was also looking at Dave Duggan's horse, the 5, Gypsy Dreaming at 5-1. That horse is making the class drop now after running against Maiden Special Weight Company the last few times out and was coming from Brendan Walsh's barn before that. This one's getting the blinkers taken off. Duggan's dropping in for the first time. He's already gotten a couple wins this meet. I think at 5-1, that's not bad value.
Yeah, that is my top pick in the race as well. I think that last race, just some muddied up form there that is going to give us some better value. Given the pace held together, the winner was the Protected, who set the pace and went wire to wire that day at about 10-1. But maybe just didn't like the blinkers. Maybe just, had a pretty rough trip as well. Was, bumped towards the start, had to steady in there. Just looked uncomfortable pretty much the entire way around the track. So I think blinkers off, gets back to a reasonable trip, and I like the draw. Probably going to be some outside speed here, and then dropping down. Debuted in the maiden claiming ranks, but that was as a 2-year-old. So now, as a 3-year-old, gets another shot to drop down from maiden special weight into the maiden claiming. Jackson, we'll go to you. We're just about to load in the gate. Who is your top play, or how are you betting this race?
Yeah, just going to keep it simple. I don't like this favorite very much. I don't really have too many other opinions outside of this 5. I'm with you guys on the 5. All the points you guys said. Just went down this 5 horse. Kind of interesting. All the 3 main speeds of this race, all from time for have pretty much the same pace ratings. All 3 of them are going blinkers off. So I'd be curious how that changes how these jockeys ride these horses. Because you typically when the blinkers come off, they're going to be a little bit further back. But this race also seems ripe for the taking on the front end. So I'm just curious to see how they come out of the gate and how this pace shakes up.
Yeah, it's going to be
7's
interesting.
Coming out of a pretty productive race. Last time out, the runner-up Bayard in 96 to break his maiden. Next time out, just something that caught my eye, but pretty good price on the board.
Yeah, Duration, who also finished 3rd in that, also came out to run at 96 Bayer, and that one's next start. So that's 2 next out runners who got 96 Bayer speed figures. So certainly could be a live race for the number 7 Barb. And Mirage is also known to be aggressive out of the gate. So you could see that one maybe take some forward position with the outside draw. They're just about in the gate, so I'll turn it over to Chris Griffin so he can give us the race call for race number 6. Myself, Jackson, and Matthew are on the number 5. Kaylee is on the number 7. We're all against the 2. Good luck. And all your bets.
All set.
Not wins, you're going to be upset.
And
rider.
Good speed from Gypsy Dreaming is in the early mix, and towards the outside, here's the closer, and following them is Barb. Just behind them at the rail, that's
Four
gonna
is
be
tiny.
Scottish
That's five's
Storm.
tiny.
Second to last is timing difference with the trailer, Sequential. No hurry up front as the leader to the inside is Gypsy Dreaming. Look to take back a little bit. Doesn't look like much pace on as there's the closer sitting in second. Barb is under a tight hold up on the outside in third, 22.66 for the opening quarter mile. At the rail, then Scottish Storm
There's
is
the
in fourth.
closer.
Timing difference is right in behind this group. Under a snug hold here with less than a half mile to go, and the trailer.
I mean, no excuses. Come on.
Yeah.
They're chasing Gypsy Dreaming. Gypsy Dreaming, still in command, is up by 2. The closer is stalking right there from second, and Barb is 3 wide. Timing difference starts to warm to the task, and here comes a wide run from timing difference is going to be 4 wide as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. All in is Scottish Storm. Sequential is trailed throughout. They're still chasing Gypsy Dreaming at the top of the stretch. It's Gypsy Dreaming who's trying to sprint clear. The closer is making hard work of it, but does start to cut into that margin, and here comes timing difference, grandstand side. Barb is in between horses. The closer has taken the lead. Timing difference to the outside. Barb in between horses. Timing difference has now gotten the edge. It's now timing difference who's up by a full length. Give it to timing difference. Flavia Pratt gets the victory. The closer was second, then Barb.
Well, Kaylee, yeah, you just mentioned it. You said the try box play would be.
I didn't even bet it.
Well, then there no excuse though for the 5. You heard Jackson mention it as they were entering the far turn. I mean, the 5 pretty much had everything his own way and just did not get the job done there. So the favorite wins at 4 to 5, but I feel like we were all in the right headspace trying to beat that horse.
I think that's a bet you can feel good about, though. I mean, obviously the result wasn't what we wanted, but we got 9-2 on a class-dropping horse with a big favorite that didn't have a speed figure edge, and he got loose in the lead. I mean, he just got everything we possibly could have won in that race. He just didn't run. That's going to happen when you're betting.
Exactly. That's going to happen sometimes. That's racing.
Yeah, one of the things I'll say is, like, it was interesting. You probably heard me say it over the microphone was when they started running, I was like, man, that 5's tiny. Like, that 5's a really small horse. And it's one of those where, like, physically handicapping, if I was out in the paddock, I'd have been like, oh, tossing that 5. Like, I don't like that 5 at all, compared. It's just, I got the perfect trip. I agree with Jackson. Like, I mean, no excuses. Like, that's the trip. I mean, that's how you're going to eventually win. But, man, you saw the other horses compared to him, and it was just like, oh, he looks like he's running junior varsity versus the varsity team. So, not to say small horses can't run big races, but it just, at this level, maybe not. Sometimes the physicals really do stand out.
Yeah, no doubt. He was no Seabiscuit there. So,
No.
Certainly, he definitely looked significantly smaller than the rest of those. And maybe that's because he was a 3-year-old going against some of the older horses. Yeah. The 6 was 4 years old. The 7 was also 3, but the 2 was 4 years old, your eventual winner timing difference. So maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe he's got a little bit more growing up to do. But that was race number 6 from Belmont at the beginning. Next up, we start the late pick 5. So, Matthew, obviously, we want to hear your thoughts on that. We're about 16 minutes away from the opener at Santa Anita, and I believe about 10 minutes away from the next race at Monmouth Park. So we'll cover that one briefly before going out to the West Coast in Arcadia, California. But first, let's do a quick preview of the Belmont Stakes coming up in a few weeks, or in a couple weeks, I should say, 2 weeks from today, if my calendar is correct. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously, we have Sovereignty coming back. We have Journalism, who looks to be showing up there. Not a whole lot of pace on paper. Gosger will not be in attendance. Rodriguez just put in a nice 7 furlong work out at Santa Anita, so looks to be ready per the connections, Tom Ryan, and what they've been tweeting lately. What were your thoughts on the pace scenario? I know you guys did a video kind of analyzing the race as it looks right now.
Yeah, we did a kind of a pace preview, and then everything changed.
Yeah.
And so it's hysterical. We did an initial early preview, and we talked a lot about Gosger, and then Brendan Walsh was like, no. And then we did the pace preview, and at that point, Rodriguez was still MIA. And, with him being scratched out of the Derby and the Preakness, it was like, how much faith do you put in this horse getting ready for the Belmont now out in California? And he hadn't put into work yet. And then he put into work the next day. And you kind of hear the word, well, this horse is actually now going to go here, and this horse is going to go there. And so now we're going to maybe not, I still think there's going to be another entry in this race that's going to represent front end speed, because I have a hard time thinking that the connections of all of the other horses are okay having a Bob Baffert horse loose on the lead. And somebody's going to send somebody to go after Rodriguez, because we've seen that story before. Now, Journalism and Sovereignty, I think, are horses that do not need pace. They can close. You see that out in California. Journalism can close on a speed favoring track when they're loping along up front for California standards. Sovereignty, we saw what he did in the Fountain of Youth. He can close when there's no fractions. So he can do that. But I still think somebody's going to come up here and try to challenge Rodriguez, because otherwise right now, Baez is probably the second fastest horse in the race and would be kind of tracking and might give him a bit of an advantage in that space. So, as a horse that's still, we don't know where that ceiling is on Baeza yet. So, I think it's a really fascinating race as it stands right now. It's hard to get by the two heavy hitters, but the pace dynamics could certainly lead someone logically, I think, to try to beat them. I might not agree with them, but I understand why they would try to do that.
Yeah, no doubt. I think you laid that.
Just out of that point, we saw John Sheriffs enter Westwood in the Santa Anita Derby, and he took it to Citizen Bowl. That horse hasn't ran since, but he's working regularly. He worked yesterday. He worked 4 times every single week. So maybe that's the rabbit in the race, because I won't be surprised if they do it again. That's the only reason he was in the Santa Anita Derby. I know he somehow got third, but he was there to make the pace go instead of that first thing.
That was the point that Kaylee made on our video, and you were the one who said, Westwood might be the horse.
He worked 6 furlongs yesterday, so that definitely, I don't see any 6 furlong works prior that he's had, but so that definitely sticks out. But honestly, as we get closer, if it's looking like Rodriguez is going to be lone speed, I think you have 3 win contenders at that point.
Yeah.
Rodriguez could win.
He could. He could. He could. I think he's a very good horse. I think there's still some murmuring about Grande and whether or not he's going to go. Mm-hmm. He's been dealing with some foot issues. I think, Todd obviously has Crudo as well, coming out of the gate-to-wire victory in the Sir Barton on the Preakness undercard. So, there's some other horses that might go there, and that might, kind of change up some dynamics. But it's going to be a lot of fun. And listen, Sovereignty looks great, and Journalism looks great. So the good news is that both the top 2 look the part right now. Baez is working out fantastic. So it looks like everybody's going to show up with their A game, which is all you can ask for. And it'll be interesting to see the first few days of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend up there in Saratoga, how the track is playing. I think that's going to be a big thing. Last year was a very speed favoring track. So paying attention to that is going to be critical, because I remember last year, Chad Brown was a little critical of the way the track was playing. Not that he had a dog in that fight, but maybe he just had the best closer we've seen out of that 3-year-old crop in terms of Sierra Leone. So he had a little bit of interest in making sure the track played more fairly, understandably so. And he's got Hill Road this year, who's another deep closer. So we'll see.
Did he finish second, Sierra Leone?
Who? Third in the Belmont, yeah.
Hill Road is another one that Kaylee had mentioned. Another one that just seems to run his race. Maybe he's a step below, Journalism and Sovereignty, because they seem very special animals. And then you have that next tier of, Baeza, maybe Rodriguez in there, although we haven't seen him in either of the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown yet. But it's possible, he entered the Derby having, the second or third best buyer speed figure in the entire field. Yeah. So it's very possible that he is another top member of the crop. But you mentioned Westwood possibly entering. I haven't looked at the work tab for East Avenue, but that's another one that comes to mind, also owned by Godolphin. That if he's ready, he could maybe make an appearance in the Belmont Stakes to give some pace.
I think he's going to the Matt Win.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
That which is a really great spot for him. He's going to be deadly there. He looks to be the speed out of the probables. But when you think about it, you guys brought up Hill Road. It's pretty interesting because Hill Road has never gotten to go, a mile and a quarter yet. No. He's never, I think. Yeah, he only went a mile and an eighth. Yeah, so stretching out, when you think about it, the other horses took a huge jump up when they got to stretch out as well. So maybe he's a horse that's really going to improve. Do I think he's as good as Journalism and Sovereignty? No, but he's also one that doesn't need pace. The more ground he gets, I think he's going to run better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I certainly agree. All right. We got 3 minutes until the next race at Monmouth Park. So let's talk a little Monmouth. We don't have a huge field, so it's going to be similar to the last one. This one is off the turf. We're going 5.5 furlongs. Open claim $16,000 runners for 3-year-olds and upward. We have the 1, the 3, the 4, the 10, and the 11. Jackson, we talked earlier, you like the 10 drawing in as a main track only. The 11 looks a little bit wily out there on the track. Matthew, I'll go to you first. Who caught your eye in race number 7 from Monmouth Park?
Yeah, I think, it's interesting. I know Jackson really likes that 7 or that 10, I should say, understandably so. Derek Ryan's a really good trainer, and that horse, I think, makes a lot of sense. For me, it's going to be interesting to see how this one kind of plays out. And sometimes you don't know how turf speed translates onto the dirt. I'm talking in particular here, number 4, Bolt of Paradise. That horse has shown good speed on the grass, but again, does that always translate exactly to when we get on the dirt? I think that's something we saw, in a very much higher profile setting with like a horse like City of Troy, I should say, showed good speed on turf, nowhere near fast enough to get to the lead on dirt. And so I think sometimes just seeing the ones across the running lines can be a little deceiving on turf horses when they suddenly are off track. So as a result of that, I kind of looked. I think the number 10 makes all the sense in the world in this race. You see, that's where all the money's going, obviously, right now, even money. And yeah, for me, that's going to be it's going to be hard to get around that horse. Maybe the 3 is a little bit interesting just because the horse has had a lot of dirt form, and shown a little bit of speed at times. But for me, it's going to be hard to get around the 10.
Yeah, I share the same opinions there. The 10 looks like far and away the horse to beat, especially from the nice outside draw. You brought up a good point with the 4 going turf to dirt. We're not exactly sure how that's going to translate over. Kaylee, did you have any thoughts on this race as we're about a minute away from race number 9? Or sorry, race number 6.
I really agree with what you guys were talking about with reading the turf running lines on that number 4. I'm pretty sure that was the one that really scared me the most when I was constructing my ticket. But I played the cross country pick 5. I'm single to the 10 in the first leg, so really hoping to get this one home. I mean, main track only entry, so you'd imagine this one's going to be pretty tough to get around.
I like it. And good reminder to everybody, if you're playing those horizontal sequences, this does start the cross-country pick 5, Monmouth and Belmont at Aqueduct, the tracks to focus on there. Matthew, obviously, after this race, we're going to swing out to our side of the coast, I'll say, instead of neck of the woods. I'll say our side of the coast to talk about are you drinking a milkshake, Jackson? Or is that a coffee?
It was a nice coffee, but that was a couple hours ago, so now it's kind of just...
So now it's just a room temperature coffee. I love it. But no matter, we'll go out and we'll talk a little bit about Santa Anita. We're about 7 minutes to post for race number 1 on Cal Cup Day for the springtime. So all Calbreds out on the West Coast. It's a nice competitive card, great fields through and through, and a lot of stakes races to talk about later. But then we got to swing back out to Belmont at the Big A to talk about the late pick 5, consisting of 3 turf races, a turf stakes, and really competitive fields pretty much the entire way through the sequence. Jackson, from a betting perspective, let me ask you. Obviously, you said that you have a double here ending in the 10 at Monmouth. If you like a horse in this race, if you do like the 10, how would you recommend betting it from this race, maybe going forward?
Yeah, I mean, just for me, I'm already alive in the double, so I don't need to bet this horse to win. I feel like this is a good opportunity to try to get this 4 out of the top 3 completely. I mean, he's getting bet based on some turf route numbers. This is a completely different ball game. He's totally improving on the dirt. So I'm gonna try to get really creative in here. I'm gonna go. Obviously, the 10's gonna be on top. I think the 11 is the very clear and obvious other horse with proven dirt form, faster numbers. So I'm gonna just go 10, 11 with the 1 and 3 and the trifecta. But the same thing again. You kind of have to tier your bets. So it'll probably be $10 on the 10, 11 double, and then a $2 or $3 trifecta with 10, 11 and 1, 2. So or 1 and 3, excuse me. So I want to make sure I get the 10, 11 in there, and then the trifecta would be the kill shot. So if I hit the try as well, great. But definitely want to make sure that exacta does hit. I'm making plenty of money in that race.
I like it. Even money seems more than fair. That's what we're getting right now on the 10. If you like that horse, obviously main track only. So this horse was always intended to run on dirt if they did take this race off the turf. So that at least shows some intention from the connection. So they're loading in the gate. I'll let Matt Dinnerman load us up and call us away. It sounds like we're all across the board on the number 10, who is currently at 6-5. Just took a little bit of a tick up. Good luck to everybody on your wagers. And we will be back after the race.
first one to go into the gate is Giants Audible. Me Little Frost Girl coming up. Bolt of Paradise. Violet Smile, post 10. And to the outside post, Jody's Ruby to round out the field. We're ready to go. Flare up. Me Little Frost Girl sent for speed. Isn't quick enough to go to the front, though. Jody's Ruby, Violet Smile. It's Jody's Ruby with the lead from Violet Smile, who's neck off to the inside of that horse. Giants Audible in third. A length and a half off two runners who are pretty much together with a half mile to go. Me Little Frost Girl outside of Giants Audible. And that leaves Bolt of Paradise to trail 5 behind. Encouraged already at the back as they go into the far turn. Jody's Ruby the leader. But here's Violet Smile there on the outside, still together. 2 back to Me Little Frost Girl in third. Giants Audible is shown more rain in fourth, gets a tap on the shoulder while losing that third position. And Bolt of Paradise still at the rear as they come to the top of the lane. Violet Smile, neck in front. Jody's Ruby appears all in second. These two swing off the turn together. Giants Audible tips outside for a final 3/16 charge. Violet Smile clings on to the lead. Here's Giants Audible on the scene. Giants Audible, Violet Smile sprinting in the final furlong. And Giants Audible and Gene Aguilar have surged clear. Giants Audible with a stock and pounce trip to score. Photo for second. Me Little Frost Girl was in it.
All right. That was the number one, I believe, Giants Audible. Sorry, go ahead, Jackson.
Did not have that one.
I did not either. The 10 took some pace pressure from the outside throughout a lot of the running of that race, so maybe that compromised a little bit. But maybe 10 maybe held on for second there.
Yeah, that one seems to have woken up at Monmouth because he was not running very quickly at other tracks. Went to Monmouth last week and won. Comes back 6 days later, wins again in a race where he seemed like more of an outsider. So maybe he just really likes this racetrack.
Yeah, it's very possible it's a horse for course type of angle there. So we'll throw it out to Santa Anita now, as we are 2 minutes to post for race number 1. Again, all state bred runners on this one. We are going a mile on the turf. 3 to 5-year-old fillies and mares, state breds, maiden special weight company, heavy favorite on the rail in Ride Gold. Seems to be lone speed, stretching out from 6 furlongs out to the mile distance. Jackson, how did you see this race as we're approaching post time?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the 6-horse French Moonlight is a horse we talked about on a different show when he ran first time out. When she ran first time out, and I had kind of mentioned that this is a horse I want to bet second time out because the barn just does not win first time out, but she was training really well, and I was kind of hoping she would stretch out. Here she is going 2 turns, so I think she's pretty live in this spot. I'm going to bet her. I'll have her to win. I'm also going to have her on top exactly with the favorite, just straight 6-1, kind of the same thing. Nice, $10 win bet, and then come back and play a 6-1 straight exacta as well. Hopefully get both, but definitely the 6-1s. I want to make sure I cash.
I like it. Yes, French Moonlight was one that we spoke about. Took some money on debut for Leonard Powell, who's certainly not known for winning with his first-time starters. So that was notable. Jackson, I do remember you mentioned that that you would like to see this horse both stretch out and would like him, second time out a little bit more. Matthew, did you have any thoughts on this race as we're approaching the gate?
Yeah, I think that's one where I understand why somebody would go to the 1 odds on in a maiden special weight race. I don't necessarily love, particularly on the turf. I agree with Jackson. I mean, listen, you see that Galileo influence underneath for the 6. I mean, come on, that horse should want to run all day. So I think going along there, really like the work coming out of the maiden races, debut race as well. I think fired off a bullet, if I'm not mistaken. So like to see some additional foundation put into this horse. I know the horse didn't do a ton of running in debut, but again, you get this horse going a little bit longer. I think makes a lot of sense. And the fact that you've seen so much money, 15 to 1 down to 6 to 1, 7 to 1, I should say now, You saw a lot of movement from that morning line to show, hey, people are seeing a little bit of what Jackson's talking about here. It's actually third choice on the board. So I think that 6 makes a lot of sense as an up-top bet.
No doubt. Our man JD Fox agrees with us. Number 1 pace duel between the 1 and the 7. 6 French Moonlight, bred to love this, and is getting crushed again down from that morning line price. So Frank Mirmati is going to take us the rest of the way with the load. Good luck to everybody in the race. Oh, by the way, I don't think I said it. My top pick is the 8, Jeff Mullins and Hector Barrios to the outside. Your second choice, about 7-2 right now. Second time off the bench since January.
Winter Snow completes the line. We're in the gate. And they're off. Less is More and Ride Gold are the first 2 out of the gate. They're followed by French Moonlight into the stretch the first time. Dershin moves through on the inside in the yellow to take third. Then Stubborn, Winter Snow, and California Rocks is at the back of the field. Ride Gold will set the pace, and she leads it by 1.5 lengths to Less is More in second. And then it's Dershin getting a good triple on the rail third. French Moonlight, 4 off the pace in fourth, 2 clear of Stubborn. Winter Snow is next in a gap of 5 or 6 back to California Rocks. They swing on to the backstretch with Ride Gold the target. Ride Gold leads it by just under a length. Less is More racing in second. And then it's Dershin at the half-mile pole, still third. 2 lengths back to French Moonlight, fourth. Stubborn, Winter Snow, California Rocks. Not much change. Ride Gold, the leader throughout. Less is More goes to try and apply some pressure in second. Dershin holding her own at the rail. French Moonlight outside of her. They're joined 3 wide by Winter Snow, who starts to pick up some momentum. They're at the top of the lane. Ride Gold, Less is More. Ride Gold just in front. Less is More a half length back, still trying to get by Ride Gold. Ride Gold, Less is More. Then Dershin, Winter Snow, far outside California Rocks. Ride Gold or Less is More, who is just pestering the whole way, and Less is More surges to victory. Kyle Frey is feeling just fine.
Kyle Frey, obviously, Miramati mentioning, feeling fine after getting dismounted or getting kind of thrown off his horse yesterday, and I want to say the first race. So good to see him back. Good to see him in the winner's circle for our buddy Doug O'Neill. We did not have this one. This one just sat off the pace the entire way and eventually just grinded down the winner. So the 6 French Moonlight looked as if he had some run coming around, or looked as if she had some run, I should say, coming around the turn. Just didn't quite have enough there. Maybe another one next time out. Second time routing might be a little bit better. But that's race number 1. The 7 was 13-1 for Redham Racing and Doug O'Neill, Kyle Frey in the iron. So good price to start things off here at Santa Anita. All right, Matthew, I said that we would get out to you to talk about the Belmont Belmont and Aqueduct late pick 5. That's going to be starting here in about 7 minutes or so. We're showing 7 minutes to post. Races 7 through 11, 3 stakes races. Why don't you walk us, or 3 turf races, 1 stakes race that is on the turf. What are your thoughts on the sequence? How did you play it? Did you have any singles?
Yeah, it's a tough sequence, and the first race in particular is really challenging. The first race is, I think, the one where you probably have to spread the widest, in my opinion. So that's one where, I went 5 deep in that first leg. I only put together a $30 ticket, so I ultimately was able to go skinny in some other legs. But I feel like the first 2 legs, those first 2 turf races, were the most challenging. So in the race 7, this one, my top pick is Perugia for Linda Rice, but I really like Miss Bourbon, the number 10, a lot more in terms of value. And that horse is 8-1, Perugia 7-2. So, if I'm trying to make a little bit more money, I think Miss Bourbon makes a lot of sense. But this first leg, I'm going, I think I went 2, 3, 4, 8, 10. So I'm pretty well covered in this first race in terms of the main contenders, along with a couple of prices. And I didn't feel bad kind of spreading that much in the first leg because, again, I was able to go a little bit skinnier in the other sequences. I do have a single in this, which is actually in one of the which is in race 9, the one dirt race. I actually like the number 2 quite a bit. Ain't No Joke, 2-1. This horse feels like it's finally figured out what level that horse should be at. This horse was just running above his abilities, quite frankly, and when not running particularly well, they've had a couple of class drops, and now suddenly the horse has won 2 in a row and it's kind of sticking around at that level. So I think it makes a lot of sense in that race. And the Paradise Creek is an interesting race. If you're a fan of watching a replay, then Pivotal Moments replay is about as impressive as you're going to see. And he's the morning line favorite for Clement. I don't trust 5 furlong sprints coming out of Gulfstream Park on the turf, though, especially when you're coming up to Aqueduct going 6 furlongs, and it's just a different type of going, and they fly down there, and they go so much faster than they do up here and anywhere else, quite frankly, even out with you guys in California. They're going 20-3 to the quarter, 23 flat to the half. I mean, that's insane fractions. So I just have a hard time thinking that translates. He's also losing Lasix. So I'm kind of playing with Watchtower for Wesley Ward, Watchtower for Wesley Ward, who I like a lot. The number 5 in that race at 4-1. And so, it's a combination of trying to beat a couple favorites, using some favorites, spreading a little bit on the turf. And so, but it's a fun sequence for sure.
Yeah, very fun sequence. I'm with you. I'm against the 9 Pivotal Moment as well. That replay is one that, almost replays in my head. I remember watching that race just because it was a move that's very unique to see at Gulfstream. A lot of times those races are dominated on the front end, going the 5 furlongs. But you mentioned it. It is so speedy there. Going 20 seconds and change, and then 43 to the half is almost, commonplace for some of those races to see. They fly. It's like a freeway there on the Gulfstream Park turf course. So that's a nice ticket. I'm with you. I think this first leg is one of the more difficult ones. But if I'm playing a pick 5 ticket, I'm going to play a pretty skinny one. I do like in the stakes race, just to hop around, Supersonic Blue for Neil Drysdale, Flavian Pratt in the irons. That's going to be a single on my ticket. I like that horse. I think he's probably just going to trip out in there. And I know Pratt is going to have this horse in the right spot. I think the horse that you like, Clock Tower, is certainly one to be afraid of on the cutback from a mile back down to 6 furlongs. But I'm going to start off with maybe a bit of a bold single. I like the 3 Spirit of Esther. Second time off the bench for Carlos Martin. Chris Elliott, I know this one's on your ticket. Was in open company last time in the optional claiming ranks, going 6 furlongs here on May 1st. Has had a few weeks off, ran very respectable that time. His turf efforts are head and shoulders above all of his dirt efforts. I think the sprint game is his best. Chris Elliott has been riding fantastic, no matter what surface and distance out in New York all winter and spring. So this is one I want to give a shot to. I love the Central Banker on top. They seem to be good at pretty much any surface in these state bred ranks. And then out of a City Zip mare on the bottom side. So turf clearly in the pedigree through that one. So this is one I'm going to give a shot to. I like the price right now at 7-1. So I'm going to start off with a bit of a bold single. And then just for betting IQ's sake, I'll also just have a win bet on the number 3 here, Spirit of Esther for Carlos Martin. Jackson, what were your thoughts on this sequence, or what were your thoughts on this race, and how are you going to bet?
Yeah, I thought the pick 5 today was tough, especially when my better opinions are kind of longer prices. It wasn't really one I wanted to get, super heavily involved in. But I do like this race. I like a horse in here. I like the number 2, top of the table, drawn inside. Look, this is a horse has all these form lines, right? All these races. If you just focus on the 2 times she ran in turf sprints, you have a victory and you have second beat half a length at this level. And that's the only 2 times she's ever turf sprinted. She comes from mid off the pace. There's a lot of speed in here. And I think she's just kind of dead on the board, or a bigger price, because her form is just so dirted up from all these dirt races that she's clearly not as good at on the dirt. And even the last race, when it was clearly a bad after, she does not like the off going on the dirt either, because she's significantly slower on off tracks compared to the faster dirt tracks. So I just think her form is better than it might appear. I think she's getting back to what she wants to do, and it feels like she's supposed to get a pretty good setup in this spot. So I'm very interested in her at 11-1. I'm just going to play her to win.
I like it. That's the 2 horse now ticked up just to 12-1. Matthew, what did you make of the last race in the sequence? If you could touch on that one. That one just came off the turf, obviously, for the maiden claiming $50,000. That one's a bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, it is. But for me, what saved me in terms of my opinion was that I always was a little bit interested in the number 7, Freud's Fancy for Michelle Nevin. And that horse obviously stayed in the race. So that one really got elevated for me quite a bit. Obviously, because it's got decent enough dirt form. And yes, the margin of victory or the margin of defeat was usually exaggerated, but those were really strung out fields when you go back and look. When you look at the race last time out, earned a 45 Beyer speed figure, lost by 17 and a half lengths, but the winner won by 16 3/4 lengths. So, it's just, it was in a couple of races like that where it's just that, again, if you look at the margin of defeat, you go, wow, okay, this horse has no chance. But I think there's more to the story. So I thought the 7 and the 8 were kind of the two that really stood out. I really like that 8. I was interested in that 8, maybe making the switch to the turf, but 7 and 8 for me is how I closed it out in my pick 5.
I like it. 7-8 is exactly what I went with as well. I like Chris Elliott and Melanie Giddings teaming up in the last. I think that one makes a lot of sense. Stumbled at the break last time out, going 6 furlongs in that state-bred maiden special weight effort. Pretty much lost all chance. This horse seems to want to be forward. Has been behind some hot paces in his previous 3 races, actually. So just hasn't quite been able to get himself out on the lead. And I think this is going to be the time for him. And Melanie Giddings has been an excellent trainer out in New York. So I think she's due to heat up a little bit. She's only had 6 runners so far at this meet, Belmont at the Big A, but has had 2 second-place finishes. So maybe she heats up here. Chris Elliott and her team up for 30% from 10 tries, $2.19 ROI at the Aqueduct Racetrack. So that works for me. And then, yes, you mentioned the 7 has been behind some strung-out fields. That's one that makes a lot of sense, I think, as well. So they're just about in the gate. Jackson, you like the 2, I like the 3, and Matthew is spreading deep in the pick 5. So good luck to everybody. We're going 6 furlongs on the turf.
And they're off. Step slow for Perugia. Royal Event has early speed, so does Tariga. And there's Tariga towards the inside now with the head in front. Splitting rivals is going to be Shock, who wants to be in the early mix. And there goes I'm Kidding with the speed 2. I'm Kidding from far outside is now about to cross over. And here's I'm Kidding with the head advantage. Tariga towards the inside is now a clear second. Following them, that's Queen Atlas in the yellow cap, who's taken 3rd. Shock is back to 4th. Dropping back, there's Royal Event, who's now in 5th and stacked up in behind. That's Spirit of Esther and top of the table. They got caught in some traffic mid-pack. Out wider in clear, it's Boston's Finest. From the back of the pack, trying to run on, that's Lady Jasmine there with Perugia. 2 trailers. Line of right with Miss Bourbon. 22 seconds flat for that posted opening quarter mile. Tariga towards the inside, and I'm Kidding. I'm Kidding with a head advantage. Tariga battles on towards the inside, and Shock is back for more. Boston's Finest is trying to rally on. Perugia on the grandstand side. Lady Jasmine's in there too. Tariga has dispatched of I'm Kidding, but here comes a host of pursuers. Boston's Finest, Perugia making up a lot of ground, and down towards the inside, Liner Right out of nowhere with a rail skimming ride. Look at Liner Right rolling. Perugia is in front. Liner Right at the rail. Liner Right ground saving journey gets it. Perugia's in a photo there with an oncoming Miss Bourbon. Then came Boston's Finest and Tariga.
Liner Right gets the job done. What did you say, Jackson?
She finally won, huh?
Yep. Yeah, this is...
She gets 2nd and 3rd every single time.
Every single time. That is 16 seconds and thirds from 23 career starts. That is just her 2nd win, but she gets the job done for David Donk, who is 0 for 20 at the meet. He gets on the board with Kendrick Carmouche coming from off the pace, just as everybody thought the race would go. The outside horse gets all the way down to the rail, saves all the ground, and wins as they come down to the finish. It looks like it went 12. They're showing the replay in slow motion right now. 12-10-8, I believe.
That's how it looks.
8 got a pretty good bob. So 12-8-10 is what I'll say it went on the wire. The 3 and the 2, they kind of both got into trouble on the backstretch there. They were in tight a little bit, and that kind of took away all of our chance, more or less, Jackson.
The 2 didn't run. I mean, the pace completely collapsed. She got out eventually. She was just. I wasn't watching her through that. At least at 2, I was just wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, Liner Right's a tough one to.
One shot, got the setup I was hoping for, and just wrong. It's gonna happen when you're betting.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's gonna happen sometimes. Probably more often than not. But if you're right, just once or twice in that, you're gonna make money on those long shots. So. Kaylee, we didn't get a chance to talk to you prior to that race. Who did you like?
The 12. No, I'm just kidding. I actually it's funny. I mean, I'm happy I got knocked out because I singled the 10 at Monmouth in the first leg. I'm actually pretty happy I got knocked out because, I mean, this 12 would have been such an annoying beat. That was the horse that I was like between 10 or the 12 to put on the ticket.
Right.
Obviously, both of them have pretty good late kick, but 12 had a spot on the rail and came flying. So
Yeah.
definitely ran a big race there, and the 10 did too.
Ran a huge race. Things finally kind of went the way for NYRABets, who has just been knocking at the door, as we said, for oh so long at that non-winners of one, other than just only had the maiden win to that with 16 other seconds and thirds. We'll go out to Monmouth Park here in a couple minutes. Obviously, thanks to Matthew DeSantis for joining us. He left in the middle of that race. He kind of did a little Irish exit, but he let us know in the private chat, but we didn't get to say goodbye. But I assume he's got many other things to run off and do as you guys are in the middle of your racing day still. Still 4 races left out at Belmont at the Big A. So race number 8, it's the race before the stakes race at Monmouth Park. We are going 6 furlongs for state bred allowance runners. Jackson, I'll go to you first. What did you like, or who did you like in this race? We finally have a nice full field of 8, 7-5 favorite in the 7 hole, and that is Red Head Italian for Paco Lopez, Brittany Russell.
Sorry, give me a second on this one. I wasn't sure about this race yet.
No worries. I'll
Go
talk
to
a little bit
yourself,
about
Ryan.
this.
Ryan, who do you like?
I'll go to me. I think the number 8 Howler is going to be my top pick. 2-1 on the morning line. This one's likely going to go off favor, just looking at the will pays and everything. Just broke her maiden in her only start last summer at Monmouth, but that was as a 2-year-old and ran a buyer that's very competitive here. Cathal Lynch is the trainer, comes back over 180 days. Pretty strong, comeback record with that, with about 11%. You get Alicio Ruiz in the saddle. They're a pretty common connection out here. They're well, maybe not super common, but about 4 total combinations, but they hit at 50%. Nice outside draw. This one gets first time LASIK, so I'll take this one. I know it's showing 5-1 right now, but that price is going to come down as we get closer to post time. Kaylee, did you have any thoughts on race number 8 as we round out the day or get towards the end of the day at Monmouth Park?
Yeah, definitely. First glance at this race, I thought the 8 was going to be obviously the horse to beat, morning line favorite, projected to go off at 3-1, says on DRF, even though the live odds are hanging around like 9-2 right now. I think if you get anywhere near 4-1, this is obviously a great bet. Horse got a 72 buyer speed figure on debut. I went honestly the 7 definitely looked a little dangerous too. I landed on the 3. Ultimately, Allison Park, who has, more recency. And if you look at that last race, stacks up pretty nicely with the horse like the number 7 coming in here as well, who's a way shorter price. So I'm probably going to take a shot with the number 3 here. Just that last race looks pretty good.
I like it. That's the number 3. Jackson, who do you like in this one as we're getting a little close to the post time?
Yeah, I wanted to go to the 5 here. It just felt like there was so much speed in this race that I wanted a horse to close because I just wasn't sure who was going to make a lead in here. They all want to go, so the 8 is probably the fastest to the wire, but she might be hung 5 wide on the turn, and the 8 probably is going to be a very clear favorite if the will pays are an indication. So 4-1 right now, that should switch. But again, the 5 on figures is too slow, but I don't care because if she wins, it's because this thing is just completely collapsing, and she's going to be able to pick them apart late. 8-1 right now. If she hangs around, 5 or 6-1 at least, I think that's a good win bet on it.
I like it.
Take 8. Sorry,
I
would definitely take 8 as well. Obviously, but I think 5 is about the lowest. I would be willing to bet it.
Yeah, I'm going to take the 8, and the way I'm going to bet it as well, because I think the win price or the win odds are probably going to come down pretty considerably the closer we get to post time here. But I'll have a win bet sprinkled on the 8, but I'm also going to play a double into the next race, which is the Cliffhanger Stakes. That's the feature on Monmouth's card, staying on the turf. I'm going to go with the number 1 Signator in there. We covered Jackson and maybe you too, Kaylee. I can't remember what show we did. and when
Yeah,
we did
we
it.
covered
But okay, so when we were covering the race before the Preakness, Signator drew the three post. This is the horse that I liked. Scratched out of there, and the other Shug McGahee horse ended up winning that race. The name is escaping me, but that was the number 10.
Fort Washington.
Fort Washington, thank you. So seeing as that one was a stake scratch, that felt pretty purposeful. But Signator, 2 for 2 since trying the turf this year. Tampa, Laurel Park, now at Monmouth. Has the right kind of run style. Obviously, you're going to get a little bit of give in the ground, so maybe that is a bit of a question mark. But morning line of 5-1, Sammy Marin, they're going to save ground the entire way around there. So this is one I wanted to give a strong look to and try and get a little more value by using this in a double with a horse that I also really like in the number 8 in this race here.
Yeah, I'm with you on the number 1. I really like the number 1 when I looked at that race too. I mean, there's not a lot of speed in here. There's a decent amount, though. I think the 1 can sit a pretty nice trip.
I think so too. I think there's a few that are, really just going to sit the same trip. And obviously Chad Brown has a couple runners with the number 4 Balloony, as well as I thought I saw another one he had in here, but maybe I'm mistaken. So no, just the 1 actually. The number 4 Balloony, who's probably going to take some money. You have number 8, He's Pure Gold for Kelly Breen. That one's coming off a bit of a break off the layoff since November of last year, but has run well over the turf that has some give in the ground. Got an 86 when running third to another mystery at Hawthorne Park last September. So he can handle the surface, but the layoff's going to be a question. Softer turf can be even more demanding on a horse, fresh off the bench. Jackson, are you just going to play this with a win bet, or are you going to try and play any doubles into the next race as well?
I think just a win bet. That next race looks pretty tough. There's 1 or 2 I have my eye on, but not with enough confidence to probably play double.
I like it. So after this, I'm thinking we'll talk a little. Well, we'll go out to Santa Anita as we have a 4.5 furlong baby race coming up that I think is going to be interesting to talk about. I believe the current favorite is a first-time starter for John Sadler with Hector Barrios in the irons. So we'll talk a little bit about that, and then I'd love to get everybody's thoughts, including yours, Kaylee, on the Met Mile as we get a little closer to that.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely 1 minute to post here. I'm taking a look at the live odds. Sorry, I got a little distracted for a second.
Yeah. The money's starting to flip a little bit. 5-2 now on the 8, 7, 8 to 5. So that should probably be about right, just in the other order.
Sorry, say that again, Jackson?
No, yeah, we're starting to see the money change like we expected. I mean, the 8's probably going to be very clear favorite by the time this race goes off. So.
Yeah, 8 should be the clear favorite. Down to 2-1 right now as we're 0 minutes to post, so approaching the gate. Let me see here. Jackson, we're going to go out to Santa Anita here after this race concludes. If you would not mind just tagging in real quick to talk about your thoughts as race number 8's getting close. But race number 2 at Santa Anita, we're 9 minutes to post, it looks like. 4.5 furlong maiden special weight race. Again, all state breds out there. Did you have any thoughts on this race as we're a little under 10 minutes to post?
Yeah, it's tough with these races that, none of them have ran before except for 1 or 2. So the 10 is the obvious one who ran first time out mid lead, but she hit a wall. I mean, it was only 4.5 furlong race. She upped up 4 lengths and was beaten 7. So that's a little concerning that she was beaten that badly after having the lead. Maybe she shows a little more stamina in this spot. But at least she'll be in front, right? And that's kind of what usually wins these races, go with a 2-year-old. So I wouldn't hate that idea just because I don't know too much about these firsters. I will say this 5 is taking a ton of money. 5-1 more line, Shady Stripes for Jeff Bondi, who can definitely win first time out. She's 3-2 right now. And we talked about the race earlier at Aqueduct with the market signal and everything. This is one I think you definitely need to pay attention to. You don't know much about these horses. Obviously, someone knows something because this horse is taking all the money in the world. So that'd probably be the one I would be having my eye on. Not sure yet how I want to bet it just because there's still 9 minutes to post. So maybe the odds will change a little bit. So I want to give it a few more minutes to see if the money changes a little bit.
Yeah, I'm taking a first glance at this maiden race at Santa Anita. Definitely the 10 jumps off the page. brought up a good point of why this horse could have faded so badly, but she set pretty suicidal fractions that day. So perhaps if someone else goes with her, maybe, she's probably going to get the lead, can control things a bit up on the front end. I think she should sit a nice trip, but just looking at the odds, 10 looks pretty good.
Yeah, agreed. Give me 1 second. So they're going to the gate at Monmouth. We are working on the feed. We'll get back to you in a second. We will not be showing this race at Monmouth, so we're going to be cutting out for a minute so everyone can go watch that on their phones or their computer or TV, whatever way you watch them, and then we'll
narrate it.
You want to call the race?
Oh, I don't know. Not call it, but
Kaylee's going to call it. slash narrate. You got it, Kaylee. Come on.
I need to pull the stream. Hold on. Let's see.
Are you calling it?
Yeah, as expected, the 7 and the 8 are up on the front end. Looks like the 8 has the lead now, battling with the 6 a little bit. Ooh.
Horse just took up a little bit. 3 to 5 is crazy on that one.
Yeah, 3 to 5 is crazy.
They're going quick though.
Here comes the 7. They're going fast.
Yep.
Here we go. The 8 might just. Oh.
Yeah, no one's really closing too much.
The 8's going to run away with it here.
Get second 5. Of course, I don't bet the exact.
All right, I'm back. No comment on what's going on. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pivot a little bit. We're gonna show Santa Anita. Oh, we're gonna go show Santa Anita and Gulfstream Park because we can talk about those tracks, and we're gonna go through that. But yeah, we'll swing out to Santa Anita Way out on the West Coast. As I still try and figure out the goings on with the rest of all of this. But Jackson, I'm going to throw the Santa Anita feed up, and then I will be right back again. But you can take us through race number 2 at Santa Anita, Calbred maiden special weight races. And then we will, of course, discuss Aqueduct as we approach their next race and get into their stakes races. But I will be back in just a couple minutes.
Yep. So Kaylee, when you have these 2-year-old races, like what is your process? Because for a lot of them, they're, especially this time of year, you don't have the workout videos yet. So are you going deep into the pedigrees? Are you looking at the sales prices? Are you watching workouts from the sales? Like what's your process with these unraced 2-year-olds?
Yeah, I go very heavy into the pedigree and sales stuff. Definitely look at least how fast they're working. Obviously, works out of the gate, how fast they go from the gate, taking into consideration any siblings, obviously, that were able to win on debut, how they did it. They're sprinting here, so maybe take a look at any that probably will benefit when they get to go longer rather than right now. Things like that I like to look at. Definitely a standout for me right now is the number 6, just in terms of the pedigree. If you look, that horse cost $130,000 off a $35,000 stud fee. Something to definitely, not like price is everything, but I pay attention to sales prices relative to stud fees. I'd say, yeah. So, yeah, this one I didn't do too deep of a dive on in terms of pedigree, but the number 6, although a short price, definitely stands out to me. The Dam, I mean, Broker Maiden in her second start, sprinting. The Siblings, pretty precocious as well. None of them won on debut, but have to a grade 3 winner, so definitely has some pedigree. The number 6.
Speaking of precocious, do you ever like look for, like, I've heard people talk about they really want these, like in May, they want the January foals compared to the May foals just because they're 4 or 5 months older, which at this time of the year is it can be significant because they're just that much more mature than some of these younger babies.
Yeah, it definitely makes a big difference. It's pretty rare that you see, I mean, it's not necessarily rare, but you would prefer earlier foals. I'm looking at, I kind of like the number 10 as well. Obviously the 5 taking a ton of money. But the 8, the 10 is another standout to me at a better price.
Right. And with the 10, you know what you're getting. I mean, she's run before. She's awfully quick. She just proved she can hang around, which she did not last time. But these other ones, haven't done that. They haven't proven everything, and you're getting a way better price on the 10. I don't care how good the 5's working. I'm with you. I think the 10 is probably the play at these odds. But obviously, keeping an eye on the money these horses are taking.
Mm-hmm. The concern is that the horse that won was sitting right off that horse, in that race. That is the concern of how badly, like you said, she faded. But again, it could have been just that they went too fast.
Yeah.
Definitely holds an advantage, though, having a race under her belt.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Because I know, especially at Del Mar's, when I start really focusing on the 2-year-olds, and not so much for the open company horses, but definitely their maiden claimers and maiden special weight horses. But ones that have the experience edge win way more than their fair share of races, just because they have the stamina and they have the experience. It does make quite a big difference, I think. And they usually take a step forward from 1 to 2. From the first start to the second start, much more than I think the Bob Baffords and the John Savage.
100%.
It's definitely significant. I'm going to play this 10 horse to win. It's 6-5 on the 5. It's awfully short, though. I won't be surprised if that one beats us. So we'll see. Let me check on the exacta real quick. Actually, that might not be.
All right, I'm back. And Jackson, I'm with you. I love the Natasha Bedingfield play of still unwritten, the 10.
I love the name.
Outside. Name is great, but also second-time starter, showed speed on debut. Just blew out of there. Was up by 4 lengths and just got tired late. That's certainly reasonable. Second time out for Ryan Hansen. Strong ROI. Escobedo, a common jockey he uses. So I like this one second time out. And 4-1, very fair price. But I think, Jackson, you were mentioning maybe a little bit of they know money on the number 5, Shady Stripes for Jeff Bondy. But I'm willing to, not take 6-5 on a 2-year-old first-time starter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like it's never really – I never really take, I never really bet the favorite in these maiden races unless it's like an I knew type of thing. Like, I don't really care about they, like, at the end of the day because, the 6, at 5-2, obviously top trainer, really good jockey aboard, works look pretty decent. 6 looks pretty good. I take the 6 or the 10 over the 5.
I like it. Yeah, the 6 Liberation. John Sadler is 4 for 16 in Calbred maiden special weight races with 2-year-olds on dirt. So he has strong numbers. without a doubt, and this is something he does well. Some loading issues as they're going into the gate, but that's to be expected. But they're out of the gate, and I'll let Miramati
They're
call
off.
us.
Very awkward start for Smiling Carmen, and a rocket start for Shady Stripes, who blasts out of the gate and opens up 2 in a hurry. Still unwritten, comes away a close-up second. Then it's Liberation in third, followed at the rail by Love of the Nile. Bella Chavella is 6 lengths off the lead. That Ain't Right is next. Smilin' Carmen second to last, and Lady Victoria is at the back of the field. They're coming to the quarter pole, and it's Shady Stripes, the leader, narrowly. A 3-wide bid coming from Liberation, who's moving smoothly after the top pair. As still unwritten, now back to third. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go, and Shady Stripes goes on, has to fend off Liberation. Shady Stripes, Liberation alongside, and Liberation to the front. Shady Stripes is fighting, but second best to Liberation. Liberation scores by 2. Shady Stripes second. Still unwritten third in front of That Ain't Right.
All right, there we go. That was race number 2 from Santa Anita. Number 6, Liberation for John Sadler. Mentioned it, that he's been strong with these Calbred 2-year-olds. That one galloped out way in front. Hall Racing, West Point Thoroughbreds. You see the colors, 3-1 you got on your morning line, 5-2 favorite. That's pretty good. They knew maybe a little bit, but they knew he would finish for second. But the number 6, Liberation, 3-1 on top, 10 still unwritten, finished in third with Shady Stripes, your favorite, finishing in second. Jackson, thank you, and Kaylee, thank you guys for taking us through there as I was getting stuff situated. So we will talk about the upcoming Belmont and the Big A race, but we will not be able to show it. However, we will be able to show Monmouth as they go for their stakes race. Just kind of getting all that stuff settled out. All right. Belmont and the Big A, race number 8 is coming up here in, it looks like, I'm trying to get the exact time here, probably around 10 minutes or so, 7 minutes to post. Race number 8, we're going to 1 1/8 optional claiming company on the turf. Kaylee, how did you see this race as they're just about to get out onto the track?
I have interest in the number 1 a bit. I mean, there's a lot of horses taking decent amount of money in here. On my ticket, that's now dead. I did have, I think, the one. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, pulling up the race. I think I had the 1. As well as the 2, I'm pretty sure.
I like it. I like the 1 a lot. Britt's Wit for Michael Maker, first off the bench since February. I thought this one's turf efforts were really strong, certainly compared to the synthetic and a lot of the dirt races. I think he has a lot of races to get back to on the turf. Obviously, being by English Channel, turf should be no surprise that that's where he does some of his best running. I think he projects to save a lot of ground. And Dylan Davis is he's never really cooled off from the summer at Saratoga last year. He is just maintain that consistency throughout the entire year at all the tracks that he's been to. So, Jackson, how did you see this race? Kaylee, I'll go back to you. How did you see it?
I mean, pretty interesting that he is aboard. I mean, he's never ridden this horse before, coming in off a layoff. I mean, that definitely is part of the reason that caught my eye. And certainly, like you said, the figures on the turf as well. But Dylan Davis aboard is pretty interesting.
Definitely. Jackson, how did you see this race as we're about 5 minutes to post now?
Yeah, I was on the favorite in here. Seems like some of these horses, there's a few big long shots in here. They're all up speed, so probably going to set up for a horse coming behind. The 8 just seems like the right one. Just a big class drop. First time gelding. Supposed to get the right setup. Has the fastest numbers. Runs well fresh. I mean, his best races are usually first time off the bench. All his best races that come over this turf course. Just a lot of things to like. I'm not going to mess around trying to beat this one. If he loses, I will not have. If he loses, I'm going to lose as well. That's the way I'm approaching this race.
Okay. The number 8 Freedom Trail is your current favorite, coming out of a 1 1/8 effort last fall at Keeneland off the bench. First time gelding for John Terranova, Ricardo Santana in the irons. And yeah, you mentioned it. This one looks to get a favorable pace set up in here and has fired well off the bench in the past, running his strongest speed figure to date off of about a 4-month layoff. So comes in here, and he could certainly fire a big effort now with the ultimate equipment change.
Yeah, I was interested in the 7-2 a little bit. I was hoping he would take a little bit more money off this long of a layoff because he's definitely got numbers that make him very tough in here. But that's a big concern. He hasn't run in 16 months. So we'll see with that one. But there are definitely some things to like. Maybe outside of the 2 for 27, I'd like to set up for a lot of minor awards.
Yeah, no doubt. Jackson, sorry, what's up?
Bless you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Jackson, how would you approach this race from a betting perspective, seeing as you are on the favorite? I'm going to have a win bet on the 1. How would you play it? Are you going to have a win bet, or are you going to try and get some more value by playing some horizontals or verticals?
For me, it's probably just a win bet. Like the next horse I like, it's probably the 2, and like that just doesn't do much. Like I don't want to play the 2 favorites in a straight exacta, unless it's paying something crazy, which I can check right now. It'd have to be like something stupid, like 8 or 9 to 1, which I don't. Let me just see. Maybe a little 8 over the 7, or maybe I'll go 8 over 1 and 7 because I know the 2 you guys mentioned, but we will see. Yeah, 8-2 is paying 6 to 1. So that's a little high. So probably just a win bet on the 8. Hoping if he's 2 to 1 right now, I would be happy with that.
I like it. 8-1. Kaylee, how about you? How are you going to be betting this race?
I'm probably gonna do a try box or maybe a super box. Actually, I'm a little indecisive. I like to wait really until like they're walking into the gate, but I know I'm gonna use the 1. I know I'm gonna have to use the 8.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of the pace setup, like Jackson had said prior. The 4 was a little interesting, but out of the 2 Pletchers, I preferred the 2, so I'm probably gonna use the 2.
I like it. The 2 is a horse I would. What's that, Jackson?
So you're getting 5 to 1 on Flavien Prat. That's not bad.
Yeah,
that is not bad. 5 to 1 on Pratt. Yeah, fade that at your own risk for nostalgic 1. The number 4. Coming back off a bit of a layoff, I believe. Yes, it's September since running at Kentucky Downs. So it's going to come fire fresh. Does some of his best running up in New York. Is his last 2 wins and 2 strongest speed figures have come over the Aqueduct and Saratoga surfaces, going the mile and a 16th. So if he comes in ready to fire, Jackson mentioned that there may just be enough pace to set it up for him. But Pletcher's got 2 pretty deep closers in this race. So I'm hoping maybe the pace holds together a little bit. I know we just saw them go 6 furlongs, and Linerite came flying up the rail in a pace that completely melted down. But to be fair, they did go pretty quick up front, so the turf looks to be playing fair. I know it's only 1 race to go off of so far, but something to at least keep a bit of an eye on.
Yeah, I've decided I'm going to go 8 to win. Like we did a couple of races ago, 8 to win is going to be the big push, and then I'll have a few bucks on the 8 over the 1 exactly, because the 1's taking money. He's probably supposed to be best of the speed types. I don't expect to be on the lead, but he'll be right there, and hopefully he can emerge from that pack, and then the 8 can come.
Would anybody be surprised if Dylan Davis was aggressive and went to the lead? Nobody pressed him because he's, from the rail, he's certainly been aggressive. I think that's been a key to a lot of his success over the past year plus.
He could. It just feels like these horses that, the 3 is 28 to 1, the 5, 50 to 1, blinkers on, the 6 even, well, not the 6, but the 3 and 5, they're only chances to go. I mean, they're outsiders in this race. It feels like one of them is going to set. Could be wrong, but if I was on those horses, that's what the plan. That's what I would.
I like it. By the way, we'll swing out to Monmouth Park here in a little bit as they look to be about 8 minutes away from their feature on the day. Signator is the 8 to 5 favorite at the moment, so all the value from that 5 to 1 is gone. But I mean, I don't know that I would place a win bet, but I am alive in a double that's paying just around 6 to 1. So I guess I'll hang with that.
Put on the feed.
I will. Let me get that out there. We're going through the gate at Belmont at the Big A, but obviously we won't be showing you that. But we will go to Monmouth Park, and let's we can get a good little post parade out in Oceanport, New Jersey.
Yes, it is.
That's where they're located. Yeah, look at me, geography and such. All right, I'll throw the feed up. They're still in the paddock, just headed out onto the track. Let's talk about this race, and I'll keep everybody updated on Belmont, the Big A, as they're getting close to the gate. But let's go through it from the race. Sure. You know what?
Yes.
Why not?
I missed it last week. I'm very curious.
You did. Last week was pretty fun. I got to try and call the Preakness, which was great, except for my live feed was delayed about 10 seconds. So obviously, when journalism came storming down the stretch, the entire Pimlico grandstands, infield, and everywhere in between exploded, and I was still looking at journalism 4.5 lengths back. So I was wondering, what could have possibly happened there. So that was fun. But I'll call us through Belmont at the Big A. They're almost all the way in the gate. But Jackson, in 10 seconds, tell us who your top pick is at Monmouth, and then we'll go back to you after the race.
Sorry, I had one. Let me
That's okay. I'll just call the race. I was just gonna try and have you kill time, but that's all right. I will. They're basically in the gate now, out at Aqueduct. So again, they're going to mile and eighth. We're not gonna Fulmineo. There we go. We're not going to show it, but I will call us through. They're going 9 furlongs on the turf out of the turf chute. I believe that's on the inner course. Horse number 8 is going into line, and I'll do my best. Most energetic race call here for Belmont at the Big A. The favorites in line, number 8, Freedom Trail for John Terranova, Ricardo Santana. They just broke from the gate. Nobody really hustling out to the lead. Looks like the number 5, 6 Kings for Amira Chakali is going to be out on the lead with the number 3, Steel Vengeance. 2 long shots out on the lead as they make their way past the wire for the first time. Brit's Wit down on the rail with number 6, Collect from Ike at 92-1 alongside in 4th. Then comes the number 2, War Officer. Behind that one comes the favorite Freedom Trail, and then comes the number 7, Hilliard, and out the back is Nostalgic One, the other Pletcher runner. So they're on to the back stretch. Number 3, Steel Vengeance, out to about a 1-length lead, 23.8 for the first quarter. Just off that one is 6 Kings, down tucked on the rail in a great spot is me and Kaylee's top pick, Brit's Wit. Then to that one's outside, Collect from Ike, the number 6. Then back to War Officer, who is in a close-up 5th. Field's pretty close together. Then to the outside is number 8, Freedom Trail. Back to Hilliard and Nostalgic One at the back of the field, but field only separated by about 4 lengths. Half mile went in 49.23 seconds. They're making their way onto the far turn just about now. 6 Kings and Steel Vengeance still together for the lead. Collect from Ike at 92-1 is 3 wide on the outside and 3rd. Down on the rail, Dylan Davis is going to need somewhere to go on Brit's Wit, but looks to have a ton of horse to the far outside. It looks to be the favorite. Coming through Freedom Trail on the far outside. Dylan Davis going to try and get through on the rail. Looks like a very tight spot, but it looks like he's gotten through. Dylan Davis and Brit's Wit up on the lead. Freedom Trail to that one's outside. 5, 6 wide across the track. The number 7, Hilliard, coming right over the top to win it, it looks like, with War Officer in 2nd, Brit's Wit in 3rd, 7, 2, 1, and 4 across the line for race number 8 at Belmont at the Big A.
That was such a big price.
Hilliard?
Yeah.
That was the other Mike Maker horse coming off of, what is that, about a year and 4.5 month layoff. So, hey, Mike Maker has him ready, and the older they get in the Mike Maker barn, the better they seem to get.
Mm-hmm. I'm impressed by the way that 6 Kings ran. That horse has always been a bit all over the place. I mean, you saw like glimpses of potential in that horse, or at least I thought at some point. Definitely. And but maybe turf is, maybe he really likes the turf. Who knows?
He took a good step up. Yeah, he took a good step up, getting back onto the turf there. So certainly something to think about. But let's pivot out to Monmouth Park. We got about 3 minutes to post for their feature race on the day. It is the Cliffhanger Stakes, mile and a 16th on the turf. Let's go through it from the rail out. We have Signator at the 1, your current favorite at 8-5. The 2, Highest Distinction. The 3, There Are No Words, who I think is a bit of an overlay right now. 15-1 off a 5-1 morning line. That one's coming off the bench. The number 4, Balloony, 4-1 for Chad Brown, second off the bench after a seasonal debut at Tampa. Then you have the number 5, Forever Super for Mike Trombetta and Antonio Gallardo. 6 is scratched. You have the number 7, Otago for Kelsey Danner. third start of the form cycle. The number 8, He's Pure Gold, currently at 8-1. Up from the 9-2 morning line, coming off a layoff from November 2nd at Belmont at the Big A. Number 9, Fulmineo, I believe that's Jackson's top pick. Second start of the form cycle after a nice third in the Henry Clark Stakes behind Signator. Had to alter out in that race. A little bit of trouble this time for Arnaud Delacour and Victor Carrasco. That's your 9 horses, or 8 horses, I should say, in the field with the 6 horse scratched. Kaylee, we'll go out to you. How did you see this race unfolding? And who did you end up with as your top pick?
Originally, I landed on Signator. Thought that he would set a really nice trip today. But, I mean, looking at the live odds, I'm probably going to end up betting Chad, to be honest. I mean, at that price, at least 7-2 right now, 4-1, something around there. This was a horse that I had a lot of interest in when I looked up at this race off the bat. And a horse that certainly has run lots of races that are good enough to win here. So, yeah, I'm probably going to go with the number 4.
I like it. I mentioned before my top pick is the number 1, Signator, who is down from the 5-1 morning line to your 9-5 or 8-5 current favorite. And then Jackson, correct me if I'm wrong, you're on the number 9, Fulmineo?
Number 9, yep.
Nice. What did you like about this runner? Say it one more time for the people.
Yeah, just, second start off the bench. Ran okay last time. I know he got a good setup, but he wasn't too far behind Signator in that race. And it seems like he's going to be, a much better price. So hoping he can move forward, second off the bench, and get a good trip from the outside, because there's not that much speed in here. I mean, the 3 is somewhat quick, and the 5 is probably going to be forward, but I don't expect him to fly. So hoping that I can just break well, get forward-ish, tuck in right behind him, and we'll see what he's got in the stretch. Probably just a win bet for me, nothing too fancy here.
I like it. The 4 Balloony at that price of 7-2 is a nice looking horse in terms of value. Should just sit the right trip, just right behind the pace. Going to get the jump on all the deep closers. Not too sure, but second start of the off the bench for this one. Mile and an eighth certainly has some back numbers to get back to, but just didn't fare well in Stakes Company. Given the last time he was in stakes race was as a 2-year-old, so he's certainly come along well since then. So it's possible that he's just going to take a step up. Sammy Camacho for Chad Brown. They team up well pretty much anywhere they decide to show up. They're 27% at Monmouth with a nice $1.50 or with a $1.52 ROI, 33% overall in 2024 through 2025 as they teamed up a lot down at Tampa Bay Downs. So Chad Brown, obviously a force to be reckoned with if he shows up anywhere on turf, and certainly in turf stakes.
Yeah, I mean, this was 6-1 against Major Dude last year too. I mean, he's got some back lines to run back to for sure. And he was second to Northern Invader last time too.
He was. No, he's run some really strong races in these allowance type company. Is off Lasix a question for you at all, Kaylee, or is 4-1 going to give you good enough value that you're willing to risk that?
It's good enough value that I'm willing to risk, but not quite, because the horse has won, without Lasix before. Granted, it was a little bit earlier in his career, but knowing a horse can run without definitely makes me a little less nervous about switching off of it.
I'm with you on that. But yeah, again, I'm gonna stick with the number 1. Value's not there, but at least I'm alive to a double, so I'll just ride that one out. 3-2, a little bit shorter than what I was hoping for on Signator, but not sure if this is a result of maybe a less than accurate morning line, or maybe just some of that. We've talked about the they knew money quite a bit today, so maybe something like that.
Yeah, 3-2 I thought was a little short for a horse that has gotten really good setups his last 2 races. I know he's won. I know he's taken advantage of them, to his credit, but he did get just a really good pace scenario, and he's probably not supposed to get down here. So that I'd be trying to beat him a little bit, but good luck to you.
That's very fair. Hey, we're loading into the gate. Jackson's on the 9. I'm on the 1. Kaylee's on the 4. We will let Matt Dinnerman call us home today as we can have volume on this, so you guys don't have to hear me call any more races until we get back out to Belmont at the Big A, actually. So I guess I got a couple more, unless it might be Jackson's turn, actually.
You did so good. I want you to keep going.
Oh, you're too kind.
You're natural, bro.
Again, I think you're just not trying to I should call it Del Mar. No, I think Larry Colmus is going to do just fine out on the West Coast. But I thank you anyway.
You are pretty good though. You said the Preakness was the first time.
That one was pretty funny. Yeah. Well, obviously we had fun calling races another day too, but yeah, it's okay. We'll let Ditterman load us up the rest of the way here.
Lara, good beginning for all. He's Pure Gold bounced into the bridle right away, but There Are No Words is quickest and comes out of the chute with the lead. Balloony takes second, Forever Super third, with He's Pure Gold to the outside. Signator the Gray is fifth as they come by us. Then Highest Distinction shuffled back to the second last spot. Otago towards the back with Fulmineo as the 8 runners approach the clubhouse turn. The New Jersey bred, There Are No Words, off the layoff for Chuck Spina, leads the way at a sensible clip. Leads a length and a tail from Balloony in second. Forever Super in a pocket third to the inside of He's Pure Gold. Then Signator, Highest Distinction, they run as a pair. The last two pretty much together, Fulmineo and Otago, as they make their way up the back stretch. 6 or 7 lengths from first to last, 23-2 the first quarter. And There Are No Words delegates to set the pace here. A length in front, Balloony in a good spot second. There Are No Words opens up the lead to a length and a tail on Balloony. Forever Super third. He's Pure Gold, shown more rain in the 4th position. Signator joins him while going well from the inside. Highest Distinction 3 wide with that pair. Fulmineo is 4 deep with that party going into the turn, and Otago is at the rear as they charge into the turn here. There Are No Words, a neck in front of Forever Super. Balloony is giving way. He's done and not being persevered with, is plummeted to the back. Forever Super comes calling for the lead and grabs it. There Are No Words is second. Signator boxed in behind horses. He's got horse, but he's got nowhere to go. He's trying to get outside Signator. Forever Super, a good horse here, got the jump. Forever Super 2 lengths ahead. Highest Distinction second. Otago from the rear has taken third with a 16 to go. Forever Super asked for his best. Highest Distinction and Otago, who's surging on the outside. Here comes Otago. Otago, Axel Concepcion.
Big run from the number 7 Otago there to get the victory. Matt Ditterman, you hear the excitement in his voice as he called that one. Bit of a price. I'm trying to pull that up right now and see what that horse went off at. It looks like 12-1. Yeah, Axel Concepcion just moved his tack up to New Jersey. I believe this week it was announced. I think Matt Ditterman is the one who tweeted that out. Obviously, big news there, and he gets a huge win. Otago came off the bench 2 starts back over the good listed ground in the Turf Classic at Tampa, and then came right out in optional claimer Laurel, ran a good second. And then now, 3rd start of the form cycle, it would appear that he ran, maybe one of his bigger races in his career there. And 3rd start off the bench, he'd improved in his first 2. JD Fox in here, appreciate it. I'm going to get Ryan in a booth calling race by the end of the year. New goal of his, that'll be fun. Let me call some races at like Mountaineer, somewhere fun, where we can just have a good time with it. Jackson, you and I love calling Australia, so maybe that'll be. I wouldn't mind getting out to Australia. It seems pretty nice out there.
Yeah, but we'll start you off strong with a nice 20 horse field, 5 furlong turf sprint in Australia. You ready for that?
That's perfect right there. Yeah, no, that's exactly where the starting point should be for any racetrack announcer. So that's race number 9, the Cliffhanger Stakes from Monmouth Park. We're gonna get out to Santa Anita next. So we can talk about their 3rd race upcoming in about 8 minutes, moving right along here. And then we'll let's see how long we have till Belmont at the Big A, actually. We have 17 minutes. So we'll do Santa Anita, and then we'll pop back out to the East Coast and cover that. We have a claiming race on the dirt coming up at Belmont at the Big A. But first, we have a mile maiden special weight race at Santa Anita, which is going to be the next race that we're going to cover. Let me see if I can get the feed up here. Give me 1 second as I'm just maneuvering everything I possibly can. So, 1 moment.
Gonna run to get my charger really quick.
Me along with.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Go get it.
You're right back.
Appropriate. Your middle name's Rose. Yes. And this horse is.
There we go. All right, Santa Anita feed is up. Jackson, we got 7 minutes to post. Horses look like they just left onto the track. Let's see here. JD Fox said Anthony Manton is a good friend. I can make that happen in Australia, but you can't complain about the saddle cloths. Don't worry, the saddle cloths are pretty normal out in Australia. I just get upset when it's out at Keeneland, and I have to look at 12 horses all with the exact same one when I'm just trying to decipher what horse is who. But in a 20 horse, I'll have to go off the silks in Australia. Go ahead, Jackson.
Sorry, my internet went out. I like the ones they did with the camo ones for the Army. Thing.
Yeah.
But the greatest stakes with the all white, I'm just like, dude, why? I don't know who's who.
Yeah, we can't keep doing that. That's just too confusing for everybody that watches racing. So anyway, we'll get back on track here. Race number 3 from Santa Anita, 6 minutes to post. State bred maiden, special weight, 3 to 5 year olds, fillies and mares. All right. The 2, 4, and 6 are hardly separated in the betting windows. How was it one of those 3 for you, Jackson, or did you go somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm gonna put a big long shot into the winner's circle right now, but I think it's one of those 3. I'm gonna have a straight trifecta in here because I don't think long shots have any chance. I think the 4 is just supposed to get it very, very, very easily in this race. And the one time she went 2 turns, she ran really well when setting a very quick pace. So maybe she can get loose again, rein it in just a little bit more, have something left. And because, the horse that finished second that day, Guilty of Having Fun, came back to win. So that seemed like it was a pretty solid race for the level. Just hoping she can get loose. I'll have her on top. Hello, Kiddo, the 6. The horse just keeps getting bad setups. She ran really well last time. Into a slow pace, close from towards the back to finish second. I'm gonna have her in second, and then the other favorite is the 2, and I'm gonna have her in third, second start off the bench. So it's just gonna be. I don't love this race, so I'm gonna try to get a little creative and hit a little bit of a price in here, just straight 4, 6, 2 trifecta, and hopefully get lucky.
There we go. I'm with you on the 4. I think Odie's memory lane makes a ton of sense. Blinkers off. This horse should relax a little bit. You mentioned the one route effort on the turf this one has was a pretty strong one. His best speed figure as far as the buyer scale is concerned went fast, so maybe he just relaxes a little bit more. I'm going to play a straight exacta as well, but I am going to put a price in second. I'm going to go 4-3 with Tis Sunrise in the second spot for Mike Pipey, Welfin Arantes in the saddle. English Channel sired Calbred, I think is unique. You don't see that every day. Obviously, English Channel is a huge turf influence. You're getting 17-1 right now. So I'll do a 4-3 exact, and I'll sprinkle a little bit to win on the 3 as well, just in case he springs a massive upset at 17-1. So that'll be how I approach this race number 3 at Santa Anita.
Yeah, this is a tough race, I thought, because so it's not the biggest field ever, but you have 3 favorites all at 2-1. So you kind of have to decide what do you want to do with them, because you don't, especially if you're playing horizontals, you can't use them all. Doesn't make a lot of sense to use all 3 of them. Maybe you can get away with 2 depending on what you have later, but really you're probably supposed to pick just 1 and hope you're right. Mm-hmm. And there's not a whole lot separating them, just based on the speed figure. So yeah, I'm going to try the 4 just because I think she does have the pace angle in this race. And I will mention that first race we saw on the grass, first race of the day, they went 1-2 around there. It seemed like they went a decent enough clip, but no one made up really any ground at all from the back of the pack. They weren't gaining on them either. So that's something to keep an eye on for this race and moving forward with all the stakes races we have coming up.
Definitely something to think about. This is race number 3. Race 4, 6, 7, 8, and 10 are all going to be stakes races. So only 2 more non-stakes races to go after this race. So it's about to pick up with these Calbreds. Next race probably going to be a pretty heavy favorite as well. So you mentioned when going, if you're going to play a horizontal, using more than one favorite here can truly only be justified if you are picking absolute long shots in the next race because it looks like the number 3 Booksmart's probably going to be odds on. If I'm looking at the will pace correctly. And if our buddy Andrew Champagne happens to be watching, hey, look, it's the horse weights that are on the side of the screen. So take a screenshot now and write down what the horses' names are. And then it's going to go away and now they're gone forever. So you'll never see those horses' weights again. But a little homage to our overnight stream there. That was a ton of fun. But
you bring up
what's up?
You bring up a good point about the next race, because if that is your opinion that Booksmart cannot lose the next race at odds on, and that's maybe how you get a little more value out of this race. But if you like one of these 3 choices where, if if you say you like me, you like a 4, the double to the can't lose odds on horse is paying, what's it paying? 4 to 1. So you're getting double the win price you would, and all you're going to need the next race is a 1 to 5, 2 to 1 horse to win. So that's not a bad way of doing it. If you like the 2, it's paying 5 to 1, and the 6 is a little short. I think it's paying 5 to 2. But again, it has to be your opinion. Don't just bet it for the sake of doing it. Only do it if you think that horse is a complete lock, which it looks like on paper he's going to be very, very low price.
He should be a very, very low price. It does look like that the number 4 Tapatio Leo may be able to put a little pace pressure on him. According to Timeform, they have similar early speed figures. Tapatio Leo coming out of a 1,000-yard race at Los Alamitos, which, of course, if you follow Pacific Horse Players, I mentioned is 1.5 furlongs, mistakenly. So that's always going to be an ongoing back and forth. So a logical alternative would maybe be the number 5 Geezer if you end up going that way, at least to me. But it looks like Booksmart coming out of those open races, just kind of facing better, is going to be very, very tough to beat. Lost to Thornhouse last time. Time before that, beat Positivity and Momad, who are 2 good runners that are non-Calbreds. But you can approach it a number of different directions. I would say if you feel like the number 3 Booksmart can't lose, you have to pretty much got to single him, and you can't go too deep in terms of the exotics here.
Yeah.
JD with some my advice in this race: play a super, key the 2 and 2nd, spread around it. I don't hate that input as well, as that could make a lot of sense with the number 2 OK Rose having 3 seconds, 3/3, 3 straight seconds actually in the maiden route ranks. So that's something to keep an eye on. Maybe a horse that's just kind of one of those herd animals. Second off the bench for Peter Urton, Armando Ayuso. I'll get the volume on so Frank Miramati can give us the call, as they're just about all in line for race 3 at Santa Anita.
We're in the gate. Oh, that is number 6.
Oh,
Hello, Kiddo.
Oh, that's your 8 to 5 favorite that just broke through the gate.
See at odds of 3 to 2.
Oh, 3 to 2 favorite, I guess.
Apprehended, and we'll be heading right back into the gate.
Now, Jackson, let's we have a second to discuss it. If this happens and you are a fan of the number 6, even though the horse didn't get far, is this a good or a bad sign to you?
It's got to be a little concerning, right? I mean, he just busted the gate. His head's got to be not feeling too great.
And
a
some money
bump
comes
head,
in on Odie's memory lane.
It's tough to know exactly what to do with it.
Yeah, it's always tough because, but at least for me, at least I don't love the 6. Again, I'm for 3 in here. 36 to 1 now on the 3 is seems like a pretty good price, but he's going to need a significant. She's going to need a significant step up.
Tis Sunrise, Odie's Memory Lane, religiously, and Hello Kiddo, but it's Odie's Memory Lane who establishes a clear-cut early advantage. Religiously second, Hello Kiddo, third, OK Rose, and Tis Sunrise. Wildcat Dancing is second to last, and the early trailer is Silver Flirt. It's Odie's Memory Lane, hugging the rail and leading by a length and a half. Religiously is second, 2 clear of Hello Kiddo, who's taken in hand third. Another couple to OK Rose, 5 lengths off the lead. Tis Sunrise is next, racing right next to Wildcat Dancing and Silver Flirt. Odie's Memory Lane, bounding along uncontested with Religiously still second. Hello Kiddo is third. OK Rose fourth, 4 lengths off the lead, 3 lengths clear of Wildcat Dancing, Tis Sunrise, who was just passed by Silver Flirt. Odie's Memory Lane has been left alone on the front end. DeSormo asking Hello Kiddo to take up the chase, but is almost 3 lengths behind in second. Here's OK Rose putting in a bid on the inside of Religiously, who's dropping back. Then Wildcat Dancing, Odie's Memory Lane sailing along. OK Rose takes up the chase nicely into second. These are the 2. OK Rose within 2.5 of Odie's Memory Lane, who keeps on going. Odie's Memory Lane, OK Rose coming with every stride though, and OK Rose gets up under Armand.
Today was the day.
Well, today was the day for OK Rose.
A couple of those career second and third place finishers gotten the job done.
Yep. So 2, 4, 6. And I believe it was the 5 that came in fourth. Funny enough, I'm watching the feed right now. The 3 galloped out in front. I don't know where the 3 was when they turned for home because he was pretty much off the screen, but he just galloped out in front of everybody. So if you pay attention to gallop outs, he's currently galloping out alongside the winner. He was 7th as they crossed the wire, it would seem. So that was something interesting. And yeah, JD, you look like a genius for about 83% of that stretch there. Maybe even a little bit longer, as I thought it was just going to be a repeat of what we've seen, where the horse just doesn't quite finish the job. But no matter. So, what's up?
Kind of interesting that the 4 ended up going off as favored because everything the bull pace said it was going to be the 6. The gates closed on all the horses, so all the late money came in, and then the 6 broke through the gate. Yeah. And after that, there's a huge late odds flip again the other direction. So. Maybe someone knows something about what happens about their chances when these horses break through the gate. Because she was terrible. She didn't run at all. She got a good trip. That 6 did. And
she did not fire. Very much a possibility that break through the gate maybe took it out of her. It could have thrown her off of her game. But you mentioned it. Late odds switch there towards the end. But that's we've seen that time and again. In racing. So it went 2, 4, 6, 5 is the super there at Santa Anita. So we will pivot out to Belmont at the Big A. Of course, we're not going to show the races there, but 8 minutes to post for race number 9. We are on the dirt, 6.5 furlongs, 17,500 non-3 lifetime claiming horses. Jackson, how did you see this race? Matthew DeSantis, who joined us earlier, said he was singled to the 2. We're 4 minutes to post. Excuse me if I said something different for race number 9 here.
Yeah, this was a tough race. 2 is, we'll just say 1 to 5 right now. Do you see 1 to 5 on your screen?
I do. I see 1 to 5.
That is wow. I was not expecting that.
These are restricted claiming horses, and 1 to 5 is currently the price that you're getting. That seems a bit ridiculous.
So this is the flip side of our conversation earlier when we were talking about the one horse who was taking 0 money when I was expecting him to.
Yeah.
On paper, this horse has very little edge over everyone else, but he's just bet so heavily that it kind of makes me stop and think like, okay, maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe someone sees something I don't. Clearly, they're speaking with their wallets here because they're hammering this horse. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to take another look at this right now because that is significant money this horse is taking.
Certainly significant. I'm going to go with the number 8 Big Gain, currently sitting at 7 to 2, which feels like a pretty fair price to me. But you mentioned it. This horse is taking an abundance of money. Talking about the 2, currently at 1 to 5, projected to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 to 5. Is now 3 to 5, but still projected to take just a ton of money in here. So this might be one of those situations where they knew is kind of all over the place. But Matthew mentioned maybe this horse just kind of found his friends. Being in the maiden 20 ranks and then claiming 16,000 non-2 and then right up to the non-3, this time with Chris Elliott aboard. Maybe something that makes this horse a little vulnerable is drawn inside in a sprint race, has some early speed. So maybe that, puts a little bit too much pressure on him early. And again, these aren't world beaters in here. So typically in a race like this, I think sometimes the cleanest trip is going to win the race. And the number 8 Big Gain is taking some money. Now 2 to 1. This horse is going to be coming from off the pace. I do think that there's a fair amount of pace in here. So maybe they heat things up and this thing falls apart. Big Gain won his last race in the non-2 ranks, won by 5 lengths and change. And this one's going 6.5. So if they fly going 6, maybe that last half a furlong catches up to some of these.
Yeah, I don't hate it. And get back to the 2. He is not even favored in the Big 3 Will Pays, which is kind of very surprising. The 8 is actually favored. And in the Big 5, the 2 is favored, but just barely over the 8. So maybe this price is going to drift up on the 2. The 2 is not a horse I really like. It's just not a horse that, he got soft outside stalking trips from outside posts his last couple wins. And those are, he took advantage of it to his credit, but those are the trips where you're probably supposed to do that and where you're going to post good numbers because you have the most ideal circumstances to post it faster. Now he's drawn towards the inside, facing a better field. It just feels like a horse you're probably supposed to try to take on. I don't hate the idea of the 8. My problem was I just didn't love anyone else, so I wasn't really sure where to go. You talk about all the speed. I kind of wanted to work the 3 into the mix a little bit somehow, just from way out of it. So maybe I'll go 8 on top and try to get that 3 in the trip.
Yeah, the 3 could definitely pick things up late if this starts to fall apart. So that's also something to keep in mind because, it could be just one of those races where it could fall apart. Maybe it holds together. But again, they're not, top class horses in here. But number 9, Ironman Ira is a horse that I think would be important to key underneath, at least for me. Is cutting back from a route race last time, went through the 17.5 non-2 lifetime condition, now cutting back to 6.5, but was up by 4.5 lengths last time out at that second to last point of call. So maybe the cutback is really going to hit this one between the eyes. Ruben Silvera is on board, so probably going to be forwardly placed. You would have to imagine. So that's one maybe I'll give a little bit of a shout to. Key that one maybe like in third. But again, if I'm playing a win bet, and I think I will in here, I'm going to go ahead and take the 2-1 I'm currently getting on the number 8 Big Gain, and then 9-5 now. But we'll kind of roll from there and see if we can get a little lucky.
Yeah, I like it. I think I'm gonna try to get this 2 out of the trifecta completely. Is gonna be my plan.
Nice.
I'm gonna use the 8 on top. On one ticket I'm gonna keep the 3 in third, and then on another ticket I will. Who was the other horse I was looking at? There was another closer.
Looks like Lole likes the number 4 Uncaptured Star in here. Thanks for throwing your picks in the chat. Yeah, please do. We love to see everybody's picks. He liked. I forgot to throw this one up, but he liked number 8 He's Pure Gold, who ran a respectable race at Monmouth in the feature. All right, I think they're loading into the gate, or they're just about to. They're loading in at Belmont at the Big A. So I guess this means I got to call my race again, or call the race again. So I will. I'll get ready here as they're about to break out of the gate. No guarantees on this one, but hey, we'll see what happens. Your favorite Ain't No Joke, the number 2, currently sitting at even money. They're out of the gate now. The number 4 Uncaptured Star breaks for the lead. Just to that one's outside is the number 9 Ironman Ira. Back behind them is a wall of horses, looks like led by Ain't No Joke, and to that one's outside is Ride Up. Down on the rail is Masterwork at 60-1. Then right behind them is the number 5 Sin Nombre. To that one's outside is the number 8 Big Gain, stocking about 3 wide in the clear. The number 3 is dropping back through the field a little bit. That is Boss 302. Up front, it's the number 4 Uncaptured Star, the number 9 Ironman Ira. Then to that one's outside is the number 6 Ride Up at 6-1. Then back to Masterwork against the rail. Ain't No Joke, 2 wide. Big Gain moving up 3 wide. Out behind them is the number 5 Sin Nombre. As they turn to the top of the stretch, number 4 Uncaptured Star still up front for Luis Rivera Jr. Ironman Ira in second. Then back to Ride Up. Big Gain out on the outside is making up some ground now. Then back to Sin Nombre. Still up front, it's Uncaptured Star. Big Gain is catching with every stride. It's going to be one of these two, it looks like. Sin Nombre is making up a ton of ground as well. They're inside the 16th pole. Big Gain is taking the lead. Number 4 Uncaptured Star in second. 5 Sin Nombre. Then 6 Ride Up in third. Or in fourth, rather. Number 8, Big Gain on top. And, hey, the number 2 was out of the trifecta, Jackson.
Yeah, had a chance there. I keyed the wrong. I ended up keying the 3 and the 7 in third. And got the 2 out and still have cash. And you had the 8 on top, so good call there on the 8. But I'm a little annoyed to miss that try because it was a 4. The 4 is a price too, and I had him in second.
4 was 11-1, 9-5 over 11-1 over 25-1. So trifecta should pay pretty healthy, without a doubt. Let's see where we're going to head off to next. We got to be close to Monmouth. Yeah, 5 minutes. Sorry?
Monmouth, I would think, yeah.
Yeah. 4 minutes to the next race at Monmouth Park. So I'll throw that up for everybody. We'll watch the post parade. We'll talk about this race as we are going to wrap up the day in Oceanport, New Jersey. And, stick with us. Thank you for everybody that's following along. In about 40 minutes, we're going to be joined by Frank Scottoni to go over the late pick 4 at Santa Anita Park. Always excited for that. He's obviously a very sharp handicapper, so it's always fun to be joined by him. And Jackson, you and I are, good friends of him and his, and obviously he's done a lot for the two of us. So we always love having him on to talk horses. And there's fewer people in the industry that really just have such a good time talking horses like we do. But let's pivot out to Monmouth Park as the number 8 is 2-5 here. as we are 4 minutes to post. Jackson, is there any way around it, as this is a starter $5,000 allowance race going 6 furlongs on the dirt?
I couldn't get around the 8. He just looks very tough in here. There's not that much speed, and he's got a perfect post to kind of just press the pace from out there. And he's probably supposed to win it. I'm not going to bother trying to. I'm going to have a straight exact in this spot. Try to get the 3 in there. Face Safari just lost. He's in charge by only a couple lengths, and he was kind of dueling the entire time. And I think he has a chance to maybe get the lead by himself in this spot. And if he does, I won't be surprised if he can take this field a really long way. I'm hoping he doesn't win. I hope he takes the field a long way, and this favorite does what he's supposed to do late. But I'm gonna have 8 over 3 straight. And that's the plan. Hoping this pace isn't too high.
I like it. I'm gonna play a trifecta. I'm gonna play 8-7-3. Is gonna be my try. Gonna play that straight as well. The 7 BB Bad is coming in from Parks off 2 respectable efforts. Versus claiming $25,000 and optional claiming 20 company. Got moved up 2 back rather, up to 3rd from 4th place finish. But I thought this one had some chance. I think there is enough pace where maybe some of those horses up front kind of tire late, so the 7 picks up the pieces behind the 8. But I'm with you. Tough to get past this heavy favorite here in the nightcap.
Yeah, I thought so.
After this race, we're going to go out to Santa Anita Park. Obviously, that is our track, and we're going to cover the upcoming stakes race there, which I'm always excited to do because we're going to talk some stakes horses. And it looks like I'm going to go look at the odds right now, but I would imagine the 4 is going to be a pretty heavy favorite in the Thor's Echo Stakes. Looked at the wrong one. Yeah, currently 1-2 for the number 3 Booksmart. Mike Smith, Bob Hess Jr. Again, though, the more I look, I think Tapatio Leo can maybe apply a lot of pressure from the outside. This is a speedball, comes out of a 1,000-yard race. Jackson, I'm curious your thoughts. And again, we'll get back to Monmouth here in a second, but it seems pretty cut and dry with this 8 horse as the heavy favorite, so I wouldn't mind pivoting a little bit. In your experience or in your thought, a horse coming out of a 1,000-yard race in the quarters at Los Alamitos into a race like this, do you think that's going to help their early speed, regardless of whether that helps their win chances? Do you think that is going to kind of add more early pace into the race and maybe pressure Booksmart a bit?
Yes and no. Yes, it'll make him sharper for these longer races back at Santa Anita. He'll be quicker than he has been in the past when he's run here. At the same time, though, he's dealing with a horse that is awfully quick as himself. I mean, Booksmart is very, very fast. He'd be making lead at Los Al, too. Those are just lesser horses. He's still faster than him. And I don't know. That's the way I would probably try to think about it. Because if I'm also riding before, like, if you go with the 3, you have probably no chance either. Your best chance is to outbreak them. If you outbreak them, you go. If you don't outbreak them, I don't know if you're necessarily supposed to press them in this spot. So it's a tough call. I just think the 3 is in incredible form right now. He'll be very, very tough to beat. Nothing groundbreaking there. He's 2-5, but as is this race I'm on. So a couple short price favorites coming up, but still trying to get a bit of a better price in here with playing some exactas.
Yeah, no doubt. And we're going to talk about how to make value out of these races when we get out to Santa Anita. But you mentioned it, Jackson. You're going to play a straight exacta. I'm playing a straight trifecta out at Monmouth Park here to try and squeeze a little bit of value out of this heavy 1-2 favorite as we wrap up the day in Oceanport. And Kaylee Shapiro will be back with us in a little bit. She's got to do work as Belmont at the Big A is still running. So they obviously have work to do, and they'll be back. Or she'll be back when she can, but we'll carry us the rest of the way here. Jackson, I know you entered the tournament out at Churchill Downs earlier today. Obviously pressed your opinion and maybe not continuing, but have you looked at the last race there, as they're about 3 minutes to post for an open maiden special weight race going a mile for 3-year-olds and upward? Looks pretty competitive.
I did a little bit. It looked like it was a pretty good group. Like it might be one to keep an eye on moving forward, as can be expected from these Saturday Churchill Down maiden races. They're all loaded.
Right.
Let me pull it up really quick because there was a couple of horses that was pretty interesting.
I'm going to take the Jackson angle here. I'm going to go with the number 5 Duke of Duval, a 4-year-old facing a big group of 3-year-olds. his kind of one-turn races stand out a little bit compared to the two-turn races, going a mile and a 16th a couple times. His best race was going the mile at Ellis Park, which is kind of out of that similar chute that Saratoga has. Asmussen not off to a super strong meet, but 3 for 61, but 18 others in the money. So he's been firing relatively well. So that's, I think, who I'm going to plant my flag in for the last race here.
Yeah. The one I looked at was the favorite in here too. He was 3-1 more line. He's 3-5 right now. That is fact for Will Walden. We ran in a really live race over at Keeneland. Big Trez came out of that and ran really well on Derby Day on the undercard. And then Valley Humor came back and finished, I believe, second last weekend to Camp Hill, who was another good maiden horse. That seemed like a really live group, and this horse ran really well that day. I actually went all in on the horse, also coming out of that same maiden race, but he didn't know the damn horse. So knocked me out of the tournament. But this horse in this race fact is going to be very tough. But 3-5, that is awfully short, I think.
3-5 is very low, but I mean, could clearly beat this field given that 81 speed figure last time. What do you do with a horse like the 11 Steez for Riley Mott? This 3-year-old colt by Vacoma, stretching out to the one-turn mile from the 7 furlong after losing to Invictus and Camp Hale. Ship Hooray also ran well behind Camp Hale in that maiden race. Invictus obviously disappointed a little bit on Preakness Day during the undercard, failed at odds on, I believe, ran second or third, I believe, behind Crudo, who's the Todd Pletcher runner, and then another horse who I forget the name of. But what do you make of a horse like the number 11 Steez?
Yeah, he's very interesting. I mean, he's got the same speed figures as Fact does, and he's much better price. And he's really the only horse that closed in that race. And you mentioned that was a pretty live maiden race too, so I want to give him credit for that effort. Horses from this barn usually get better with racing. Getting a second star, he's got a good boast. He's one to definitely be interested, especially at 5-1.
No doubt. All right, they're just about in the gate at Monmouth Park, so I'll let Matt Dinnerman call us home. In the nightcap, I am 8-7-3. Jackson's 8-3. Just trying to make get a little value out of the heavy favorite, the number 8.
And Lara in the nightcap. Face Sabario, per usual, up on the lead right away. The favorite, he's in charge, strides into second while pressing the issue. Just in spite of it, claims third. Elusive D'Oro right behind him. And then the two at the back, Lloyd and BB Bad. They're down the back stretch. Face Sabario has a challenge from just in spite of it, the long shot who kicks onto a neck lead. Now it's a half length. Face Sabario right there. Now the presser, a 3 deep. He's in charge. Went off at 1-5. He's got absolutely no excuses from here. 2.5 back to Lloyd, getting closer in fourth, passing Elusive D'Oro, who retreats to fifth while under a hard ride, and BB Bad is still the trailer as they round the far turn. Just in spite of it, Face Sabario, they're even once again, but he's in charge, is ready to roll the 3 path, and Lloyd is following his move. It's going to be caught deep coming off the turn, but he's in with a shot. They're down the stretch. He's in charge, goes well on the grandstand side, comes looking for the lead. Face Sabario, a neck behind. Lloyd is third. Elusive D'Oro re-rallying on the inside, but he's in charge, taking charge with a furlong to go. Opening up now, 3-4 lengths coming to the finish, and with a good finish.
Here we go, Jackson. 8-3-4-7-5. There we go. Got a winner home there in the last. What did that exacta pay? It ended up going off at 1-5.
I can't get it to load, but
One second. Here we go.
it could not have been more than like 3 or 4 to 1, I would think. We went off at 1-5. It was a 5-horse field. I'm sure it got that big. But
Yeah,
again,
probably got
it's
that big there.
when you have a 1-5 horse, it's a way to get a little bit more equity out of it.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm not in the business of betting 1-5 shots to win, so make it a little interesting. We just happen to have the right one in that race. So we'll take it. Take it.
Take it,
2
move
wins
on.
there, 1-5 and even money. I love it.
There we go. Hey, even money looks like tremendous value compared to the what you were just talking about. They are off at Churchill Downs for anybody curious. In fact, did break on the lead. I guess I'll call us through this race, and then we'll get out to Santa Anita. I'll throw Santa Anita feed up, but I'll call us through the last race at Churchill Downs. Fact is up on the lead, but being pressed from the outside from the number 9 Maxima, cutback runner for Bill Mott, and then 13 G's is in third. Number 3 Il Cavallino is down on the rail. Then followed by War Tank, first-time starter, number 12, Bourbon Flight and Sports Hero. make up the top, looks like 6 or so, if I'm doing my counting correctly. Then it's far back to the rest. Pretty strung out group. They went 22.57. They're going a mile here on the one turn. So that's, pretty quick. Half mile and 45 flat. Okay, so they're flying. Fact is still being pressed to the outside by the number 9 Maxima. This thing looks like it could absolutely fall apart. Closers seem to be coming, again, 45 flat for the half. They're on their way around the far turn. Number 10, 13 G's is making up some ground. 3, Il Cavallino. To that one's outside is the number 5, Duke of Duval for Steve Asmussen. Then even farther out to the number 11, Stees for Riley Mott. They're coming down the stretch. Fact is kicked away again. They went 109 and 4 for 3/4. Duke of Duval is trying to make up some ground. Fact is still up top. It looks like Fact is still pulling away. This is a pretty monster effort. They went 122.3 for 7/8. It's going to go 7-5-11 under the wire. That's a pretty impressive effort. Fact was pressed the entire way and kicked away at the top of the stretch. Fact for Louis Saez, Will Walden. Final time in 134.07. That seems pretty quick.
Yeah, definitely. Curious to curious to see how that number comes back, because that was impressive. He took a lot of pressure. I don't know how fast the track is playing today. I haven't really been paying too much attention, but he definitely took the pressure off and drew away again in the end. That's, like I said, it seemed like a decent bunch. So he's
it did 7. Yes,
that race
7-5-11. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Yeah, good.
All right, we're on track for race number 4 at Santa Anita. 6 minutes to post. Pick 4 pool starts here. Coast to coast pick 5 looks like it also starts here. Jackson, you're going to be participating in that today?
Not today. I haven't looked at Gulfstream, but we got 6 minutes. Maybe I'll take a quick peek.
I also have not looked at Gulfstream.
By the way, that exactly paid $3. We're back.
Well,
We're back,
hey,
woo.
I mean, don't leave us when you make too much money, okay? You got to stick with us, please. But 6 minutes to post, obviously heavy favorite, 3 of 5 on Booksmart. So looking at this race here, are you going to try and beat him, Jackson, or do you think this horse is just kind of in a world of his own in a class above these?
I think he's a class above these. I mean, look at the horses he's been running against. Thornhouse is good. The race 2 back. Positivity hasn't lost since. Mo mentioned. I mean, those are good horses. And that's Open Company, which is better than what he's facing in here. So I'm trying to look for an exacta horse right now. Like I said, I don't think the 4 can probably stick around too long, so I don't really need him. Geezer's coming out of much weaker races. Maybe the 7 is the right one from off the pace. Has a win over Calbred horses, 2 back sprinting. One with Rispoli. Who's the other horse in here? The 2 is the one taking the money. Yeah, I'd be against the 2, Private Jennifer Glad. I don't know. I don't think those races he ran in were that good. And again, he's a horse that took advantage of them, to be fair, but this is much bigger ask. Now he's got to switch services again. I think it'd be on the 7 here. I think the 7 is the right horse in exacta. So it'd probably be 3-7.
I'm going to go a little bit different. I'm going to go 3-1 on my exacta. The one spiritual advisor cutting back from route races, but showed some ability to be forward, and his sprint races haven't been all that bad. So maybe on the cutback, second off the bench for Jeff Bondy, where he is 21% second off the 45 to 180-day break. So, he's only been facing state-bred competition, but he won his last out race over Mr. Disrespectful, who came out to win his next start. So this is one I'll give a chance to, and one that is currently sitting at the board at 14-1. Should be coming late, should have plenty of stamina, and has been close in sprint races as well. So we'll see on this one, but yeah, it looks like the number 3 Booksmart is going to be a little too tough to get by.
Yeah, and I'll add another layer to my bet. I'm going to also throw in the 5 and 3rd for a trifecta. So I'll have, however much on this exacta, and then I'll come back and play it for a little bit, for a lot less. But if I hit the kill shot bet, it'll be great too. So it'll be 3-7-5 in the try. But obviously the goal is to get that exacta home.
I like it. We'll touch quickly. We'll go for Belmont at the Big A. They're coming up on their stakes race, so their feature race on the day, the 6 furlongs on the turf, the Paradise Creek for 3-year-olds. Current favorite is the number 7, 2-1 on Supersonic Blue. Number 5, Clock Tower, is 5-2, so a second choice there. Jackson, what were your thoughts on this one? The number 4, Assertiveness, is 11-1, up from the 8-1 morning line.
Yeah, who I like. I like that 4 horse. if I can get the load. PP's the load here. Hold on. Horse coming from Keeneland, going 2 turns, and I thought he ran well that day. Still won't load. I'll go off the top of my head. He ran in that race. We were there. I believe States Rights was in it and was favored. I don't think he won. Macero won. Here, yeah, he was pressing the pace. The pace just completely fell apart and just looked like a horse that was asking for a cutback. And even the race 2-back where he broke his maiden at Gulfstream, kind of getting late there. So it feels like one that the cutback is going to do him a lot of good, especially stepping up in class to face this kind of caliber. And the race at Gulfstream was good. He beat Dublin's Knight. We know what that horse came back to do at Keeneland. He won with a big number. So that was an impressive race. He's probably supposed to get a pretty good trip in here. Just mid-pack. Won't be as close as he was routing, but I still expect to be mid-pack in this race. And if the speed comes back to him, he's got plenty of, his 2 wins, or 2 most recent turf races, those numbers put him right there. So I think 11-1 is really good value.
Yeah, I agree. I think 11-1 presents great value. A horse that I'm interested in keying around underneath is going to be the number 2 Insubordination for George Weaver, Javier Castellano. This one's cutting back from a couple route efforts to start his 3-year-old season. Comes up from Gulfstream Park. Obviously, we mentioned a bit of a different turf course and turf course setup, but I at least like the cutback compared to the favorite, the number 9 Pivotal Moment, who's stretching out from 5 furlongs at Gulfstream Park. This one at least is cutting back, so hopefully has a little bit more stamina. Not off the layoff. Pivotal Moment last ran in February. Insubordination last ran May 3rd at Gulfstream Park. So after the championship meet ended, off Lasix again, though, cuts back to a sprint distance out of this Irish bred obviously is going to handle the turf kind of wherever he shows up, is what would be my guess. But George Weaver, obviously a very capable turf sprint trainer. So one I thought deserved a shot and thought could provide some value underneath.
Yeah, like it's tough to know what to do with that favorite, right? Because he was so damn impressive down at Gulfstream when he won by 4. But, the race doesn't come back the greatest. He got a really good setup. He also won by 4, so I have to give him credit for that and looked damn good doing it. But this is a huge step up in class. And now he's got to go 6 furlongs. It's a much different turf course. There are a lot a I he needs to answer at that shorter price.
He is, and I'm actually going to –
legit, but again, just with the price he's going to be, I think you're supposed to look in that direction.
Yeah, I'm going to leave him out of my I'm going to play a trifecta key box here. I'm going to key the 2 in all spots, and I'll use the 4, the 5, and the 7. So try and get a little bit of value. I don't love assertiveness, but that value is hard to deny at a current 11-1 for Pletcher. Johnny V, Spendthrift, and Rapoli own this horse. Certainly has the speed figures that are capable and definitely took a step up. We're approaching the gate out at Santa Anita, so we'll pivot back to there. Jackson, remind us what you're doing. You're doing it a straight exact. I just couldn't remember. It's 3 and who?
3 over the 7, and then a little bit deep, little kill shot 375.
There we go. I am going 3-1 straight exacta. So just trying to get a little bit more value out of that horse and or out of this race. And we're joined back by Kaylee Shapiro. Kaylee, I know you got tied up with some work, but that's very acceptable as you guys have a stake race coming up out at Aqueduct here in a few minutes.
It's post time.
Yeah, definitely. I do a couple different things here, so a lot of the times I'm like managing my time, I guess, when the racing's going on. But glad I made it back in time for stakes race.
Yeah, stakes race. The I forget the name of it.
There
it is. Thor's Echo Stakes at Santa Anita, going
Thor's
6 furlongs. Heavy 3-5 favorite from the 3 posts. So we'll let
Thor's
Frank
Echo
Miramotti
Stakes.
call it. Jackson's playing a 3-7 exacta. I'm playing a 3-1. Just trying to get a little bit of value.
Pays to be Calbret. And they're off. And Booksmart bounces out beautifully as usual. Tapatio Leo has his speed, and Tapatio Leo and Booksmart will go at it from the start. Geezer is just off them, 2 back in 3rd. Then it was Private Gem in 4th. Not the best of beginnings for Spiritual Advisor, and it is a distance to Final Storm. Booksmart leads. Tapatio Leo keeps him honest. They've sped 4 lengths clear. Private Gem and Geezer 3rd and 4th. 3 more to Spiritual Advisor, and a long way to Final Storm there midway on the far turn.
Our horses are doing great, Jackson.
Booksmart trying to edge away
Hey, this is
from
probably good for the
Tapatio
second,
Leo, who
because
keeps
these horses
coming out
behind
in
the three are
second.
going fast.
The other
too.
two getting closer,
Yeah.
both Private Gem and Geezer. Spiritual Advisor is on the far
Well,
outside.
Oh,
in
good.
turn
9
for
wide.
home.
That's exactly
Book
where I
smart.
want him.
Here comes Private Gem on the inside, and Private Gem means business with
Oh,
a
boy.
furlong left to go. Runs right by Book Smart. In the center of the track, Spiritual Advisor, and Final Storm from far back is closing stoutly into third, but it's Private Gem sizzling home.
Wow,
Private
look at your
Gem
closing
and Umberto
pick on the
Rismoli
7
to
there.
win the
But
Thorzendo. Final Storm from nowhere
you know,
into second.
down goes the heavy favorite there in Book Smart. But hey, he was pressed all the way around by Tapatio Leo. Sometimes that's how it happens. So
Was that the
what is
one
that?
coming at the end too?
That was the one. So I think it went 2-7-3-1 there at the end. But we'll talk about Belmont at the Big A now. 6 furlongs in the Paradise Creek Stakes on turf. We covered this on Big Hoof Energy that you saw a little bit earlier in the week. We were just talking. Jackson was going over his top pick in the number 4 Assertiveness. I said I'm going to play a trifecta key box with the number 2 Insubordination as my key, using the 4, 5, and 7 as my other horses, trying to toss the 9 out of the trifecta. How did you see this race, Kaylee, and what will you be wagering?
Clock Tower looks really, really tough to beat here. In my opinion, I think live odds 3-1. Checking out the other ones here. Yeah, the Clement on the outside. I mean, there's a few in here that, the top horses in here, all the top choices all look pretty tough. So I'm kind of with Jackson here, originally where I was going with the number 4. This horse, obviously, last time out, faced winners for the first time, got third. I think he can sit right off the pace and hopefully get the job done. But I'm going to go with the number 4, especially looking at what he's projected to go off at. I think you're getting some pretty good value here. The figures he's running are pretty on par with your Clock Towers. The 9 is really the only huge standout, in my opinion. So I'm probably going to take a shot with the number 4.
The 9 is certainly a standout, but has a lot of questions to answer. Coming in off the bench, going off Lasix, shipping up from Gulfstream Park. Mm-hmm. So drawn out wide as well, could lose some ground there. But obviously, IRAD being aboard is a positive, but a reason at least for all of us to play against, because I do think this is going to be a vulnerable favorite. Looks to be projected to go off around 8-5. We got 4 minutes to post at Belmont at the Big A. We do have a stakes race coming up at Gulfstream Park. I haven't looked at it at all, but I did see that they have the big drama stakes coming up. So we may show that, but I think they may be dragging at the post a little too long. So we'll probably stick with Belmont at the Big A, and I'll Jackson, you want to call this one, or am I up again?
You're up.
Oh, well, it's still up. Okay. There
You're
we go.
doing good. We got to give people what they want. You see all the comments in the chat? They're saying, Ryan. You got to stick with them.
All right. Well, I don't know anybody that was chanting that in the chat, but I will call another one because they're entertaining enough. So, all right, we gotta let's while we kind of keep waiting and while we get close to the post here. Jackson, say one nice thing about the number 6 Jet Sweep Joe. Oh, actually, JD Fox is going to say something nice. Jet Sweep Joe hates being trapped, but all of his best runs with the Bellmare are up. I could follow Supersonic Blue out of the gate for clear sailing. Well, thanks, Dave. Well, I will call the race, so why not? We'll have a little bit of fun. So, okay. Well, that's Jet Sweep Joe. JD Fox got us covered on that. Jackson, why don't you say something nice about the number 3 Flat to the Mat?
Hang on. We keep jumping around. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready. He is a deep closer that has a win over the track. There's my next thing.
Hey, there we go.
And Dylan Davis, who just blows up the field like once a week, and he's due for it. So.
He is due.
I mean, not to pick every horse could win here, because I landed on the 4. I think has pretty good value, even though 5 is going to be pretty tough. But I mean, the number 1, Super Swift, switching back to the turf is kind of interesting. Ran a 76 just in his second start, sprinting on the turf, same distance as today, and had Eric Cancel aboard that day. And then, now has Jose Lezcano riding him for the first time on the turf. So has really good speed. Should be able to get out of the one hole clean. That one, I think, I'm not saying it's getting lost. He's getting lost on the board, but definitely a little interesting at 9-1.
Yeah, certainly an interesting runner there. That's a good shout to the rail at Super Swift. We've just about talked about I think everybody in the
Does
field.
anyone-
Go ahead.
Anyone have like a double into the next race? Another off of turf. I haven't looked
I would go to the 8. I would go to a double to the 8 if I was playing one. And you know what? I might. Yeah, I would go to the 8, the Melanie Giddings Chris Elliott horse.
Is he taking a lot of money?
Is he?
I don't know. Okay.
Oh.
Let's see. 9 to the 8 is paying $12. 9 to the
That's
7
not
is
bad.
paying 10. So those are the two favorites.
We'll throw up the big drama stakes from Gulfstream
And
Park here.
they're off
just
in the
to
big drama
get us some
handicap.
action.
From the far outside, Air Combat quickened to stride. Dilger is moving to take him on at the inside of a Revolution not far away. These three almost in line. Good spot early for Shaq Diesel in the yellow colors. He situates himself in 4th, a length in front of Pure Class, who's 4 ahead of the trailer. Life is Precious. Down the backstretch they go. From the inside of a Revolution in the center, Dilger. Out in the middle is Air Combat. Behind the speed, waiting his turn is Shaq Diesel from 4th. At the rail, Pure Class is now 5th. He's about 4 lengths off the lead, and he's 4 in front of Life is Precious. The opening quarter, very slow, 23-1. Top class individuals, not much pace on here. Around the far turn they go. The pace picks up. 3 wide, Air Combat. In the middle, Dilger. At the rail, it's of a Revolution. Starting to work harder in 4th is Shaq Diesel. Vasquez asking for a kick there. 2 back to Pure Class, and the trailer is Life is Precious. The leader is Air Combat. Air Combat has the lead a half a length. Dilger is second. Hooking to the outside, Shaq Diesel. He's grinding home at the rail of a Revolution. They went the half in 46 seconds flat. They're on their way home. 4 chances in the big drama. On the far outside, it's Shaq Diesel. In the middle, it's Air Combat. At the rail, it's of a Revolution. Here comes Shaq Diesel. It's Shaq Diesel who surges forward now. Shaq Diesel and Miguel Vasquez have it won. Shaq Diesel to win the big drama going away.
4-6-5 at Gulfstream Park in the big drama stakes. Just something to get a little bit of action on because obviously.
I think I'm going to play a double. I'm going to go 1-4-5-9 in here, and then I'm going to single into the 8. I did a $5 double, 20 total.
I ended up playing a double as well. I'm going with the 7, who's my top pick, Supersonic Blue, into the number 8 in the last race. Played that a little bit just to try and get a little bit of value there. But they are loading into the gate. Again, we're not going to show the race, but I will call it. So we'll have some fun listening to the race call here. They're just about in line. Couple more horses left to go. And then, of course, we'll swing back out to Santa Anita about 14 minutes until Frank Scatoni is going to join us and go over some of the stakes races as well as the late pick 4 at Santa Anita that is loaded that we covered, Jackson, on Pacific Horse Players over on the HH8 Racing Channel earlier this week. So let's see. They just broke out of the gate. Number 8, Warheart broke for the lead. Clock Tower to that one's inside, along with the number 6, Jet Sweep Joe. 7, Supersonic Blue is the early trailer. Down on the rail is Super Swift. Pace looks pretty honest early. The 2, Insubordination, is also right there up on the lead. Assertiveness back in 5th. Then to the number 3, Flat to the Mat. To that one's outside is Pivotal Moment. 3 wide. Supersonic Blue still out the back. First quarter in 22.52. Up front, it's Clock Tower and Jet Sweep Joe pressing to the outside. Then back to Warheart in 3rd. Down on the rail is Super Swift. In between those runners, Insubordination. Pivotal Moment trying to make a move from his outside. Already under a ride by Arad Ortiz. Back to the number 3, Flat to the Mat, and Assertiveness. Coming wide around the field is the number 7, Supersonic Blue. They're in the stretch now, half mile in 45.66 seconds. It's the 5, Clock Tower extending the lead up front. 3, Flat to the Mat seems to be putting in the late run. So is the 2, Insubordination. So is the 4, Assertiveness, closing late. Flat to the Mat seems to be running. Looks like he'll get second. Clock Tower up front, 5-3-2-6-4 across the line. So the 3, Flat to the Mat. Dylan Davis tried to blow up the tote there, but came out just shy as Clock Tower was ready, turning back from the route race.
Clock Tower went off at really good value.
7-2.
7-2.
You got
I
on
thought
Clock
that- I
Tower if
thought-
that was a
yeah.
horse you backed.
I thought you never got. I mean, even the morning line, I thought that he would be bet down a ton. But
I did too, yeah. Huge run from flat to the mat up the inside to get second over Insubordination, and then Jet Sweep Joe ran a huge race to finish in fourth, and then the 4 Assertiveness. Nothing from your 2 favorites, Supersonic Blue or Pivotal Moment. So we're right to kind of go against the favorite. I was not anywhere close to being correct on the 7, but Clock Tower ends up getting the job done in the Paradise Creek Stakes. All right, one race left out at Belmont at the Big A. Let's see. Should we talk a little bit of the – what's up, Jackson?
Oh, that was just a weird race. Like, no one really ran outside of Clock Tower. He took a lot of pressure. The pace looked like it was coming apart, and no one did anything. I mean, a couple long shots came up with the fence, and that was about it. I think Clock Tower is really the only horse you're going to want moving forward.
Agree.
I wonder what happened. The 7, I mean, I'm curious to see. I didn't really catch, I mean, how he broke. I know he broke in last, but I mean, that horse has never broke anything less than like first or second. So kind of wonder.
Yeah, just did not break well. Just did not break well there, and then that was pretty much all she wrote for the most part. But hey, we have a little bit. What's up, Jackson? Sorry.
And then mine was terrible. I mean, he was a little wide, but if you get that setup, you're still supposed to come with a run and maybe flatten out of there. He didn't do that.
You are. We got a little bit of time, so let's talk about Memorial Day racing at Santa Anita. We covered the 3 stakes a little earlier in the week. JD Fox Pivotal Moment last at 3-2. That super should be massive with one of the longest shots in the field, finishing in second with Insubordination. And then Jet Sweep Joe, the other longest shot in the field, finishing in fourth to round out that super. Should be massive with 7-2 on Clock Tower. So I mentioned, man, I'm all over the place trying to get the past performances up. But Memorial Day Stakes, we have 2 grade 1s on turf, a grade 2 on the dirt. Jackson, we spoke about these races a little bit earlier in the week on Big Hoof Energies. We covered all the weekend stakes racings. Kaylee, you were obviously with us as well. So let's just go over race number 7 again. That's going to be on Memorial Day weekend. It's going to be the grade 1 Gamely Stakes. I'll try and get the past performances up and share it with this on the screen as soon as my internet is able to cooperate. Here we go. All right, going a mile and an eighth, going 9 furlongs, grade 1, 3-year-olds and upwards, fillies and mares. Kaylee, we'll start with you. How did you see this race? Again, I know we've covered this before, but just one more time for the people. How'd you see it?
I went with Be Your Best here. I didn't see anyone that would be a major threat to her in here. I think that she's the speed of the speed of the group, and I think that she's in really, really good form recently. So I'm going to be playing her on top. I mean, the more that I looked at the race as well, I don't think I originally shouted this horse out when we covered it on Big Hoof Energy, but the number 6, Expensive Queen, is pretty interesting as well. I know that it's a big step up into a grade 1 off that last start in an allowance race, but Brendan Walsh, I mean, you have to trust where he's placing his horse, and this one seems to have a decent amount of talent. So the more I looked at it after we did that show, I had a little bit more interest in the 6, but I'm going to be going with Be Your Best.
I like it. Yeah, Be Your Best, 4-1 on the morning line. If you can get 4-1, that's pretty good value for a horse that looks to either control things on the front end or just kind of stock off the pace there. But Jackson, I think we spoke about this. Kind of a 1-number horse. I like Be Your Best as well on top in here. Has that 98 buyer, but at least has the running style you want to see in a race like this. Did you end up on the number 8, Be Your Best, or did you end up elsewhere?
I went to the 4 horse. Bit of a better price in here. Tough race though. I mean, it's pretty competitive. This isn't the best grade 1 field you're ever going to find, but it did come up pretty competitive, I thought. But I found the 4 Public Assembly be a little interesting for Phil D'Amato. Loved her race last time. I mean, we talked about it. That race just completely collapsed. All horses from dead last just ran really well, and she was right up on the pace pretty much the entire time. I know she saved a lot of ground got a good trip overall. But she, there were a couple other horses that also were up there with her that got good trips, and Raw Ability and Tirapati, who were pretty good, and they just had nothing left in the trips. Maybe just a case of those horses just didn't run. Or maybe this is one where you really need to upgrade that race because she ran really well in there. Third start off the long layoff. More distance. I think distance is probably her friend. We saw how well she ran going further last year. And I think she's supposed to get another pretty good trip in this spot too. So I'm going to take her at 8-1. I think she's pretty interesting. And I think we're going to get all of that 8-1 just based on the speed figures and who showed up from the East Coast. So I'm on Public Assembly.
Yeah, you should. And if you look at time form figures, aside from the standalone race in the Pegasus World Cup Filly and Mare Turf Invitational, that's the longest stakes name ever. Public Assembly is pretty much right there with those speed figures and could certainly be a factor. A horse I like to give a look to underneath is number 1, Lady Claypool, coming off a bit of a freshening. Going to have a lot of work to do turning from home, but at least should save a fair bit of ground around the racetrack through the one hole for this effort. So one I thought was worth a look, at least for me, underneath. But again, I was with the number 8, Be Your Best as well. It's nice that we have post positions and morning lines for this race. Now, we didn't have that on Thursday. Jackson, what do you do with the number 5, No Show Sammy Joe? Pratt is in town. Just came out of the Jenny Wiley Stakes where Choicia won with Excellent Truth, who finished in second. This Grand Motion runner travels out west.
Yeah, no real excuse last time other than maybe the ground, because she got a pretty good trip in there. She saved every inch of ground, was following the winner if I remember correctly, and just was outkicked home. But she did get a career best for that effort, if you're a believer. And now she comes out to California where she's getting back to the ground that she really wants, which is the firm stuff. She found a good group. She gets Pratt again. She's probably supposed to be pretty close to this pace that going to be very hot, it would seem like. And she's very obvious in here. She's going to be. I think she could be much shorter than 7-2.
I think so too. She's certainly one that is probably going to take a fair bit of play. We'll go. We'll switch over a little bit. We'll go back to the other 2 stakes races here at Santa Anita. 1 second here. Let me just got to remove that. We're going to try again. It seems like I was told that it lost audio or something silly. So we'll reshare. But we're coming up on race number 5 at Santa Anita. This is not a stake race. It's a maiden claiming race going 8 furlongs on the dirt. Jackson, what were your thoughts on this race as we are about 13 minutes to post?
Yeah, not the best bunch you're ever going to find. Tough race. When the favorite is 0 for 18, you found a race on the weaker side. And I actually did end up on this favorite. I'm a little embarrassed to admit because it's just a horse I never usually would take. But look, he's probably supposed to win this race. I mean, look who he's been facing as of late. This is the easiest group he's ever gonna run against, and he would have won that race 2 back to his credit. Just got completely shut off in the turn. He was just way the best in there, and then last time just was kind of wide, but he's probably supposed to make the lead in here. There's not much pace. He's got the fastest numbers in the race. He's dropping in class. Just a lot of things to like, and I think he just found his friends. Is he going to be any kind of good price? No, of course not. But I think he does win this race.
Yeah, I agree. He is dropping into the lowest level of his career. He's probably found his friends. I got to ask you, what do you do with a horse like the number 6, who's also dropping to a career low off of the state-bred maiden 50s, stretching out from 2 sprints out to a route? The race 2 back going 6 furlongs was not bad. Second by 12 lengths to a runaway winner and Let Me In. Last time out, obviously more, there was more to be desired. But you mentioned the 7, far and away the horse to beat. But aside from pretty much one number, I think the 6 can kind of hold his own. What did you make of that horse's efforts?
Yeah, that was the other horse I took a long look at. And if these prices hold up, I probably will end up betting the 6. Just that price discrepancy is too much for me. So right now I'm going to pivot to the 6. My concern with him is, he, to his credit, he's been closing this with slow pace races, but he's been so far back in those slow pace races. Like, he has no early speed whatsoever. And I mentioned the lack of speed in this race. Like, he might be, maybe that gets him closer to the front, but if he's 10 lengths behind a slow pace again, that's going to be tough for him to overcome. But again, at 5-1, I think I'm willing to find out. Maybe the distance gets him a little closer into the race. He does seem like a horse that might appreciate more ground. So we'll keep an eye on this toe board and we'll see where we go in a few minutes.
Definitely. This race does start the pick 6 out at Santa Anita. So if you're a pick 6 player, obviously we looks like there's about 55,000 in the pool. Still 10 minutes to post So that being said, we're going to talk pick 5 with Frank Scottoni when he hops in here. Kaylee, do you have any thoughts on this race as they're making their way out to the paddock?
Yeah, I'm taking a look right now as we speak. I definitely, I mean, I'm kind of gravitating towards the number 4. I mean, this is just, you're either going to play the favorite, pretty good shot at winning that way, but especially looking at those races. But I mean, I'm going to take a shot with the number 4. Hopefully this horse improves, stretching out, took a little look at the dam. Some of the siblings did. So I think that this one maybe can benefit from stretching out to a mile and has pretty good speed. So that should serve him well here. Maybe he can relax a little bit though. And, hopefully the stretch out in distance helps him out a bit.
No doubt. Yeah. I like that analysis there. Hopefully the stretch out helps. Better be lucky. The number 2, I think, is going to be my maybe my play here. Maybe a little bit of moneyed up form. Just went 9 furlongs on the turf and open maiden 50. Debuted on the dirt against maiden 45, given that was an off the turf race. But I don't know. I didn't really know what to do with this horse. The time form figure and the speed figures kind of match with what it might take to beat this group. And if Ricky gets out and hustles him out, maybe kind of sits in the same place as the number 7, Silver and Black.
Yeah, that was the other one I took a really long look at. Wasn't too. I really wanted to pick this horse, but the more I looked at that debut effort, the less I liked it. I mean, that was a race. That was another race that fell apart. It was just dominated by closers, and he was way back there too. He didn't really run at all. He finished last. He was well beaten. And the 3 horses that have come back on the dirt out of that race have all regressed by a minimum of 10 points. A couple of them were 14. The other one was 34. So maybe that number is just a little bit higher than it should be. And look, he's 6-1 though at the same time. I mean, this is not the greatest field ever. If you're a believer in that number, then you probably are supposed to take him. Yes, we have lost Ryan for the 2nd or 3rd time today, but that's okay. Yeah, these are tough races because again, this isn't a race I probably would spend a whole lot of money on just because my top choice right now is the even money favorite. That's over 18. Usually not a very winning formula, but we'll see. Again, keep an eye on this tote board. The 6 is coming down a lot more, which again I was kind of hoping for that 5-1 on the 6. It doesn't seem like it's going to happen. So we'll see. Was there anyone else in this race, Kaylee, you're looking at? Maybe for underneath type. I know you like. Is the 4 your underneath type though?
6 looks good. That just walked by from a looks perspective. Definitely one of the standouts in here, the 6.
When you're at the track or even just watching the feed, like is that something you will factor in your handicapping, like live? Will that change what you think about the race, just how they look on the track and everything?
Yeah, a lot of the times, like significantly. I mean, actually, I really like going in like blindly sometimes, like not even handicapping and just going on and knowing what they're doing, maybe a bit of the background on each and making a pick that way. I don't do that really anymore because, but that's what I've really always done. But yeah, even today, I mean, there's a lot of times I walk in and I'm like in love with the horse on paper and then see in person. Especially maiden races for the most part, and completely come off of one horse and really like another one that I didn't pick out on paper at all. So yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's a good skill to have. It's on that not a lot of people know anything about. Like I don't know what I'm looking at when I see him in the paddock walking around. I might think I do, like, oh, that looks good. I don't know what I'm talking about. But you might have a lot of people like me that do think they know what they're talking about. They really don't. But you're someone who obviously does because you've been around them your entire life. So that's the big edge you can have.
Yeah, it's definitely like super helpful. Even like little things like, how a horse's coat looks, how conditioned they are. There's a lot of different things that even someone that doesn't know details can, spot out, especially a horse's demeanor. Lots of times horses step onto the track and, the way that they're acting, really it's probably not the day to bet the horse, sort of similar when you see them in the paddock. But I really like to go in for every single maiden race. I actually don't even really like to make picks without seeing the horses. So a lot of the times if I'm not there, I look up pictures of them online and watch them walk and stuff online. to help me pick it out. Yeah.
I mean, that's really smart if that's your approach, and the visual aspect means a lot. Jackson, I know you mentioned it. Yeah, we might think that we know what we're looking at, but when we go into the paddock and we see a horse like Citizen Bull, and we're like, oh yeah, that's the horse that's going to win for sure. And obviously we've told this story a handful of times where we truly just had no idea. We somehow let that affect and cloud our judgment when we were all over gaming, basically from the day we started down at Del Mar, and then we let a 2-year-old in the other Baffert just outlook us, I guess, and we were just like, oh, that's got to be the winner. Yeah, we've been a little foolish sometimes, but
Citizen.
Yes.
It was just dumb because that's not our strength. Like, we spent all week
it's not. We let it be our strength in that race for some reason.
That I know are good.
There, I think it was the Robert B. Lewis Citizen Bowl one, right? That if I'm not mistaken, that was like his first graded stakes.
Yeah.
I remember I was like alive to a pick 5, and it was like the last leg, and I had like 2 horses, and as soon as I saw him step onto the track, I was like, oh, I'm screwed. No point of even watching. Like, I know I'm out. Just by the way he looked. I mean, I think Citizen Bull is so nice.
Yeah, he's okay. When he doesn't take a hard, he's okay. I think Jackson and I have our feelings about him. Jackson, I have a question for you. So I'm going to be against the favorite here. I was going to play a double using the 2 and the 6, as I think those horses have a good chance to upset the even money favorite Silver and Black, who in my opinion has just had too many tries to get the job done. Next race is the Franz Valentine, the stakes race, obviously, as we're an entirely Calbred card today. Between the 1 and the 3, you have the 1 sneaker who ran 3rd behind Public Assembly, your top pick in the Grade 1 Gamely that we were just speaking about. And you have the number 3 Prancing Through Paris, who's your morning line favorite. What are your thoughts on these 2 horses? What are your thoughts on that race? And then, Kaylee, I'll go out to you. I want to hear your thoughts as well.
Yeah, of those 2, and really the whole field, I prefer the 1. I'm on sneaker in that race. Just feels like she has a pretty clear pace advantage in that spot. I'm expecting with Komura getting on, he's going to be very aggressive from the rail. I think they're going to center the front, try to take this field a very, very long way. And the other main contenders, Shocking Gray and Prancing Through Paris, I feel like can kind of poke holes through their form a little bit. I have my doubts about the 3 Prancing Through Paris getting the mile against these types. I know she won 2 back against arguably a better field. She got away with murder on the front end that day. I mean, they just crawled, and that kind of carried her all the way to the wire, and she was all out to get there. Now she's probably going to be stalking the pace a little bit. I just think she's a horse you're supposed to try to beat at a shorter price. She's in great form, to be fair, but I prefer others more. And then with Shocking Gray, she just seems like a 1-number type. That race from in January just came from nowhere. I don't know where it really came from. Got a huge number, won really nicely, then got sold. Hasn't really replicated that form. And the last race, she just kind of clunked up for 4th. That race came apart. She was like the 3rd or 4th best closer that day. I think it's probably a little bit better than it looks. So I'm against those 2 favorites. I think the 1 sneaker is the horse in that spot. Just seems like got a pace advantage and has a bit of a class advantage as well.
Yeah, certainly has the pace advantage. Got a good rail draw. Obviously, Kazushi Komura very capable from the saddle, and it's just dropping out of a much better race. Kaylee, I want to get your thoughts on the next race, race number 6, the Franz Valentine, if you have them.
Yeah, I'm just taking a glance right now as we're talking, and I mean, definitely looking at it, you think the number 1 has the pace advantage. I agree with Jackson there. So if that horse goes off 2nd, 3rd choice, that's probably the best bet. Definitely, I mean, one of the standouts of the field and has the pace advantage. So the number 1 is a good opportunity to play against your favorite who's coming.
I like it. I like it. One more person who's going to be able to share their thoughts and opinions on race number 6, the first leg of the late pick 5, the Franz Valentine Stakes on this Calbred Saturday, is none other than West Coast's own Frank Scatoni. Frank, welcome back. Happy you're able to join us. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's a beautiful Saturday in Southern California. We got some good Calbred races coming up, and I always love talking to you guys, and nice to meet someone new for the first time on here. Hi, Kaylee. I'm Frank.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, Frank, we're just We're just talking about, obviously, race number 5 is approaching the gate here. You have a pretty heavy favorite, but we're going ahead because I'm trying to beat this favorite here. I'm using the 2 and 6 in a double, and we're just talking about playing into the next race, who our top picks are, and who we like and how we can, get the best value in this race. So the number 1 sneaker seems like the consensus between Jackson and Kaylee. On Pacific Horse Players earlier, my show, or the show on HHH Racing that Jackson and I were on, I went 3-1-2 with the 3 Prancing Through Paris, but I do think the morning line is a little short on Prancing Through Paris, so I'd probably also audible out to Sneaker dropping out of the Royal Heroine Stakes.
Well, I'm going to be that guy who throws a monkey wrench in the works and come up with something completely different. I caught a little bit of the tail end of the conversation about you all talking about this race, and yes, I think Sneaker's probably the classiest horse in the race. Absolutely has a speed, is going to go from the rail, but I have to think that Prancing in Paris has to keep this horse honest, right? So there is a world in which those two go a little too fast, a little too early, and that, in my mind, sets things up perfectly for the other Papa Padroma horse, Shocking Gray, number 6. First off, look at the jock change. I mean, that's like subbing in LeBron James for me. It's just crazy jock change. So right away, I'm interested. Second of all, I just think this horse is going to get the absolute perfect tracking trip. I like her versatility. Look, she's won down the hill. She's got good route form against open company. This is back in against Calbreds. She has some quality to her. I know a few of these just beat her down the hill, but she didn't really have the most optimum trip. She wasn't covered up, and it was not her day. I think third start for Papa Padroma, 2 sprints to a route. This is the money run. She might not be good enough, but I think she's going to be the value of the race. And I really do think if those two hook up early, she's going to be in the garden spot. So I really like Shocking Gray there. I also gave looks to number 2, Cornelia Fort, and number 4, Ashley Sandcastle. I mean, they're kind of the same horse, right? They fire every time. They rarely win. But Cornelia Fort is now in a new barn for Mathis. Claims for 20, runs right in the stakes race. Gotta love that. And then Ashley Sandcastle put it all together last time. And look, I mean, I'll bet a snail that D'Amato sends out these days. I mean, the guy's firing with everything. So you absolutely have to use. And I thought the two morning line favorites were a little vulnerable in here, just based on the anticipated race shape that I'm seeing.
I like the way that you approach that. Yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
Just add Ashley Sandcastle. You talk about you'll bet anything that the model throws out. I'll bet on Hector on the turf. I don't care what kind of horse he has. He just moves horses out so much. And look at this horse. This horse is 0 for 15 when Hector doesn't ride. 2 for 2 when he does.
2 for 2 with Hector. Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, that's a great point. Going to be coming from off the pace as well. And Frank, you mentioned it. If the 1 and the 3, your 2 favorites, kind of heat things up on the front end, it could set up for a horse like Ashley Sandcastle, Shocking Gray, or a horse that I also liked a little bit for the same reason you mentioned. Mathis claimed the number 2 Cornelia Fort and put him right into a stakes race, or put her, I should say, right into a stakes race first off the claim, which I think is just a vote of confidence. But that's another just hard-trying horse. Doesn't always get into the winner's circle, but is always kind of right there towards the finish.
Yeah, and look, the 2 favorites could run 1-2 around the track, and no one can make a dent in them. You know what I mean? That is absolutely possible as well. But, it's a stakes race. They're going to be trying hard. If they go just a tick too fast, it could set things up for someone from, just off.
Without a
4
doubt.
looks really good the more I keep looking at it. Ashley Sandcastle.
Especially with Hector aboard. Yeah. Hector really makes a difference out here on the West Coast when he gets on the back of a horse. And, Jackson pointed out 2 for 2 with Hector aboard over the grass. So they're loading into line for race number 5 at Santa Anita. 3-5 is the last odds flash I saw on the number 7 Silver and Black State Bred 12-5 maiden claimer. I'm going with the 2 and the 6, playing a bit of a double. Just going to try and beat that horse. Going to play it into Sneaker, who I think is just maybe going to trip out a little bit. But Frank brought up some really nice points that maybe this thing does melt down. Then it really opens it up to anybody. So I'm excited to see the betting board and how it opens up for race number 6. And then we'll talk late pick 5 because that's going to be the first leg is the Franz Valentine Stakes that we were just speaking of. But first, got to do a maiden claiming race over the dirt for these Calbred 3, 4, 5-year-olds. They're just they seem to be doing the Cupid shuffle behind the gate, so we'll give them a second to kind of figure things out. But Frank, how's your week going? Anything new going on your end?
No, just I think it's been a terrific Santa Anita meet. I know it feels like a grind because it's so long, but I think the racing office has given us some really good cards to sink our teeth into, and I always get excited on a day like today when it's Calbreds. They're the backbone of our sport out here. It pays to be a Calbred, so it's nice to have them get their time in the spotlight a little bit. And some really, really good horses to consider today. Then Monday we have the Gold Cup. Tomorrow's another good day of racing. It's a really exciting time, and of course not too far away will be Surf Meets the Turf down here at Del Mar. So it's like that time of year where you get really excited about what's coming up for the summer.
That's right. It is almost that time for us to be back where the surf meets the turf at Del Mar. And believe me, I think you, me, and Jackson are all counting down the days where, we're about, 6 weeks away or so from opening day. I think this week the ticketing office just opened up and started selling tickets.
I just got my box seats signed up, ready to go, all ready. And this is not a knock against Saratoga. I love Saratoga. I'm from New York. I cut my teeth there. I love Saratoga. But being out here in SoCal, this is what we get excited about. So
I've never been out to Santa Anita or Del Mar. I think I'll get to go to Del Mar this year. So that's really exciting.
You have
you
to absolutely have to.
Good.
You can use our box, hang out. We'll take you up to the press box. It'll be a great day.
It'll be so fun.
And you can do my seminar.
Yes, that's where Jackson and I started off. We'll go throw the audio on for Frank Miramati as race number 5 is on the way.
Who am I rooting for? I don't have to play.
I went 2-6 on a double.
There's no audio, Ryan. So you want to call the race?
Oh, there's no audio. Okay, well, better be lucky. He's up top with.
Someone step up and take the call. Not me.
Naval Harbor way back in third. They seem to be flying up front. They went 22.9. Sir Nano in fourth. Then the favorite Silver and Black at 3-5 in fifth. Then a long way back to They're Not Like Us. And at the far end is the number 6 Jenny's Tiz. Up front, Better Than Lucky number 2 dueling with Don't Be Fooled Again. They went 47.39 for the half. Then back to number 3 Sir Nano, number 4 Naval Harbor in fourth. Then Silver and Black, the 3-5 favorite in fifth. Then Jenny's Tiz making up some ground with the number 5 to that one's inside. That is Topper's Wager. I have Frank in my ear, and I am just trying to keep track of what's happening right now. I got Better Be Lucky on top, still dueling with the number 8, Don't Be Fooled Again. Here comes the number 7, Silver and Black. Down to that one's inside, Sir Nano. Jenny's Tiz in fourth. They look to be coming home now. Silver and Black, 3-5, has taken the lead and seems to be just kind of opening up. Jenny's Tiz is in second, making up a little bit of ground, but the 7 seems to have gotten the jump. They're coming down. Jenny's Tiz is still coming. Silver and Black still up by a little over a length. They're coming to the line, and the 3-5 favorite gets the job done.
6 ran huge.
6 did run huge, made up a ton of ground there.
I bet.
Hey, Ryan,
is
there anything you can't do, Ryan? I mean, that was a pretty good race call, all things considered.
Appreciate it. Well, we got to go out to Belmont at the Big A because they got their last one, and I think I got to call that race too. So we'll just keep things rolling as we are. There's 0 minutes to post for race 11 at Belmont at the Big A. So I guess I'll call this one home too. Your favorite is 8-5 on Floyd's Fancy. The number 7, the number 8 Broken Zipper looks to be your third choice actually, because the number 12 Ashdale is 5-2. Let me see if I can get the audio back for when we go back out west. And then, Frank, we got to talk late pick 5 at Santa Anita, which I'm excited to get. The pool should be pretty healthy. The pick 6 pool was really nice. Well up and over, looked like around 150,000, I believe, is the last tick I saw. So it's a nice, healthy pool. No carryover or anything, just a Saturday where people are wanting to fire away. So they're getting ready for the last at Belmont at the Big A. Jackson, remind me, did you have a pick for this race?
I will.
Or anybody that you liked?
It's not a very strong opinion, but I thought he might make the lead, and that might be enough in an off-the-turf race with a lot of slower horses.
I like it. Kaylee, did you have any thoughts on this one as they're loading into the gate?
I'm alive in the double to the 8. So
Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's root the 8 home. They are just about in the gate, and they just broke. Freud's Fancy broke last. The 8 broke, looks like 4th. Up on the lead is the number 1, and I do not have the past performances up, so I have no idea who the 1 horse is. But it's number 1, followed by the number 8, Broken Zipper, who now presses forward to the lead. Broken Zipper up top. Bank on Bebe, the 1, is going to duel with this one. Then back to number 10, the Splendid One. To that one's outside is Ashdale at 5-2. Then to the inside, your favorite Freud's Fancy, back in 5th. And then out the back is the number 11. Don't know the name. Up top, it is Bank on Bebe with Broken Zipper. To that one's outside. They went the quarter in 23.22. Back in 3rd, the Splendid One. To that one's outside is the 12, Ashdale. Then back in 5th is Freud's Fancy. Then out the back is number 11. Up top, they went 46.54 for the first half. Number 8, Broken Zipper, still pressing along in 2nd. The 12, Ashdale, making a move to this one's outside as they're rounding the far turn. Number 10, Splendid One, is under a ride as they are all separated by about 2 lengths. Then back about 2.5, 3 lengths to Freud's Fancy. They're coming to the top of the stretch now. Bank on Bebe, still the leader. To this one's outside. Broken Zipper still trying to get by. Hasn't quite done so yet. Seems to just put a nose in front as they turn for home. Ashdale's kind of tailed off. Broken Zipper is taking the lead. Bank on Bebe fights on. Freud's Fancy coming down late from the outside, still making up some ground. Broken Zipper is the leader inside the 16th pole. Freud's Fancy coming late, still trying to make up some ground. It's going to get pretty close here. Broken Zipper still up on the lead. Freud's Fancy to this one late. They're coming down to the wire. Freud's Fancy gets up by about half a length over Broken Zipper, then back to Ashdale. Sorry, Kaylee, that was close. I thought the 8 was 8 looked home as well. But 7, 8, 12 across the wire. Pretty chalky result to finish things out.
For sure. And I think we had the right idea with the 8. Yeah.
We did. Shout out to Terry in the chat. Obviously always always good to hear from Terry. All right. We'll pivot back now.
Yeah, she's actually not here today. She's hanging out with some friends. So my personal stylist is gone. I hope I look okay for the camera.
Yeah, you're looking great.
She's usually futzing with my hair like right before I go on.
Love it.
Yeah, you are looking great as always, Frank.
Thank you. That's the right response. Thank you.
There you go. No stress there.
I'm gonna close out here because have to send the handle numbers for Belmont now that we've wrapped up. But thank you for having me. Obviously, really excited to do this every Saturday, and really nice to meet you, Frank.
Yeah, and seriously, if you come out to Del Mar, please hit us up. We'd love to have you as our guest, and if you're around on a weekend, I'd love to have you do one of the seminars if you're available.
I'd love to. Thank you.
Great.
See you soon.
We'll make it happen. Thank you, Kaylee. We'll see you next week when you join us. Thanks so much. All right. Obviously, Kaylee Shapiro out for NYRABets, so she wears many hats out there. So she's got to go handle numbers and a whole bunch of other stuff that the three of us don't have to worry about whatsoever. We just participate in boosting the handle numbers. We don't have to report all the data and everything. But we got about 20 minutes till the late pick 5 kicks off at Santa Anita. So let's dive on into it as we are going to start off with race number 6 that we were just talking about. It's the Valentine Stakes. I will throw the simulcast up so we can kind of watch along as we talk about it, just so we can see the current odds. 9-5 on the number 1 Sneaker, then to second choice to the number 3 Prancing Through Paris. So pretty much not everything is to be expected. Maybe the 5 taking a bit more money than some would have thought, but the 6 Shocking Gray also taking a good amount of play. So Frank, you mentioned you think that the 2 favorites might be able to might hook it up early, and that might set up for a horse from off the pace.
Yeah, I just thought, just also looking at this whole sequence from a macro perspective, I felt like all year long, there were a lot of instances where I wanted to beat the favorite, and I can make good cases for logical horses. And I'm talking about more about the horses that come later. I think there are 2 pretty legitimate singles in the sequence. I had a hard time trying. I always want to try to find a horse who I think can beat, a horse like Knights. I can never get this horse's name right. Kings River Knight, whatever it is. And then Lady Gregory, I think they're super, super solid. So because of that, I was looking for kind of fuzzies in the legs surrounding. I have no problem going against the favorite in the first leg of a sequence because people are scared. They don't want to get knocked out. They cover a horse, a favorite they might not even like. They just don't want to get beat by the favorite in the first leg. I go the other way. I go, you know what? If I get beat by the favorite in the first leg, I like 2 favorites later. If it's going to go favorite, middle price, favorite, middle price, it's not going to pay anything anyway. So I'm going to go against the one and Prancing in Paris, Sneaker and Prancing in Paris, based on what I said a little earlier. Sneaker has good speed, is very classy. Prancing in Paris has to keep that horse honest. Absolutely. Otherwise, Sneaker's going to wire the field. So unless they want to give Sneaker the race, I think there's going to be a pretty decent pace with those two, kind of not necessarily ding-donging, but pressuring each other up front. And to me, that sets it up perfectly for the other Papa Padroma horse, Shocking Gray, who I think has some quality to her. She's a stakes winner down the hill. She has good route form against open foes. Papa Padroma took over a couple of starts ago and now goes sprint, route. I just think if the race is run the way I am envisioning it, Shocking Gray gets the best trip and is the best value in this field. Now, she might not be good enough to win. She might not be able to run those horses down, but I think, I'm willing to bet on that at 4-1 or higher,
Definitely. And on top of that, you get the 2 best turf riders at good prices, both coming from off the pace. Speaking about number 6, Juan Hernandez aboard Shocking Gray, and then the number 4, Ashley Sandcastle with Hector Barrios aboard. So you certainly have, jockey upgrades to look forward to there. You mentioned the jockey upgrade on the number 6, subbing in LeBron for one of us on the basketball court, which is a fantastic analogy. I want to know your thoughts. I also love these horses that stretch out from the down the hill races, going 6.5, then go out to the flat mile distance. So I think that can be certainly an upgrade. This one, 3rd time in the barn now for Georgie P.
Yeah, those are like super fitness races, right? I mean, you need a lot of stamina to run well down the hill, and this horse was closing very strongly. I mean, you look at the internal fractions. I mean, at some point in the race, this horse made a middle move to get into contention, 21-4. I mean, that is a fast internal fraction. So this horse has quality, just needs to be ridden the right way, and I think the race sets up really well for her.
Yeah, I think the race could certainly set up well for her. Jackson, if you're playing in a horizontal sequence, I know we covered these stakes races earlier in the day, and I believe you're against both Kings River Knight and Lady Gregory. So how would you play it in this first leg if you're trying to beat a couple favorites later on?
Yeah, I lost my interest in the Big Five once because I was trying to beat Lady Gregory, but then Sharp Ride scratched. So that was kind of threw wrench my plans. That was my best opinion. The whole sequence, scrapping that. Am planning on playing the turf pick 3 though. Kings River Knight is just such a frustrating horse for me because he always finds fields like this where he just is the lone speed. Like I really don't know how good he is because he just gets easy lead after easy lead after easy lead. And there are a couple horses in this race that could go, but they're not fully committed on paper either. So it's a tough call for me. I do think if you're playing the turf pick 3, this is a race everyone's going to single that horse. So if you can try to beat them, it's just going to pay so much more. You're going to get way better value. I mean, he's going to play 1 to 5 in that turn pick 3 because he's going to be on every single ticket. So I'm going to leave him off. I'm going to single here Sneaker. Like kind of like Frank. Like I don't mind if I lose the first leg, whatever. Okay, I'll just play something else later. I'll play the late pick 3 or late dub, whatever. It doesn't matter. So going to be skinny here and then spread a little bit, and then the following 2 legs is the plan.
I like it.
Well, I'm curious when we get to that race. I'm curious to hear who is going to be Kings River Knight because I'm just like you. I bet against that horse every start. Every start gets an easy lead and wins. Won the Crystal Water 2 years in a row now. Again, my first thought, okay, how do I beat this horse? And then I look and I go, there's no quality speed in the race. Believe me, I tried really hard. I do not want to single a 2 to 5 shot, but I couldn't see an alternative. So I'm curious to hear what you guys think when we get to that race.
Well, we can talk about it right now since we're talking.
Okay.
I brought up the turf pick 3, so I might as well just keep going.
Okay, yeah, awesome.
My top pick is a 5, barely functional. I just feel like he's a horse that is just never gets good trips. He's very dirtied up. I mean, his last 2 races, he's been trying to close in the crawling paces on the dirt. And then some of these turf races, I mean, he's post 11, post 12, post 11. He just gets horrible post positions all the time. finally in a smaller field. He was second in this race last year at 61-1, and again in a race where King from Night just kind of ran around the track in a circle by a merry-go-round race. So I want to give him another chance. I think Ricky Gonzalez might be a little bit more aggressive with him, maybe try to put him in the race a bit more.
That's a good point, actually. The jock change is significant, actually, because
Yeah.
Mario's more of a passive rider, and Ricky's aggressive. So that is a good point.
Yeah, hoping he puts him in the race a little bit. And I don't mind the 3 takes 3. It's definitely a class test for him as well. He might be the one that sits the pocket. If I'm kind of hoping the 1 is the one that goes, stamp my passport. He's the one that has to take it. So I'm hoping the 3 kind of just follows in. The last race has come back pretty live. And Paxton Wallop came back and almost won a grade 2. He was second, beating the neck, I believe. And then Beef Winslow yesterday ran off the screen. So that seemed like it was a pretty good race. He was right behind those. He's one that definitely needs the right kind of trip to win this race, but he's one I'm going to use as well.
Well, I could definitely see playing a ticket where I don't use both Lady Gregory and, I play one ticket where I hit it a bunch of times with the favorites, but then I come back and I single Kings River Night and spread in the Lady Gregory race, and then spread in the Kings River Night race and single Lady Gregory. So only one, if one of those favorites loses and the other one wins, I have coverage in the, you know what I mean? Like I have to draw it out, but this seems like a sequence where you could write, 4 or 5 different tickets for.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
My question that I want to ask you, you first, Frank, and then to Jackson, because I know we've talked about it. What do you do in the next race in the Malaire Stakes, going a mile and a 16th for these 3-year-olds? I thought this was the most competitive race of the day as far as the stakes races are concerned. I think Almond Joy looks like your second choice. Obviously, Me So Fancy scratched out after running about 72 hours ago. So no surprise that Me So Fancy scratched out, but competitive field here. A lot of these haven't gone a mile and a 16th or 2 turns too successfully against this company. So what did you do when approaching this race?
Yeah, you nailed it exactly on the head. My first thought was like we were trying to guess which one of these is going to be good doing this today, because they all have different kinds of form doing different things, right?
Yeah.
So when I'm in a situation like that, I try to find one little piece of nugget that's going to put me on a horse that other people might not be on, right? So I really liked Lady Mendelsohn last time. I realized in retrospect that was probably a prep race because Carla Gaines, she's pretty patient. But I was a little disappointed in the way the horse ran. But then I'm like, okay, maybe it's a prep race. And then I look at my notes. Me and Tom, we keep very copious notes. We enter them in Formulator. And we made a note after that race that said, I'm a big fan of Brad Free. He gives out a lot of good information for the racing form throughout the meet. He does a horse to watch list every week, sums up the races. And we have a note. This is a Brad Free horse to watch. He said this horse should improve on dirt. Well, at 8-1, like that's all the information I need to know, right? Like a handicapper I respect has some proprietary information based on what he saw, or maybe he talked to Carla Gaines and she said, hey, next time on dirt. He put that. So that's a tidbit for me. 8-1, absolutely using that horse. Just because, again, like I said, it's a separator, right? Not many people are going to use that information. You look at her form, and you go, how is this horse going to win? She's like, it looks like just a one-pace turf horse. So anyway, so that's one. I think you absolutely have to use number 2 in the air tonight. I mean, I know the horse has had a lot of chances, but battle tested against some really, really tougher horses. This might be one of the, the softest fields this horse, has gotten. And I've always liked this horse, has never really put it together. But the thing is that, if you go back to that December 8th race, 1 mile in the Soviet Problem at Los Al, distance won't be an issue. We know this horse could at least handle 2 turns. Didn't win that race, finished second, but still ran on through the lane, finished up well, and hasn't routed since. So I thought that horse had an absolute look. And, anytime Tiago Pereira is on a price horse who I give a little inkling to, I upgrade that horse because nobody boots home more long shots or fuzzy horses than that dude. So, and then I thought Sunset Grazing was the obvious one. Has a stakes win at 8.5 furlongs up at Pleasanton last year. Blaine Wright claimed this horse 2 back, ran the horse in a stakes race, ran the horse against Open Company. I'm choosing to ignore the April 5th race because it was a sprint. So all the horses who come out of that race, it's like starting over. And I think this horse, is probably a better router. At least Blaine Wright thinks so. So I love the turf prep last time. Horse finished up really, really nicely. I think that horse is going to be super fit and ready to go. But 5-2 doesn't really excite me. But those were the 3 horses I was going to use. I can be spready because, like I said, I'm going to have tickets where I single Lady Gregory, Kings River Knight, and mix and match.
I like it. Yeah, you can play a plethora of tickets to try and, beat a favorite here and there. And mine's going to be, I think, in the turf pick 3, Jackson. I'm going to side with you, and I'll fade Kings River Knight in there, but I'll press up on a pick 5 on Kings River Knight because I do think I don't think there's enough pace in there. But yeah, race number 7, you made good points for all the runners in that race. Lady Mendelssohn is a good one for you to note that that is a horse to watch going forward that could possibly improve on dirt. You get 8-1, Carla Gaines and Barrios. They're 21% or 29%, excuse me, when they team up together. So they're a very popular combination when they get teaming up together. Jackson, what are your thoughts on race number 7, the Malaire Stakes, coming up next?
Yeah, we've covered that race on Wednesday. We didn't have the morning lines yet, and I picked Sunset Grazing, assuming she was going to be the second or third choice. I thought Almond Joy was going to be a big favorite here. That's not the case in the morning line, and that's not the case in the double probables right now either. 5 is a very clear favorite, so I think at those prices, I'm probably going to flip to the 3. I mean, the 3 beat her pretty easily. Going 6.5, obviously a different ball game, but she did beat her easily, and she's going to be double the price, perhaps. I mean, it's going to depend where it's at, but this was a horse, way back as a 2-year-old. I kept saying this horse is going to want to go longer. She's going to want to go longer. She's going to want to go longer, and then she finally did go longer on the turf, and she was just awful. I don't know what happened. She was atrocious, but she's just, since then she just looks so damn good going 6.5. Like I feel like I have to give her one more chance because it was just such an outlier. It was so bad. It was too bad to be believed for me. And again, at the price she's going to be, I think I'm supposed to flip to that horse. Not my strongest opinion by any means, but I think if I'm betting the race, that's probably the one I would pick at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if she can transfer her elongated sprint form around 2 turns, she could continue to improve. I'm like, she's got quality to her, absolutely. It's just, is it a case where she's just a 6.5, 7 furlong specialist, or can she actually show that same punch going a mile? And I 2-1, not interested. But if you say she's not getting bet in the doubles, then she might actually be really good value here.
Yeah, exactly. Because I was thinking she's gonna be 3-2. Like I don't want any piece of 3-2. Right. But if she's 3-1, yeah, I could make a little better. We'll see.
Without a doubt. I think I ended up on the number 6 Fibonacci's ride. Obviously, big question to ask, going 5.5 to 8.5 furlong. So that's a big question without a doubt. But I just like the way this horse has run her last 2 starts. Wild Caroline, the dam has had some dirt route success with the offspring, looking at about 27%, so 10 out of 37 dirt routers to try it have been successful. She had some mild success herself, so I wanted to give this one a bit of a shot. 9-2 seems more than fair. I wonder what I'll end up getting on her with the scratch of Me So Fancy, but could still be probably third choice in here behind Almond Joy and Sunset Grazing, who seems to, again, be a very heavy favorite and obviously makes some sense, has a win at this distance, as you mentioned, Frank, but I think is certainly a favorite you can poke some holes in.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a scenario where I thought Going Deep and Fibonacci were going to ding dong and duel each other into submission, but there's a scenario where Fibonacci just clears and they let that horse go and then never stops. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I think that's a better horse than Going Deep. So even if Going Deep tries to go with that horse for a little bit, I think Going Deep's going to get buried. And then all of a sudden, Fibonacci's ahead by 3 lengths turning for home. Everyone's got to play catch up. So, I mean, it's not impossible. I mean, that's not how I chose to play the race, but I can see it.
Mm-hmm. We're about 5 minutes to post. It looks like out at Santa Anita. They're on track. We were talking earlier with Kaylee. She's a very visual person. She likes to see the horses in the paddock, see the horses pre-race, and that's where she formulates her opinion. Jackson and I cannot tell a donkey from a horse or people in a horse suit. How do you fare in the way of looking at horses as they get on the racetrack?
I stand next to Tom Quigley in the paddock at Del Mar, and I just listen to him. I can a little bit. Like I know, like if a horse doesn't look good or doesn't look fit, but I will. Here's the thing. from a visual perspective, I will never talk myself a horse I like who I think looks bad, because I do not trust my opinion. And maybe the horse always looks bad. I don't know that. So that I will never do, because I've learned that the hard way. Oh, my horse looks terrible. And then the horse goes and wins at 10-1. But in the paddock, if I see a horse who I think looks terrific that I don't have, I will include that horse. So I will throw a horse in based on looks, but I will never X out a horse based on looks that I liked. Does that make sense?
Definitely makes sense. I like the that mindset, I should say, as you approach a race. And just a heads up for time and how long we'll be going. Race 6 and 7 are going to be the last two that we cover on today's episode of the Saturday show. So after race number 7, the Malaire Stakes, going a mile and 16 for these 3-year-olds, we'll wrap up. That'll leave you with the late pick 3 to play. But Jackson and I will be about 4.5 hours in to this show, maybe a little bit less. So I think that's about enough time for us to keep it going. But thank you to everybody that's watched along. We love talking Santa Anita and love getting you on here, Frank, because obviously you were instrumental to Jackson and I kind of kicking everything off.
Hey, I'm happy to be here. I love talking horses with you guys. But real quick, can I just ask who you guys like in the last race if we're talking about a pick 5? Because I feel like we touched on all the other races, but we haven't really talked about this one. And I think this one could probably be the key to the whole sequence, if you catch some other stuff earlier.
I think so too. I love, not love, but my top pick in there in the last race is the number 1 Western Freedom for Brian Coroner. Hector Barrios aboard. This horse has absolutely zero turf breeding. There's zero. That being said, this horse has run really well on the dirt. Gets a top turf rider booked. Jockey switch from Armando Ayuso. And Brian Coroner is a very sharp trainer when he makes this move going dirt to turf. 24% with a $3 plus ROI. First time turf starters, he's 17% from 18 starters with a $4 ROI. So that's one I wanted to give a look to. And a horse with some proven form that I also like is the number 7 Got Soul for Andy Mathis, Armando Ayuso, who I think is just going right about now. In good form, rattled off a couple back-to-back wins, and then Andy Mathis sees fit after that optional claiming victory to go right into stakes competition. So I'm going to use those two in the last. I'm going to try and beat Cali Cat, Bro, in the last. Oh, and Style Cat as well.
I think those prices have to flip-flop, right? I was shocked that the one was as short as 4-1. I thought I was being a wise guy. I was like, I thought this horse was going to be 8-1. 5.5 furlongs, sprinting, like going to turf with no turf breeding, all that stuff. But I could make a very good case for that horse. I think the morning lines are screwed. Got Soul, there's no way Got Soul is going to be 8-1 with that proven form. Am I crazy? Is the morning line maker right? Am I wrong?
No, there's no way. No way we're getting that on there. Jackson, I have a live question for you before you give me your picks for the last race. Marco in the chat, will there be a Monday show?
There may be a Monday show. I will not be on it.
Okay, well, that answers my question, as I will be golfing for the majority of the morning, so I also will not be on it. So I don't think we're going to do a Monday show, but hey, maybe if I free up the afternoon, I'll hit up our boy Noah Maher. Maybe we do something fun just to cover those 3 live races, 3 graded stakes at Santa Anita. Going to be some good racing on Monday.
You young guys, you have no idea how easy you have it. Back in the day, Del Mar would run 6 days a week. We'd only have Tuesday off to do grocery shopping in our laundry. We were back at it.
If Del Mar was running 6 days a week, that would be like Christmas for me. Okay, I would love it. I would be okay doing a show every day for 5 hours if Del Mar was running 6 days a week. But unfortunately, that's not the state of where we're at right now. But we are going to appreciate the race days we do have. They're loading into the gate for race number 6. One more time, Frank, with your best opinion in here, and then Jackson hit us with yours.
Yeah, I'm all about Shocking Gray, but I also give a look to Cornelia Fort and Ashley Sandcastle. I'm going to run off. I got to change my power cord because I'm running out of battery.
All right, go for it. Jackson, can you hear the audio?
No.
Well, there's no audio yet, but we'll see. I don't know why.
Energy to the outside.
Can you hear it?
You're
you
good.
Can? Okay, good. All right, so we are rocking and rolling.
Hey,
race number 6 is going. Frank has left to go get another power cord so we get to look at his artwork, which is pretty fun back there.
Friends, Valentine prancing through Paris, came out smoothly, and Sneaker on the inside. The two favorites going right at it from the start. Just in behind them, it's Blevy's Tiger, who takes the third position, moving into the clubhouse
Frank got
turn.
his duel.
Cornelia Fort.
Yeah, Frank got his duel up front.
Shocking Gray backs off fifth, 5 lengths off the lead.
Look at Cornelia Fort sitting there. Great trip right off the pace, too.
Quantum Energy is 8 lengths off front-running Sneaker, who makes it onto the backstretch in front by a length. Prancing through Paris under a tight hold second. The same could be said for Blevy's Tiger, who's 3 deep and just 3/4 off the leader third. Then Cornelia Fort drafting in behind horses. Shocking Grays, 4 lengths off the lead, coming to the half-mile pole. Ashley Sandcastle and Quantum Energy. Sneaker has been the speed throughout, prancing through Paris a half length away second. Blevy's Tiger continues a 3-wide journey, and Cornelia Fort is down on the rail. Shocking Gray races in fifth, called on now, 4 lengths off the lead. Quantum Energy and Ashley Sandcastle. A 1/4 mile to go in the Franz Valentine, and prancing through Paris is traveling kindly on the outside of Sneaker. They arrive at the 8th pole together. Sneaker kicks right back on the inside, and prancing through Paris, Sneaker opens up a length and a half, make it to Cornelia Fort, trying to alter course. Sneaker tough as nails, going strongly to the wire under Kazushi Kimura.
It's the classier horse.
Sneaker to score decisive.
Cornelia Fort
got exactly
a
what I
little wonky
wanted.
down the lane there. You did.
But
went at each other
they weren't
early.
good enough, and that was a possibility.
Yeah, you mentioned that it's possible that they just ran around there and they're just, better than those horses. The 3 got a little bit tired late, and Cornelia Fort, who I think just got a little goofy down the lane there. I don't know.
Sneaker's a classier horse than the 3, and I think that's why the 3 got tired.
I agree, and I think that's going to lead perfectly into a segue to talk about Monday's races, because Sneaker finished third behind Jackson's top pick in the Grade 1 Gamely Stakes. That's Public Assembly, who's going to be the number 4 horse in there. So I don't know if you've gotten a chance yet, Frank, to look at the Memorial Day card.
I have it. I was going to sit down right after this and get cranking because I got to write my pick 4 column. But the Gamely is always one of my favorite stakes races of the year. I love it. So I'm looking forward to digging in.
We have the Gamely. We have the Grade 2 Gold Cup going 1.25 miles with no Baffert entries, which seems shocking. He's normally gotten, has anything like a 1-2 punch in there.
I did look a little bit at that race. I thought that was kind of tough. It's like I was looking at the McCarthy horse a little bit, horse on the rise, but I haven't done all the digging yet.
We were looking. We went over that race on Thursday, I believe. Myself, Jackson, and Kaylee. We were going over it. We liked that horse a little bit. I did, and Kaylee did as well. And then we saw the morning line, second choice at 3-1 with Pratt and McCarthy, and it was just that was enough to kind of get us off of that horse. That's way too short for a horse that has never tried stakes.
Everyone's a wise guy. That's what I say. I'm like, that's crazy.
All of a sudden, everyone's a wise guy. And speaking of McCarthy, obviously, I haven't been able to hear your thoughts and speak to you since the Kentucky Derby, and obviously the Preakness. So I want to start with your thoughts on how the Derby turned out with Sovereignty beating Journalism and Baeza, the West Coast horses showing up in abundance, and then that the Preakness Stakes, obviously, where Journalism just put on a clinic of of grit.
I was very happy with the results of the Derby because I felt like the 2 best horses of the crop ran 1-2. They both showed up and they ran their race. And Sovereignty got the better of Journalism that day, but Journalism in defeat to take nothing away from that horse because based here in California, we knew how good that horse was, and I think he was a deserving favorite. And I thought he was good value at that price, because I didn't really like anyone else except Sovereignty. I was shocked that Sovereignty, going into the gate, Sovereignty was 9-1, and American Promise or whatever, that No Hope Lucas horse was 12-1. Yeah. I go, oh my God! Like if you want to bet that Lucas horse at 40-1, go for it.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that horse was going to beat Sovereignty? Like Sovereignty would have had to get stopped. I mean, it just to me that was just a little crazy, and I'm not saying that to like red board or whatever. It's more to the point. Like you have to look at the tote board, right? Like
you do.
You have to upgrade your horses based on price, or downgrade them based on price, because Sovereignty at 7-1. That horse probably should have been a solid second choice. I forget what journalism went off at, but Sovereignty probably should have been 4-1. Sandman probably should have been 12-1. So between Sandman and American Promise being way over bet, and also the Baffert horse, Citizen Bull, who I thought had zero shot at the rail, was getting bet. So like there was such good value in that race. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. The point is, two best horses ran 1-2. Everybody, and we can talk about journalism's trip in the Preakness because I have very strong opinions about all that. But first, I want to say, how good is Michael McCarthy? Man, how good of a trainer is that dude? What a year is he? I'm so happy for him because he works hard and he's good for the sport. He takes care of his horses. He cares so much, and to see him have this kind of success is just it's very it's heartwarming, and it shows that hard work really does pay off. So the training job, okay, so everyone's like, oh, let's see how horses are doing. I knew that if Michael McCarthy was going to run journalism in the Preakness, then that horse, he was like kicking the stalls down. Like, that was a cinch. Like, there's no way that horse was going to lose unless he got a horrible ride, which is almost what happened. But he won anyway. So that's how good that horse is. So hats off to Michael McCarthy. My opinion of that, first of all, I love Rispoli. I think he's one of the best turf riders. I think he's only going to get better and better and better. And one of the reasons I like him is because he's very smart. He looks at the race. He knows his competition. He kind of has a game plan. He's a cerebral jockey. But his biggest fault is that he's sometimes too smart. Yeah. In my opinion, he overrode that horse. Yeah. Journalism did not need to be ridden that way. Quarter of a mile into the race, he's behind horses getting all this kickback in his face. I turned to Terry and I said, all he's got to do is get this horse off the rail, and he wins by 10. He didn't. And then a half mile later, and I go, nothing good can happen from being stuck at the rail in a dirt race. Nothing good. You're getting kicked back. You're boxed in. Maybe the rail's dead, like whatever. So anyway, we all saw the trouble, but I thought it was a very questionable ride. But I think if he had just tipped the horse outside, we wouldn't even be. The horse would have won by 10. And we would say, oh, what could have been, right? If he'd won the Derby. But I will say this. Rispoli showed balls of steel. I mean, he did not yield an inch. And I know a lot of people say that he fouled this horse. I disagree entirely. He held his path. Pratt baited him. Pratt angled out, said, oh, here, come out with me. And the second Rispoli went to take that lane, Pratt shut him off. And that forced him in tight between horses. Yeah. And to him and the horse's credit, most jockeys and most horses would have went like, stop. It would have been 5 lengths back before stop. He held his, like, that was unbelievable. That horse has such tenacity and braveness, and Rispoli didn't flinch.
No,
he didn't. I don't know how he did it. Like, it's unbelievable. He didn't flinch. He held his ground, and then once the seam opened up, the Pratt came in and bodied him. No, still got through and won. So to me,
it was incredible. We talked earlier with Matthew DeSantis about it, and he mentioned how Pratt kind of shifted out. And I said, I could say if this was on purpose, like shifted out basically and opened that path for a split second.
He baited him 100%. Like I was like Angel Cordero's move. Hey, here, come on.
And
shut the door.
And,
that's all race riding.
It is. And Pratt, there's very few people who are more aware of where they're at and where the horse to beat is at the racetrack during a race. And it was clear he knew exactly what he was doing.
Pratt does not do anything accidentally. Every move that dude makes is calculated.
Except for that race in the Haskell. That might have been an accident.
That was the horse. I mean, like, and the same thing. Like, I don't think Pratt deliberately tried to body check journalism.
No,
when he shuck up the horse
tried to close the door.
Yeah, the horse over. Yeah. But everything started from that first move. Pratt started to tip out, like he was going to go outside, and journalism was going to tip out and go with him.
Yeah.
Second, Pratt did that. Umbi started to drip, and Pratt slammed the door shut.
Yep.
100% deliberate. Not a foul, by the way. Not a foul. Race ride.
Not at all. Yeah.
Not a foul.
Yeah. It was a good race ride. I don't think there should have been a change. I don't think it affected the end.
When the horse lugged in, I do believe that was a foul. Pratt did not do that intentionally. That was him. That was the horse just overcorrecting or maybe getting tired. But that should have been a foul, and that should have been a DQ. So I don't think anybody did anything deliberate in that race to harm or impede another horse.
No.
All Pratt did was old school race riding. He tried to bait. So you see, you used to see that all the time. You'd have a horse on the rail, drift off the rail a little bit. So the guy behind thinks, oh, I'm going to slide right up the rail. Nope. Then he shut the door. And then the guy's like, oh, sorry. You didn't get there fast enough. The door closed. So it's just, but it's just a fascinating race. It's just in the athleticism of journalism and Rispoli were like, I mean, unbelievable.
It was on full display. Obviously, you mentioned it. Balls of steel for Rispoli to even try the move, which I agree. You overrode the best horse in the race.
He overrode the horse.
Just get him out in the clear. But at the same time, it looked like he was, not really feeling it for a bit there. He didn't like it. Maybe it was he didn't like the kickback. Yeah.
He was getting kickback. He didn't want to be behind 5 horses getting dirt in his face.
Right. The first time he had gotten kickback the past couple races and just, it was like third time. He's just like, I've had enough of this.
Yeah. Or who knows? Who knows with the Pimlico track? It might sting more. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like they had all that rain the night before. Like he could have been getting
clumps.
like fastballs to the face, with the dirt composition. So that's the only reason why he had to, scrub on the horse is because the horse he's like, screw this, man. Like I'm getting whacked in the face behind horses.
Exactly.
But listen,
I mean, he was
Rispoli. If Rispoli was on a 15-1 shot and gave that ride, we'd be saying that is the greatest ride in the history of sports, in the history of racing, because that's how you ride a long shot. You do you save ground, and you take risks because on the square you're not going to beat the favorite if you guys both have perfect in the clear trips. The favorite's going to beat you. The favorite's a better horse, so you ride a long shot that way. He didn't need to ride journalism that way in that spot.
A horse that was so much the best in that race too. But I mean, I get it. Yeah, I'm with you. You mentioned at the start of this, sometimes he kind of gets in his own head and over handicaps and over analyzes. He did it one time over sorry, Jackson. I didn't realize you had been back. I thought it would have added you back in here. But sometimes one race in particular comes to mind over summer at Del Mar, where it was, I believe it was Didia for Nacho Correas who came out here, and Anisette, the West Coast horse.
He was more concerned with Didia than he was of his own horse.
Exactly.
And lost the race because of it.
Exactly. To Hang the Moon, who ended up just rattling off a couple great stakes wins out of nowhere.
We talked about that. I remember exactly. And he overthought that race.
He did, and that was just the example that came to mind where he's done that in the past, and again, he's too smart for his own good sometimes. He was on a horse that was 8 lengths the best and just managed to get into 7.5 lengths of trouble, as they turned for home, and it was so close to costing him, and that would have been a head scratch.
But you know what though, that's something he's going to get better at.
Yes.
I'd much rather have a jockey like that who's kind of cerebral and thinking than someone who just reacts to what's happening in the race. You know what I mean? Like someone who and the reason for that is because Rispoli is still a little young. He's getting a little taste of being on like the biggest stages. Maybe he has a little self-doubt in his mind, so he over prepares, right? He tries to over prepare because he's like, oh, he's going up against the best barns in the world, the best jockeys in the world. Like he's at a different racetrack that he's not used to. So maybe he over prepared, but I think the more he's on the big stage, the more comfortable and confident he'll have in his own ability, which is off the charts. I mean, the dude is supremely talented. And then I think he won't overthink it as much. And he'll rely more on his confident and natural ability than seeing, okay, well, I have to figure out how I'm going to win the race. Well, sometimes the jockey doesn't have to win the horse. Just let the horse just be a pilot. Yeah. Sometimes it's okay to just be a pilot. And on
journalism, I think that's a 100% fact because he will take you to where you need to go. He is he's an extremely talented horse.
Yeah, like I said, if that horse was 10-1 and was going up against a favorite, then you want to save ground, you want to make a risky move, you do everything you can to win a race because you're not on the best horse. But when you're on the best horse by a mile, you have one job, and that's stay out of trouble. get the horse in the clear, and if the horse doesn't win, maybe he wasn't the best horse. Whatever,
Right.
But do not lose the race for the horse.
Exactly. And while we're on the subject, we'll just look ahead to the Belmont Stakes. It's coming up in a couple of weeks, where we'll see the likely rematch between Journalism and Sovereignty. So you mentioned, we saw the best two horses run 1-2 in the Derby. There's a third horse that also came in third in the Derby, and you could argue those are the top three horses, the best three horses.
Yeah, he was the third best horse,
3, and he's likely going to show up at the Belmont Stakes. There's not a whole lot of pace. We don't have to go into the pace scenario because Sovereignty and Journalism will both run their races pretty much regardless of the pace in front of them. They're going to run, their A race pretty much every time. Baeza might be able to get the jump on him. Looking forward to that rematch of the top three, obviously, assuming they all go. How do you look at it? Do you think Journalism or Baeza can turn the tables on Sovereignty? Or do you think that this was a result of Sovereignty was the best horse and he proved it on the toughest stage?
Yeah, look, it's a horse race. Anything can happen. And I just want to go back and apologize to Baeza. When I said the two best horses ran 1-2, I should have qualified that and said the three best horses ran 1-2-3, because Baeza ran a heck of a race. And that is a really, really nice horse. Had to play a lot of catch up to get to where he, even get in the Derby. And to show up like he did on the biggest stage and run that good of a race shows you just how much talent that horse has. So maybe unlike Journalism or Sovereignty, they both have a move forward. Yes. Baeza has a bigger move forward. Now, will Baeza's bigger move forward be good enough to beat Journalism and Sovereignty? I'm not so sure. But I do believe any one of those could absolutely win. I love Journalism so much. He's such an amazing racehorse. Mm-hmm. But I think I probably give the edge to Sovereignty just because Bill Mott targeted the Derby. He got his horse to run career best on the biggest day. That was the plan. Mm-hmm. Now the plan is to win the Belmont. They didn't care about the Preakness. Yeah. Bill Mott with a target is one of the best angles. If I could sneak into Bill Mott's tack room and look at his calendar and see which dates are circled, clean up. So I think Sovereignty is again going to show up with a monster race. But I mean, can Journalism or Baeza turn the tables? Absolutely. We'll see how it sets up. See what kind of pace scenarios. We'll see what the draw looks like. I'm a little bummed that it's not that it's not at Old Belmont where it's where it's 12 furlongs. I think that would be fascinating. Yeah. Like real fascinating. Yeah. Just in terms of who's going to stay out that extra, that extra furlong, extra furlong. But we'll see. But man, it's just we're lucky. Like the drop off between the top three finishes in that race to everybody else was like light years, in my opinion. I mean, we're lucky. These are three really, really nice horses. So if they can stay happy and healthy and sound, I mean, we're looking at a great summer, a great Breeders' Cup Classic. And then I don't know if you guys remember, but when we talked a couple of months ago, we talked about the Derby. And I said, I don't have an early pick, but Sovereignty passed the eye test in the Florida Derby for me. So, that was kind of my pick back then. And then I said, I don't know about Baeza, but can I have odds on Baeza winning next year's Pacific Classic? If that horse is in training next year and is in the Pacific Classic, that is your winner.
Yeah, 100% agree. No, I do recall that. No, you mentioned it. We're in it's really cool for us to have three top class horses that not only are really good on their best day, but they're always firing on their best day. They're it's not a matter of inconsistency or greenness, where in the past we've had obviously horses that maybe bounce off of a good effort. These are horses that every time they hit the track, they are firing their A effort. Sovereignty came off the bench, fired his biggest race in the Fountain of Youth Stakes when he won against every type of bias, whether it's a short stretch at Gulfstream or against the pace that pretty much held together. Then you have Journalism who did the same thing, has been in trouble in his past pretty much three races, maybe the Derby not so much, but he's encountered a lot of hurdles, I guess, and he's passed all of them with flying colors. And then you have Baeza, who's just had step up after step up, breaking his maiden, went into a grade 1 in the Santa Anita Derby, went into the Kentucky Derby, and just passed that test every single chance he got. So yeah, we're lined up really well for the Belmont Stakes, then the Travers, a full summer of just excellent races with horses.
Yeah, and just to go back to journalism for a second, I mean, those were 3 really hard races. I mean, I know he won the Santa Anita Derby pretty easy in the end, but like he had to overcome trouble, right? Mm-hmm. And then he shows up in the Derby and he moves forward again.
Yeah.
And runs a monster race. And then he shows up in the Preakness and then runs another, like to run 3, those are hard races. That takes a lot out of a racehorse. So that's another reason why I'm giving Michael McCarthy a lot of credit. Like he had such good foundation in that horse. That horse had every right to regress in one of his next starts, and he did it. I mean, I don't know what the speed figures came back, whatever, but the fact of the matter is he got the job done. Ran second in the Derby, won the Preakness. Like, to put 3 monster efforts in a row is not an easy thing to do. So that's all about the trainer and the quality of the racehorse. So yeah, I mean, a lot of times you see horses get trouble trips like that, and then they're gone for 6 months, 8 months.
Yeah. Exactly. A lot of times they don't come back the same after the Derby because it takes so much out of them, and rightfully so. It's a 20-horse field. It's grueling. It's demanding. It's the longest distance they go. But I reached out to McCarthy after the Derby just to kind of see, what maybe the next step was, if Triple Crown was always like the goal. And his response was he's been in a groove. He's been a happy horse, just in a groove ever since the Derby. And it takes a special horse to come out of the Derby and be happy and just ready to go again 2 weeks later. So, I mean, that shows you, one, how much, McCarthy and that team takes care of the horse and the animal first.
That's right.
But then they're rewarded on the back end by, seeing a talent like this fire huge race after huge race.
Yeah. The reason the horse came out of the Derby happy and healthy after a big effort is because of all the preparation that Mike McCarthy has been doing since last year. Mm-hmm. The way he's been training the horse, building foundation, building stamina. You know what I mean? Like that's a testament to the trainer. So when you can keep a good horse in training, for a considerable amount of time, that's credit to you. But, I mean, that's the old school. Like, I mean, these are race horses. Like, they were bred to run. Like, you had horses running every 2 weeks, no problem. I know the game has changed a lot, and I'm not discrediting anybody else, but Michael McCarthy, he has a lot of old school qualities about him. And one of the things I will say, like, and I've been saying this for years, he is one of the best at getting to the bottom foundation and stamina wise on a horse. So if I see a mediocre horse running third at a mile, second at a mile, fourth at a mile, and then all of a sudden the horse is running a mile and a quarter, like in an allowance race, I know that horse is going to be more fit than any other horse. And that horse is 8-1 based on the mediocre mile form. McCarthy, his horses are never short when it comes to route races. He gets to the bottom. So he's just an old school. He builds a foundation in a horse. And that's why we have been able to see what journalism has done so far. And, I mean, if he wins, I'd love for him to win the Belmont. It's such a great story, and then a showdown in the Travers with, the 3 of them again. Yep. Like, it's exciting. It's very exciting.
It is exciting. A lot to look forward to. Jackson, we haven't heard your voice in a while. Would love to hear you chime in just on everything that we talked about. And then we got 3 minutes till race 7 at Santa Anita. So we did an excellent job bridging that gap. So we'll pivot out there. But any thoughts on what we just spoke about?
Nah, you guys covered it pretty good. Just very excited for the Belmont. I hope all 3 of them show up. I hope we get a couple others out there. I would love to see Rodriguez make it. I'm just curious because I don't know how good he is. I'm still waiting to validate whether the Wood Memorial is actually any good or not.
Because he's not that good.
Well, he might not be, but he might be 3 lengths loose.
I said,
on the lead.
He's not that good.
So
no, I tried. Of course, it has to do with the race setup. I'd like to see Rodriguez 1-turn mile.
Oh yeah. Speaking of the Met Mile, it looks like it's going to come up just an absolutely ridiculously talented and deep field. But that's a topic for a different conversation. We have the odds in the race up on the screen for race 7 from Santa Anita. Again, we're going to wrap up after this race goes. This is the Malaire Stakes. We're going 8.5 furlongs on the dirt. Kind of co-favorites right now with Almond Joy and Sunset Grazing. The 3 is Almond Joy. The 5 Sunset Grazing. Both sitting at about 2-1. I believe looking at the will pays, the 5 is going to dip down as we get a little closer to post time. But what do you make of this betting board, Jackson? We'll stick with you because we haven't heard your voice in some time now. So what are your thoughts on the betting board? Any surprises, or does this make a lot of sense to you?
It makes sense. Like I said, I thought the 3 would be favored, but it looks like they would be about the same. So 2-1 from both of them is probably going to hold up. There's one weird will pay on the 6 and the pick 3. The 6 is like $2 off, and the pick 3, but the pick 4, she's double over the 3 and 5. So that's kind of a weird discrepancy between those 2 pools. So I didn't really know what to make of that. But I just thought it was interesting because obviously I think Brian mentioned he liked that horse, who's very, very quick.
I do. Yeah, I think the 6 has a shot. I love that I'm getting 9-2. That's definitely enough value for me. Stretching out obviously is a question that has to be answered, but a lot of these have questions they have to answer. So you have the Rail Runner though, the 1 Lady Mendelssohn still at 6-1, which I think Frank, you'd agree is still pretty good value.
Yeah, it was 5-1 for a little bit. I was like, who's betting this horse? Like, I'm surprised the horse was that low. But now we're gonna see the drift, and I fully expect more money to keep showing up on the 3 and the 5, because on paper those are the 2 pretty solid ones. I think Jackson, you said earlier the 5 was pretty square favorite in the doubles, right? Oh, I can't hear.
Oh, you're muted, buddy.
I think that's what he said, though, right? We was expecting the 5 to come in.
I was muted. Sorry. In the double, the 5 is a very clear favorite, and the pick 3 and the pick 4s, they're the same. So discrepancy on those ones too.
So yeah, I mean, I think those 2 will keep taking steady money. I'd like to see the 6 at about 8-1. I mean, fine, 6-1 is okay, but like, who else is betting this horse? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I thought I had a little piece of good little proprietary information, but this is a function of the CAWs. They make the market. You know what I mean? Like very rarely do you see horses slip away, at unreasonable prices. I mean, it happens. Don't get me wrong, but it happens more often with first-time starters, and we see it a little bit in those really cheap races that they're running now. For the Golden Gate population, which I love those races, by the way. Absolutely love those races. They're great handicapping puzzles, and you can still find a little bit of value because I think a lot of the computer models have gotten away from class handicapping because over the last 5-6 years, class handicapping was thrown out the window. It didn't really matter anymore. The difference between class levels was not what it used to be. It used to be like this. Now it's like this. But in those cheaper races, class is extremely important. So that'll normalize.
I agree
in a little bit, but that's something to look out for. Pay attention to those lower level races. You can still find good value.
Yeah, we were talking. Brian and I were talking the other day, and I'm curious to see how that plays out at Del Mar because I'm assuming you're going to get a lot more horses shipping down from Northern California for those designated races, and now they added the ship and win bonus for those horses as well. So you might get a lot of the big fields again for the whole meet.
Yeah. I think the condition book is coming out soon. I would love to see how many of those races they plan on karting. Del Mar does a really good job karting full fields in quality races, but these horses need a place to run. So I really do hope that they give them a chance to show up and compete.
Agreed.
Me too. I agree. I took the race off for just a second so I could refresh, try and get some better frame rate as my computer seems to be losing it, which it typically does around hour 4, I guess. But we'll try it again. We'll add it back onto the stage here. They're loading into the gate. Maybe. There we go. Loading into the gate. I'll get audio for us. Mile and a 16th for the Cowbreds. I have I don't know. I think it's 156 in my pick 5. Frank, top pick is the 1.
125, but my pick 5's dead. But starting the pick 4.
Here we go.
Going deep and in the air tonight. Fibonacci's ride goes after Going Deep, and those 2 sprint clear in the early going. Lady Mendelssohn comes away in 3rd. She's right on horse's heels, having to angle out to avoid running right into Going Deep. She now goes to her inside as Going Deep went wide into the turn. Then in the air tonight, Sunset Grazin. Omen Joy hopped at the start and is at the back by herself, some 7 lengths off the pace. And it's a contested battle as Going Deep, intent on getting to the front, Fibonacci's ride comes right back, though, and Fibonacci's ride is naturally quicker than Going Deep as they come past the 5/8 pole. In the air tonight, a length and a half off them in third, and Sunset Grazing widest of all, but very much in contention. Lady Mendelssohn is next. Kent DeSormo and Almond Joy at the back with less than a half mile to travel. And the lead belongs to Fibonacci's ride, who's been there throughout. Leads it by about a length over Going Deep, who's trying to cling to her in second. Now, Lady Mendelssohn picks up the chase in third. In the air tonight, fourth, Sunset Grazing tailing off now in fifth. And Almond Joy starts to run, but has more than a dozen to make up. They have a quarter of a mile to go. And Going Deep takes another crack at Fibonacci's ride and runs right by her at the top of the stretch. Almond Joy is starting to rally, coming through along the inside with big strides, has to get to Going Deep. Going Deep, 3-length lead. Almond Joy eating up the real estate on the inside. Going Deep, Almond Joy, Going Deep. Almond Joy. Almond Joy's getting her in the final stages. Almond Joy and Kent DeSormo in a stellar performance from
nice
last
pick,
to
Jackson.
the Miller.
It was nice.
Going Deep,
Almond Joy never
checked in third.
good pivot. Yeah, huge win there
good pivot
by the number 3 Almond Joy.
Once again, I got the exact dream setup for my horses. They just weren't good enough.
You did,
exactly
yeah.
how I
Lady
thought it would
Mendelssohn.
Those are the shots you got to take, though. They'll start to fall. You just got to find the ones that are going to get the right fit at those prices.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, hats off to Aggie Ordonez. You know, she talking about the Northern California horses. She's been a mainstay of the Northern Cal circuit for a very long time. She's a very good horsewoman. So to see her get a win like this down here on a big day is that's a nice feather in her cap. So it's good to see.
Yeah, it really is. All right, that went 3-4-1 in race number 7 at Santa Anita. Almond Joy at 2-1, Going Deep 15-1, then Lady Mendelssohn at 5-1. Kent DeSormo, Aggie Ordonez get the win there. That's 3 straight for Almond Joy. So in great form and doing everything the right way. So can't wait to see what's next for that runner. Frank?
Yeah, that's you know, I mean, she's done a tremendous job with that horse. So the light bulb went off, right?
It did.
2 in a row, now 3 in a row, 2 stakes, a sprint stake, and a route.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to have a lot of fun this summer if that horse stays healthy.
She is. She's going to have a lot of fun over where the surf meets the turf, which is where the 3 of us are going to be on more than one occasion, I'm sure, this summer. So I'm looking forward to that. Frank, I can't thank you again for joining us, talking late pick 5 action at Santa Anita today. This was a ton of fun. Obviously, we hope to do it again soon. Hope to get you and Kieran on. I'll give you guys a little pick 4 segment or something.
He's had 2 chances. You know what? Who needs them? Forget them.
Well, you're always welcome anytime. Always love talking ponies with you. So
I love doing it.
Ton of fun.
So, thanks so much for inviting me. I'm doing anytime. I love what you guys are doing. I love the format of the show. I don't know how you can do it for 4 hours. I guess it's a young man's game, man. I'm exhausted after an hour, so I'm gonna go take a nap between races and then watch the rest of the card.
That sounds like a plan. Thank you, Frank. We'll talk to you soon, my man.
All right. Thanks, Frank.
Frank Scatone, obviously a great friend of ours. Love having him join us. Jackson, good call. Way to send us off with a winner there with Almond Joy winning the Malaire Stakes. I thought Going Deep was going to hang on there for a second, but Almond Joy was making up a lot of ground. That's a great ride by Kent. But thank you everybody for tuning in. That was a very fun show. I know we, as usual, we go, a little bit longer. Just a quick reminder, make sure to go to NYRABets.com/BWB200, betting with the boys 200. New users can use promo code BWB200 to earn up to a $200 deposit match. Any track, anywhere, anytime, only at NYRABets. Jackson, this was a ton of fun, as it always is. I'm looking forward to next week as we get even closer to Belmont Stakes weekend, where we have an entire racing festival to cover. There'll be plenty of action to be found on the ABR channels for their content, and then for our shows, which we'll be going and we'll be covering pretty much everything from the New York Bred Day or New York Bred special day. What do they call it? And Showcase Day. That was the word I was looking for. New York Bred Showcase Day through the entire racing festival that week at Belmont at Saratoga. Very excited for that. Jackson, can't thank you enough for being my co-host for the 4 hours and 15 plus minutes that we do this show for. So ton of fun as it always is. Everybody that stayed and watched for the entire time for a few minutes for however long you were here, I thank you. Please join us next week. Keep an eye out on the ABR X feed for when we will be going, probably around noon Pacific. That seemed to be a pretty good time, especially covering Belmont at the Big A, Monmouth Park. And stay tuned to see what else we cover next week as racing ramps up towards Belmont Stakes Festival. Until then, I've been your host, Ryan. This has been Jackson Muniz. Follow us on our socials. The links are in the description. Follow ABR for all their content as we get closer to Belmont Stakes racing and beyond. And take care. Thanks again.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.